Hello and welcome to the 2024 AWC3 Fall Webinar Series. I'm Matthew Huberto and I'll be your host for today. So before we get started, just going to go over a little bit about AWC3. The Alberta Watercourse Crossing is a not-for-profit society comprised of roadway watercourse crossing practitioners who are responsible for and interested in restoring fish passage and habitat quality to watercourse crossing sites that are fragmented from improper crossing installation and poor maintenance. In 2024, AWC3 achieved a remarkable milestone, the completion and publishing of the highly anticipated AWC3 Guidebook. AWC3 continues to spread awareness through impactful series of educational webinars such as this one. These efforts are helping drive positive change, promote best practices, and ultimately restore the health of our aquatic ecosystems. We will begin today's webinar series with an opening remarks from Deputy Minister of Forestry and Parks, Rhonda Goulden. Since joining the Government of Alberta in 1997, Rhonda has held leadership roles across several ministries. Most recently, Rhonda served as an Assistant Deputy Minister of Consumer, Registry and Strategic Services with Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction, creating and implementing excellent user-centric public policy for Alberta's registries and consumer protection. Previously, Rhonda held the role of ADM of Policy and Planning at Environment and Parks, where she spent over 5 years impacting environmental policy related to air, water, land use, and climate. Prior to that, she served as ADM of Government Operations at Executive Council, along with senior roles in the Ministries of Municipal Affairs and Transportation. Rhonda started her career in government as a lawyer in the Department of Justice. She has a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Alberta. And without further ado, we will now hear from Rhonda Goulden.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Matthew, for the introduction and also the invitation to participate in this important event. Just want to begin our session this morning by respectfully acknowledging that the watercourse crossings we are discussing are situated on Treaty 6, Treaty 7, and Treaty 8 territory. And I also want to acknowledge the Métis people of Alberta who share a deep history with this territory. I'm pleased to be here today for so many reasons, not least of which is a strong belief in the need and value of our watercourse crossings. The work you will discuss today and the participation in and implementation of projects across the land is so important. It's great to have in the room, the virtual room today, so many involved people, from stewardship groups to regulators to land managers to Indigenous groups to project implementers, and you're all working to manage these crossings well and to support native trout recovery efforts. The size of the task is still very large. The launch of the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Inventory app in May 2021 allowed us a basis from which to standardize the assessment of crossings and to centralize the data. It also gave a mechanism for the public, industry, and regulators to provide the necessary data to develop priority remediation planning. To date, the department has compiled over 153,000 historical records of stream crossings across Alberta. And in addition, since 2021, the department has added over 59,000 inspections in our database. The restoration challenge is considerable and it's complex. Participation from crossing owners is essential in establishing a cooperative approach to identifying remediation priorities. Once the priorities are determined, we can make good fiscal decisions and focus compliance performance so that overall our environmental stewardship is enhanced. That first step, though, identifying remediation priorities so we can coordinate our efforts, is where this great collaborative is so valuable. The Alberta Watercourse Crossing Collaborative brings you all together, a group of individuals from across Alberta, including the public, practitioners, owners, regulators, First Nations and Métis communities, scientists, municipalities, academics, ecologists, and others to share information and ideas. Your workshop today will highlight new practices and tools that will help with remediation and construction of watercourse crossings, and that meet the objectives of fish passage and water quality. So just take a moment to reflect on how we do remediation and how we bring together the science and the implementation for the best results. The Watercourse Crossing Management Directive provides the regulatory strategy for monitoring and reporting on crossings. It provides a watershed scale approach to identify and remediate watercourse crossings based on ecological risk. Building from the directive, this year the collaborative published a Best Management Practices Guidebook for Watercourse Crossing Management. The guidebook was supported by provincial and federal agencies to help in achieving shared outcomes for watercourse crossings in Alberta. It's an amazing accomplishment and a big milestone, as Matthew noted at the beginning. It's available free of charge and serves as an invaluable resource for those involved in watercourse crossing management. You can request this resource by visiting the collaborative's website. So huge thanks to the collaborative for this great work. Let me speak for a moment about funding, because that's always something people are interested in. As you are likely aware, our Watercourse Crossing program has a remediation grant program that provides financial and planning assistance to municipalities to do the remediation, to reclaim roadway crossings that are causing erosion. The program has invested $8.5 million over 3 years to support collaborative work with municipalities. In addition, we have a capital investment program in partnership with Transportation and Economic Corridors. In 2023-24, we remediated 5 priority crossings in the Upper McLeod, Waterton, and Swan River watersheds. The ministry's Watercourse Crossing program has also secured $3.8 million in federal funding from the Investing in Canada Infrastructure program. These funds are supporting remediation of watercourse crossings on Highway 33 that are impeding fish passage and impacting Arctic grayling in the Swan River watershed. The Swan River is of particular importance for Arctic grayling and to the people of the Swan River First Nation. This year, another watercourse crossing was remediated on Highway 33, and Transportation and Economic Corridors is continuing working on 4 other major projects. Sorry, there just was also a problem with my camera. It's a great morning for technology. So the watercourse crossing remediated on Highway 33, and what Transportation and Economic Corridors is continuing working on 4 other major projects in this priority watershed that will restore connectivity to about 80 kilometers of fish habitat. In addition to these completed projects, remediation planning continued last year in 2023-24, including assessments, engineering, design, and permitting for over 18 crossings owned or managed by municipalities and 27 government-owned crossings. So there's lots of good work going on out there, and you are a big part of it. Thank you for all that you have done on initiatives to date. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Collaborative for organizing this workshop today, and to all of you for the time you are giving. I look forward to continuing our collaboration, working towards meeting regulatory objectives for watercourse crossings and contributing to the recovery out of our native trout and aquatic species at risk. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for those opening remarks and joining us here today. All right, so before we get started with our next webinar presentation, just wanted to go over a few housekeeping notes. So presentations are generally going to be 20 to 25 minutes long, followed by about 10 minutes of Q&A. You can submit questions by using the question panel located on the right side of the screen. If you're not seeing that, you may have to hit the question button in the top right corner of the screen, and then the panel will appear. All questions will be answered after the webinar in written format. So if we run out of time and don't get to your question today, it will be answered at a later date. And to stay on schedule, all webinars will start at advertised times. We'll also end today's webinar series with an open Q&A session. All right, and it does look like we do have a few minutes here before our next presentation starts at 9:20. All right, so I'll just go ahead and get started introducing our next presenter. So Michael Hunka is a registered professional biologist with extensive experience in fisheries and environmental assessments. He began his career in 2007 as a fisheries biologist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada, later transitioning into a senior environmental assessment and analyst role, where he focused on regulating impacts to fish and fish habitats, as well as completing environmental impact assessments. From 2015 onwards, Mike joined the Alberta Energy Regulator as a senior fisheries biologist, where he specialized in managing the effects of energy-related developments on Alberta's aquatic ecosystems. His expertise spans across regulating fisheries, related impact in municipal transportation, forestry, oil and gas, and mining projects, particularly concerning interactions with aquatic ecosystems. This presentation will discuss the relevant legislation associated with watercourse crossing applications in Alberta, covering both relevant sections of the Alberta Water Act and the Alberta Public Lands Act. The discussion will cover aspects of code of practice for watercourse crossings, water body classification, timing restrictions, crossing types, considerations under the code, relevant sections of the Public Lands Act, the Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions, Decontamination Protocol, and the inspections and remediation requirements of the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Program.
Thank you very much, Matthew. I believe you need to give me permission to share, correct?
Yes, I'll just do that right away.
Thank you.
There you are.
Still asking me to make me the presenter.
How about now?
There you are.
Perfect.
You guys are able to see my presentation?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you very much, everybody, and good morning to you all. Hopefully I don't put you right back to sleep with this conversation. Today I'm just going to present on watercourse crossing regulatory overview. We're going to get into the legislation that is governing all watercourse crossings in Alberta, and the regulatory agencies that are also responsible. So to begin, we're going to have a little discussion around the Water Act and the Public Lands Act. In Alberta, there are two acts that govern watercourse crossings, the Water Act and the Public Lands Act. The Water Act governs how the province of Alberta manages water. The purpose of the Act is to promote the conservation and management of water while recognizing the need for economic growth and prosperity and flexible management that works cooperatively with governments of other jurisdictions. The Water Act governs the diversion, allocation, and use of water and regulates and enforces actions that affect water and water use management, the aquatic environment, fish habitat protection practices, and stormwater management. The Public Lands Act establishes the role of the Alberta government in managing public land. It sets out mechanisms by which rights in public land may be transferred by lease or sale. It provides for and defines the powers of the minister and the lieutenant governor and council with respect to establishing regulations to govern use and allocation of public land. The Act and its regulations also control public land use through the establishment of public land use zones, recreation areas, and trails. The Act provides for the appropriate use and management of public land and for the classification of the public land base in Alberta. The Act establishes the authority of the Alberta government over the management of the bed and shore of all water bodies in Alberta. In addition, the Federal Fisheries Act also has regulatory authority over stream crossings in Alberta and must be adhered to when conducting watercourse crossing related works. The presentation today will focus on provincial legislation. However, the provisions of the Federal Fisheries Act need to be taken into consideration when installing and remediating watercourse crossings in Alberta. So the Alberta Water Act. Under the Water Act, all standard applications for watercourse crossings are managed using the codes of practice for watercourse crossings. The codes of practice set out the conditions for the installation, maintenance, and remediation of watercourse crossings. The conditions laid out in the code must be met for your project to be governed under the code. For projects that cannot meet the conditions of the code, an application for authorization under the Water Act must be applied for. Applications for codes of practice are submitted through the one-stop system where they are tracked and audited. This system would be the DRAS system for projects managed under the Environment and Protected Areas Authority of the Alberta government, which would include forestry, municipalities, and transportation. If all the conditions in the code can be met, your project has been deemed to be low risk to impacting the quantity and productive capacity of the aquatic ecosystem. Erosion under the Water Act is defined in Section 1(b)(c) as an activity. Under the definition, an activity in this context means causes, may cause, or may become capable of causing the siltation of water or the erosion of any bed or shore of a water body. It is further defined under Section 1(b)(d) as causes, may cause, or may become capable of causing an effect on the aquatic environment. Some considerations under the code. When applying for a watercourse crossing under the code, there are several considerations that should be taken into account. The location of the crossing. Under the code, water bodies have been classified based on the in-stream habitat and its resilience to perturbation. The timing. Alberta has established restricted activity periods for all watercourses which are designated to protect sensitive life stages such as spawning and rearing. Installation. The code sets out the restrictions and preferred criteria for crossing types. Under the codes of practice, a hierarchy of watercourse crossing types are provided, which should be considered in the planning and execution of the watercourse crossing project. Depending on the sensitivity of the habitat and the species present, crossing structures with minimal impacts to the bed and banks should be prioritized. So considerations on location. When planning a watercourse crossing, the location of the project should be referenced against the existing watercourse crossing classification maps. Alberta has published a set of management maps to support the planning and execution of in-stream projects to prevent significant impacts to all sensitive life stages. This is an example of the Edson Area Management Map with examples of the following designations of Class A, B, and C habitats. Class A water bodies are considered highly sensitive to impacts resulting from in-stream works. Class A water bodies are designated as critical to the health of fish populations utilizing this designated habitat, and rely on the habitats within the designated reach to fulfill a critical life stage. Most Class A habitats in Alberta are known critical spawning areas, which if disturbed can have population level effects. And for example, in Alberta, Class A habitats comprise less than 1% of all of our water bodies. Class B habitats are also highly sensitive to impacts resulting from in-stream works, but are not considered critical to the health of fish populations utilizing this designated habitat. Class B habitats provide high-quality fish habitat that require additional scrutiny when planning and executing projects. Class C habitats are considered moderately sensitive to in-stream works and provide habitat opportunities for multiple species. Most watercourses in Alberta that provide habitat for sport fish are considered as either Class A, B, or C habitat, although some sport fish may and will likely also be found in Class D habitats. Class D habitats are considered resilient to in-stream perturbation. However, improper works within Class D habitats do have the potential to impact downstream habitats that are more sensitive. The restricted activity periods associated with the codes of practice. Alberta has established restricted activity periods for all watercourses which are designed to protect sensitive life stages such as spawning and rearing. Restricted activity periods should be adhered to when possible. When working in stream during the restricted activity periods, more stringent mitigations and the directions of an on-site quace need to be incorporated into project planning and execution to prevent impacts to in-stream habitat and sensitive life stages. Release of sediment into watercourses can have significant impacts to the spawning success of fish during the restricted activity periods, as some life stages, such as eggs and fry, are unable to avoid in-stream changes in water quality. Some examples of crossing types under the codes of practice. In Alberta, there are 5 classes of watercourse crossings, which are designated as either type 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, depending on the installation method and the crossing's location within the channel. For example, starting on the top left, a type 1 crossing are watercourse crossings that are constructed using a single span bridge that does not have abutments placed on or within the bed or within the active channel of a water body. A type 2 crossing, which is exemplified by the upper right picture, are watercourse crossings that are constructed using an open bottom culvert or a single or multi-span bridge with abutments or piers on either or on other similar structures that are placed on or within the bed or within the active channel of a water body. A type 3 crossing, as exemplified in the bottom left, are watercourse crossings that are constructed using a round, arch, or box culvert or other similar structure that sits on or within the bed of a water body. A type 4 crossing, as shown here in the bottom right, are crossings consisting of a ford or a low-level crossing or other similar crossing structure where the crossing is constructed at or below the level of the bed of a water body. In regards to the installation of crossings in Class A, B, and C watercourses, the code establishes a preference and a set of criteria that must be met to comply with the code. Crossing Class A water bodies is restricted to a Type 1 crossing for pedestrian or equestrian use only, and in general, planning any crossings in Class A habitat should be avoided. In Class B water bodies, Type 1 crossings are preferred unless a Type 1 crossing cannot be used. Then a Type 2 crossing, if constructed in isolation, and the crossing can meet the requirements of Clause A in Part 1 of Schedule 2. And in Class C water bodies, again, a Type 1 crossing is preferred, or a Type 2 crossing if a Type 1 crossing cannot be used. And then finally, a Type 3 crossing if a Type 2 crossing cannot be used and constructed in isolation, and the crossing can meet the requirements of Clause A of Part 1 of Schedule 2. Other considerations and requirements under the code. The code also sets out the conditions that apply to emergency works and the exclusions that apply during emergency works under Section 6. The requirements to submit plans to the director under Section 7. The conditions that apply to temporary crossings in Section 10, including the exclusion of the code pertaining to temporary forestry crossings. The requirements for reporting under the code in Section 13, including reporting violations, and the requirements for monitoring under Section 15. Specific to the monitoring requirements, the owner must monitor a watercourse crossing in accordance with the plan prepared under Section 7 to ensure that the requirements of this code of practice are met over the operational lifespan of the crossing. One of the most relevant sections of the code is Clause A in Part 1 of Schedule 2. Under the code, all works must meet Clause A in Part 1 of Schedule 2, which states, upon completion of the works, the quantity and productive capacity of the aquatic environment, including fish habitat, must be equivalent to or exceed that which existed prior to commencing the works. The intent of Clause A in Part 1 of Schedule 2 is to ensure that the works carried out under the code do not result in any impairment to the aquatic ecosystem. When carrying out works under the code, proponents need to ensure that the proper planning, mitigations, and execution of the works are undertaken to ensure that there is no impacts to the quantity and productive capacity of the aquatic environment. This requirement is also in line with the Federal Fisheries Act, which assesses project-related impacts to determine whether the works are in line with the prohibition against the harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat. When watercourse crossings are installed using proper planning and design, incorporate effective and proven mitigations and best management practices, and monitor on a regular basis to ensure there are no malfunctions at the crossing, the quantity and productive capacity of the aquatic environment is maintained. It is important to note that the productive capacity of the aquatic environment can be impacted by the deposit of sediment as a result of erosion. Ditches and runoff associated with watercourse crossings are an important consideration under the code for maintaining the productive capacity of the aquatic environment by ensuring adequate erosion and sediment control measures are taken to prevent the deposit of sediment into the watercourse. We'll move now into the Alberta Public Lands Act. Under the Alberta Public Lands Act, the right, title, and interest of the Crown as owner of public land is confirmed. Specific to water bodies, the Act establishes the title of the Crown over the bed and shore of all permanent and naturally occurring water bodies and all naturally occurring rivers, streams, watercourses, and lakes. The established title of the Crown over the bed and shore of all permanent and naturally occurring bodies of water and all naturally occurring rivers, streams, watercourses, and lakes grants the Crown the right to manage and approve any projects that may impact the bed and shore. By establishing the title of the Crown over the bed and shore of all permanent and naturally occurring bodies of water and all naturally occurring rivers, streams, watercourses, and lakes, the Crown of Alberta shares jurisdiction with the Federal Fisheries Act over the management of physical fish habitat in all waters in Alberta outside of federal lands. Under the prohibitions stated in Section 54(1) D and E, the Public Lands Act states no person shall cause, commit, or suffer the doing of any act on public land that may injuriously affect or is likely to result in injury to the bed or shore of any river, stream, watercourse, lake, or other body of water or land in the vicinity of that public land. Specific to erosion, Section 54(1)F states, no person shall cause, commit, or suffer the creation of any condition on public land which is likely to result in soil erosion. So under the Public Lands Act, there is the Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions. Like the codes of practice under the Water Act, the Public Lands Act utilizes the Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions to establish how routine works must be carried out on public lands to ensure alignment with the Section 54 prohibitions. Proponents conducting works on public lands must apply the conditions within the Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions in order to meet the requirements when applying for routine works. The application is considered standard when applying for approval under the Public Lands Act, and no deviation from the Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions is requested. Standard applications are considered low risk and undergo an expedited review. When an application is made under the Public Lands Act that requests a deviation from the Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions, a non-standard application process is undertaken, which is reviewed by land use officers and other required subject matter experts, such as fisheries biologists, to determine the impacts to public land from the request and what conditions and mitigations are required to adhere to the Section 54 prohibitions. Specific to works in the bed and shore under the Public Lands Act, the Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions sets out a list of desired outcomes and best management practices, along with the conditions which should be incorporated into the planning and design of the project. The list of desired outcomes includes maintain natural drainage, maintain riparian habitat structure that contribute to water quality and maintain aquatic life and function, prevent soil and deleterious substances and materials from entering watercourses, maintain the integrity of the bed and shore, maintain aquatic and terrestrial habitat, maintain fish passage, maintain landscape connectivity along natural movement corridors. Specific best management practices for watercourse crossings that should be incorporated into project planning and design include: all weather access should not parallel fish-bearing streams within 500 meters. Where topography limits the ability to locate roads away from riparian areas, access roads should be located as far away from the bed and shore of the watercourse as possible. The disposition holder should minimize the number of crossings within the disposition unless doing so results in greater disturbance in regards to footprint and or negative environmental impacts than creating a new crossing. Stream crossings should be located at stable channel type locations, not at actively eroding areas, such as bends in the watercourse. In respects to watercourse crossing structures, monitor road crossings annually, consistent with the Roadway Watercourse Crossing Manual. Maintain and repair roadway watercourse crossing structures to ensure integrity of the structure and design. Stake, flag, or otherwise mark the location of culverts to prevent damage by road maintenance equipment. Clean culverts regularly to remove any blockages, such as accumulated debris that may restrict the design flow. This would also include beaver structures. Devices shall not be installed on watercourse crossings to prevent beaver dam construction unless the device design has been demonstrated not to impede fish passage. Study design and results must be publicly available for these structures. All equipment should be kept clean and not be a source of sediments or contaminants. Under the watercourse and water body section of the Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions, the required conditions that must be incorporated into project planning, design, and execution in order to make a standard application are listed. There are a number of conditions pertaining to watercourse crossings that need to be incorporated into project planning in order to meet the standard conditions when applying under the Public Lands Act. Many of the conditions are periodically updated, as well as a few conditions that have been added to address the sensitivity of listed fish species. So some of the recent updates to the Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions. The Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions are reviewed regularly and updated as environmental conditions change or in response to auditing on the effectiveness of the conditions to meet the Section 54 prohibitions. Condition 1408 was added to address the increased risk of watercourse crossings in high-risk watersheds inhabited by listed species as of January 2021. Condition 1408 reads, the disposition holder must install a Type 1 or Type 2 structure as defined in the Code of Practice for Watercourse Crossings that maintains the channel for all Class A, B, and C watercourses. Condition 1408 applies to new crossings being installed in high-risk watersheds, which is defined by a spatial layer developed by EPA, identifying which watersheds are deemed high risk and requiring proponents to install a bridge or a bridge-like structure to protect listed species and access to their habitats. In addition, new conditions have been proposed to enforce additional requirements intended to address new threats to the aquatic ecosystem. Condition 1419 now requires proponents to follow EPA's decontamination procedures, which were developed to address the risk of introduction of aquatic invasive species. Condition 1419 reads, for use of equipment within the bed of a water body, the disposition holder must, prior to operations, follow the decontamination protocol for work in or near water, as amended from time to time. Condition 1420 requires proponents to keep and provide records of decontamination when requested, as well as during routine inspections. Condition 1421 requires annual inspections of all watercourse crossings utilizing EPA's Watercourse Crossing Management Directive. 1421 reads, the disposition holder must monitor all watercourse crossings and report all findings by November 30th of each year, as per the Watercourse Crossing Management Directive, as amended from time to time. Condition 1422 requires that the disposition holder must report all watercourse crossings, remediation, or maintenance efforts as per the Watercourse Crossing Management Directive on an annual basis. And thank you very much for listening to that fairly dry discussion of the legislation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Mike. And just a reminder to our attendees, if you do have any questions, you can type them out using the question panel on the right side of the screen. If you don't see the panel, just click the questions button, which is in the top right corner. So it does look like we have some questions coming in here. All right. So our first question, what is the acceptable setback to be outside of the vicinity of public land?
The acceptable setback to be outside the vicinity of public land.
Yeah.
Is there, can we get a little more clarification potentially? I'm not setback of a pipeline or a watercourse crossing. Obviously, there would have to be some intrusion of a watercourse crossing onto public land. I guess just if there's a little bit more context, that might be helpful.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe if the question asker could clarify that, and we can circle back to that question. All right, we'll go to our next question. All right, who is responsible for doing annual inspections of the crossings? Would this need to be done by a QUACE?
Not necessarily. So the legislation doesn't set out who has to do the inspections. It just states that the inspections have to be done. So I guess if you wanted the simple answer, it does not have to be done by a quace, but it should be done by somebody who is qualified to do the inspection. That does not mean that you have to have specific expertise necessarily in aquatic ecology, but you should have received some training from somebody who is qualified to ensure that you understand how to do the inspection and you're including the relevant information in the inspection report that does come back to the government. So the simplest way to go about this would be to use the Survey 123 app that was developed specifically by EPA for use on crossing inspections in Alberta. The app itself will allow most field staff to walk through a set of preloaded questions that basically make it very simple to conduct an inspection. However, if there's an interest in field staff becoming a little more proficient with inspections, there's lots of options for training. We do a spring session every year where we have industry out and we go and visit a number of crossings and discuss basically as a group what conclusions we would come to if we were doing these inspections. As well, there's also third party consultants that would be more than capable of providing training as well on crossing inspections.
Perfect. We just had a question about the presentations, if they were going to be recorded. They will be recorded and they will be posted on the AWC3 website at a later date. All right, our next question for you, Mike, is are annual crossing reports required for non-fish bearing water courses?
So under the Public Lands Act, the requirement to inspect watercourse crossings is not defined in regards to fish presence or not. So technically, under the Master Schedule of Standards and Conditions, all watercourse crossings have to be inspected. That being said, we're not talking about cross drains. So just be very clear, this is on a naturally occurring water body as defined under the Public Lands Act. So that would be any natural water body, river, stream, lake, wetland, anything that's a natural feature that is aquatic habitat. That would be what we're actually expecting in regards to inspections to be conducted. And the reason that we still want inspections done on non-fish bearing watercourses is there is the component of erosion that can have impacts to downstream habitat. And under both pieces of legislation, erosion is not permitted.
Okay, perfect. All right, next question. Are there any plans for the COP maps to be digitized?
That is an excellent question. I'm not aware of any project being undertaken currently at EPA to digitize those. That question I would have to get back to you on that one. I'm not aware of anything yet that's underway.
Okay, and are there, or I understand that there are new COPs. When will those be made available to the public?
That's a great question. Somebody's well informed. So there has been an effort undertaken by both EPA and the AER that was ongoing over the last uh, year or so. We started in the fall of 2023 and wrapped up those changes in the spring of 2024. They are currently within EPA being reviewed at this time. As far as I've been informed, there hasn't been an announcement of when those may be published. But there is a new iteration specific to the watercourse crossing code of practice that has been undertaken, and it's been updated from its original text that was released back in 2000. So there is changes coming. I can't speak to when they will be released. My understanding, though, is they would be prior to release, there would be some consultation that would be undertaken with that.
Okay, perfect. All right. Next question. Does the AER still utilize the information from the 2001 directive addressing conflict between the Public Lands and the Pipeline Act in regard to Crown ownership of water bodies?
That's a good question. That one I would have to provide written feedback on. I'm not aware of
Okay, perfect.
I'm not aware of that one, unfortunately.
Can follow up with that one. Are there any plans by the AEP and AER to update the code of practice? If so, what is the timeline and what are the anticipated changes?
Again, so I can't unfortunately give a defined timeline. I would, I mean, if you wanted my assumption, I would assume likely in the spring would be earliest that it would be released. However, there is, as I indicated, an intent to do some consultation prior to release, so that potentially could delay that. Um, I'll be very vague in regards to the changes, only because it's not final and it's in draft form. So again, there could be amendments to what has been put forward, but in general, the major changes are around the requirements for timing and remediation. It formalizes the watercourse crossing program under the code. And yeah, I would leave it there. I mean, there's definitely some changes in regards to timing and requirements, but it's like I said, it is in draft. I can't speak to whether those would be kept in whole or in part at this point. So I would just try to stay a little vague on this one, unfortunately.
Okay, for sure.
I guess one other thing to consider is again, we've looked at where all of the rubs have happened with the code and the implementation of it. Another one probably of interest that has been proposed is the requirement for design drawings and engineered plans. That definitely has been formalized and clarified what those requirements are. So that again, it was the intent was to look at where there was underlying uncertainty, where the code wasn't necessarily achieving basically no impacts to the productive capacity, where that may not be being met. So we've tried to remove a lot of the ambiguity in there and make things a little more clear, just to help proponents plan properly and obviously avoid issues with compliance.
Got another question here. Are the upland requirements for the annual inspections on watercourse crossings under the MSSC required for new dispositions only, or is it grandfathered into existing dispositions as well?
I believe this question is probably in relation to the 1408 condition to install a type 1 or type 2 crossing. If this is incorrect, maybe if the person that asked the question can just clarify that, but I'll just provide some context on that. I'm assuming that's what the question is about. In regards to the requirements that you have to install a type 1 or a type 2 crossing structure in the high risk watersheds, that applies to any new disposition that was applied for basically post this being released, so January 2021. So any new crossings moving forward would have to be a type 1 or type 2 structure, or there has to be a request for a deviation from the MSSCs. This has happened. I've personally looked at a number of these where a request to not meet the requirements for a type 1 or 2 in high risk watersheds has been granted, but it is a site by site assessment and a case by case determination. So it's not written in stone that you will have to put in a type 1 or a type 2 over potentially a very small ephemeral or intermittent watercourse that does have water periodically in there. We look at the habitat structure of that watercourse. We look at the potential of the fish species that are intended to be protected of utilizing that habitat. And then we also look at what that habitat contributes to the downstream habitats that it's connected to. So it can be, a waiver can be requested and it can be granted, but again, it is on a site specific basis. The proponent needs to provide the supporting justification for why they believe they do not need to meet that. And if that justification is reasonable and it's rational, and from our perspective, it's not going to result in impacting the recovery of those species, then that waiver can be granted. And I'm not sure if they did clarify if that was the correct question or not.
Uh, I'll have to double check that, but in the meantime,
Okay.
got a few other questions here. So is there some kind of bulletin or similar that highlights MSSC updates?
So any changes to the MSSCs, they are released, and there is a notice that goes out on the EPA website. Um, Normally, I would assume that any proponents that regularly interact with the Public Lands Act, either through representatives of the AER or environment and protected areas, they would be informed at the time if they hadn't been informed that there had been some changes. But they are, if there is any changes, they are released to the EPA website. So, and they would also be released on the AER website as well, because it would affect all parties in Alberta. So I would just say if you're not sure, just do a quick search of the master schedule of standards and conditions. You'll get a page that will come up, and it will have all of the relevant changes that may have been implemented. On the aquatic side, I haven't been engaged since the changes in 2021, so I'm not aware of any potential changes to the master schedule standards and conditions specifically to impacts to the bed and shore. There may have been some changes on the terrestrial side that I'm just not aware of at this point.
Okay. How is the designation Quace acquired?
Wow, that's a loaded question. um, so, I mean, the definition of a quace is defined within the codes of practice. Uh, in general, you have to have a degree or a diploma in a related field to aquatic management. Um, but there is also the condition within that definition of equivalent experience, which is the one that is fairly vague. It does not define what equivalent experience is. We did actually have a conversation around this topic at the Alberta Professional Society or Alberta Society Professional Biologist Conference here in a couple of weeks ago, specifically around the vagueness of quace and what that means. I guess the advice that I would give is technically, if you feel that you have the expertise and you can prove that if you were ever challenged professionally and you have worked around water and you have some experience in regards to the aquatic ecosystem, you could be defined as a quace. There is not a overseeing body that gives you that definition. But my caution would be, given that it's not well defined, if you do not have the required expertise and there is an incident that does occur as a result of your direction, you can be held liable for that as a professional, regardless if you're, a PAG or a PNG or anything like that. I would just caution anybody of undertaking the role of a quace unless they are confident that they do in fact have those expertise to speak with that authority. So that's another area that has been looked at under the code and the updates to it. I can't comment again on where we're going with that, but there is among many in the regulatory side that feel that that definition should be very formal and it should be very clearly stated what the expertise is that you need in order to speak as a quace.
Perfect. So we did receive clarification on that previous question. So meaning, is there a requirement for annual inspections on watercourse crossings for existing dispositions, or just the dispositions that were approved post the change to the SSC.
Oh, I understand now. Okay. So my understanding is that that requirement applies to every watercourse crossing in Alberta that is currently on the landscape. The rationale for that is to ensure that these things are being monitored and that they are still in compliance. And that falls under both the Public Lands Act and under the Water Act, uh, ensuring that there is no impact to the productive capacity. So it does apply to all watercourse crossings in Alberta. That being said, obviously there is an understanding that there's tens of thousands of watercourse crossings in Alberta. Currently under the watercourse crossing program, we've been looking at more of a 3 to 5 year rotating cycle, depending on where those crossings are located, the type of the crossing, the age of it. So ideally, companies should be prioritizing inspections. My recommendation would be that have your field staff trained in doing watercourse crossings inspections. And as they're out working in the field throughout the year, if they use the Survey 123 app, they can do that inspection. It's automatically submitted to the government of Alberta, and that would count as your inspection for that year for that crossing. So where those opportunities can be realized, I would suggest that companies do that. In all honesty, these inspections, when you use the app, are roughly 5 minutes. So to have somebody in the field stop, do an inspection, take the pictures that are required, just to ensure you're in compliance, that seems to be a reasonable approach. Again, I understand though that some companies have thousands of crossings and that might not be feasible. That's just a conversation again that we usually have with each company that we do deal with under the program. In the springtime, we do go through all of the information they've submitted, their remediation plans. We talk to them about aging inspection data, all that sort of thing. So again, the focus right now is trying to get a lot of remediation done as long as all your inspections are complete. Obviously, we would want you to have all of your inspections completed, that for all the crossings that you owned within at least a 5 year horizon. If you do have outstanding inspections that have not been done on existing structures under the program at any point, those should be prioritized and done, just so you have a complete understanding of what potential liability you may have on the landscape. But again, under the potential changes to the code, things may become more formal under the actual Water Act, and that will be potentially less up for question in regards to when inspections have to be done.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mike, for your time and for your presentation. And thank you to everyone who asked a question. There was a lot of questions. Awesome to see that much engagement. If your question didn't get answered, again, we will respond to them in written format, and we will have another Q&A session at the end of all the webinars today. So I encourage you to ask your question there again if it didn't get responded. So we're out of time right now, and we're going to move on to our next presentation, Mike Wagner. So Wagner is a registered professional forester and the provincial watercourse crossing coordinator for Alberta Forestry and Parks. He has a he's focused much of his career on understanding watershed management issues in Alberta's watersheds, particularly along the east slopes. His graduate degree in forest hydrology and previous work experience has led to an in-depth understanding of watershed hydrology and how the impacts of human development and natural disturbances modify watershed response in terms of stream flow, water quality, and aquatic ecology. Presently, as the lead of the WCP, his focus is on managing the complexities surrounding the identification and remediation of watercourse crossings found to be fragmenting fish habitats. All right, and without further ado, we will hear from Michael Wagner.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to get my screen sharing set up here. Audio check, screen share check. Good to go.
Yeah, I can hear you. I see your screen, but I don't see your PowerPoint. Oh, there we
Excellent.
go. Perfect.
How does
Now it's up.
that look? Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you very much for having me for today's set of talks on watercourse crossings. As Matthew said, thank you for the introduction. My name is Michael Wagner. I'm the Watercourse Crossing Program Coordinator. Fairly new to this role. I've been in this position for just about 3 months now, so I'm getting my feet out underneath me, and yeah, hoping to deliver an informative presentation on the Watercourse Crossing Program. So just a brief agenda related to my talk this morning. I'm going to give a brief overview of the Watercourse Crossing Program, discuss some of the tools that the program has developed and our approaches for inventory, remediation, and monitoring of watercourse crossings across the province, and then a few examples of our applications in terms of how we target prioritization and remediation, as well as some next steps that we're working on under the program. So today we're all here for a very specific reason in terms of watercourse crossing management. And fundamentally, the Watercourse Crossing Program was created out of the Government of Alberta to get a handle on this widespread legacy issue of poorly maintained and constructed watercourse crossings throughout the province, which are blocking and fragmenting and potentially degrading aquatic habitats. So fragmentation of fish habitat, of course, is related to non-functional or non-compliant watercourse crossings. It's one of the top drivers that we know of, and we're fairly certain on this in terms of our modeling and the science. In terms of watercourse crossings, fragmented, non-compliant crossings contributing to the downward negative trend in our native trout populations, as you can see by these images on the screen. So this issue is large, it's provincial, and it's complex. And so the magnitude of this watercourse crossing problem is quite significant across the entire province of Alberta. We have approximately 40% of our crossings across the province are not functioning properly, either as a result of impeding fish passage or contributing excessive amounts of erosion and sedimentation to our watercourses across the province. It's a complex problem, fundamentally speaking, not only due to its size and scope, but also the overlapping mandates of regulators within the provincial regulatory system, as well as federally speaking with DFO. This includes legislation, but also it's compounded by the diversity of crossing owners that we have across the landscape, including stewardship groups. So we have privately held watercourse crossings, we have publicly held watercourse crossings, and then of course a whole bunch of them occurring on in the wide area of the province on privately owned land, not only publicly owned land. So addressing habitat and fragmentation, just a really brief overview of how this issue has developed over time within the province of Alberta. It's actually only around since in the late 2000s that we have been collectively and collaboratively looking at solutions to address this problem between watercourse crossing owners, as well as bringing together the multiple regulators which are responsible for their mandates across the landscape. So in the late 2000s, we began, having discussions and working together in a collaborative manner. 2012, the Roadway Watercourse Crossing Inspection Manual, which was quite an advancement in terms of standardizing how we're doing watercourse crossing assessments and inspections across the province. In 2015, we had the Remediation Directive, which was newly developed at that time. And then that evolved into the Watercourse Crossing Management Directive in 2020, which is held under the Watercourse Crossing Program and under the Water Act as well. So the main objective of the Watercourse Crossing Program is fundamentally habitat restoration. This is accomplished through several means: education and awareness, coordination between regulators, engaging with our stakeholders and watercourse crossing owners. But fundamentally, it's focused on the identification and targeting of watercourse crossings within priority watersheds, which need to be remediated to expand and reconnect the many kilometers of fish habitat which have been historically shut down. We also, quite a large part of the program, of course, in terms of data management and data solutions is the management of this data, both in terms of um, the gathering of this data, the evaluation of the data in terms of what's being recorded, but also in terms of producing spatial data products to help identify areas which are priorities, management priorities, which we want to target for remediation. We can't start everywhere at once, and so a later slide has touches on this in terms of our prioritization frameworks. So for this slide, what I'm going to do is I'm going to break down each one of these components of the Watercourse Crossing program in the next several slides. So firstly, under our program objectives for education and awareness, we've done a pretty good job in integrating across different departments and agencies within the government of Alberta by developing branding, fact sheets, infographics, postcards. We have a website which you can simply just Google Watercourse Crossing Program and find a whole bunch of resources there. We also have several videos up on the internet. And of course, we've developed a standardized method to collect this data, which Mike Hunt can talk to in terms of our inspection app. We're connected fairly closely to other Government of Alberta programs, including the Native Trout Collaborative, as well as the Alberta Energy Regulator and Public Lands Management, who are all collectively putting efforts into addressing this problem. We also attend public events such as this webinar, which is being hosted by AWC3 today, but also municipal events and trade shows to help communicate our program objectives, best management practices, educational resources, and really what any general member of the public can do, regardless of whether or not they're a crossing owner or not. Okay. In terms of coordinating with regulators, I brought this up in a previous slide, but we've developed a governance structure to help better coordinate collaborative priorities or shared priorities between regulators. This includes the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Environment and Protected Areas, as well as the Alberta Energy Regulator, and of course, Forestry and Parks. This directive was developed in 2015, as I said before, but it's been updated in 2020 under the objectives to create a single coordinated system under our legislative frameworks to manage watercourse crossings. So within the directive, within the directive, this includes minimum inspection standards and reporting requirements, as well as improvements to the front end of our approval systems in terms of not only streamlining approvals, but trying to ensure that there's clarity in terms of the regulatory expectations, as well as to provide, the directive provides a framework to prioritize inspections and remediations of sites based on both annual reporting cycles, but as well as an entire life cycle, end of life cycle approach to watercourse crossing management. So from the identification of the location to the planning and design that meets fish passage requirements, both provincially and federally, to inspection, monitoring, and at the end of the day, remediation or reclamation of those crossings and associated linear features. Okay, so in terms of stakeholder engagement, we have representation on several internal and external committees and task teams, if you want to call them that. We have strong ties and collaborative efforts with the Native Trout Recovery Team and the Species at Risk Recovery Teams in terms of identifying where they see the best efforts being put into place in terms of remediating fragmented fish habitat to gain the most available habitat through remediation. We're also part of the Transportation and Economic Corridors Fish and Wildlife Policy Committee. We engage in discussions regularly with our internal partners and watercourse crossing owners. That also includes municipalities. We have a task team with representation from the regulators and contribute to provincial reviews of proposed changes to federal fisheries and species at risk policy, as well as those associated frameworks, such as the codes of practice, federal codes of practice. We're also working with the Canadian Wildlife Federation and a tool, an interactive tool that they've developed um, that includes watercourse crossing inspections or information, a barriers database that's national in terms of its scope. Um, and this is a parallel initiative, larger in scale, of course, it's national, um, but ultimately working towards the same objectives. A standardized, curated, centralized and open repository for aquatic barrier and connectivity data at a national scale. So quite an important initiative. If you're curious, you can just Google this, the Canadian Aquatic Barriers Database, and it'll pull up their dashboard. You can cruise around the country and see what other folks are doing as well. It's pretty neat. In terms of prioritization, so identification and targeting of priority watersheds within the Watercourse Crossing Directive, as well as the associated information package, we've created tools to identify and target remediation in priority watersheds. And so what we did is we ranked all 403 Huc 8 watersheds within the province of Alberta according to 3 different bins, priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3. This specifically identifies at a provincial scale where we need to put forth enhanced efforts, or we are currently putting enhanced management efforts to bring watercourse crossings into compliance, as well as directly contribute towards species at risk recovery objectives. The high risk watersheds, which aren't being shown here, but they're across these slopes, they're also identified in the Government of Alberta Landscape Analysis Tool, which dictates the high-risk watersheds, the high-risk watersheds layer dictates specific standards and conditions. Mike Hunka spoke to those for crossing construction and remediation. And this zone across these slopes basically closely corresponds to the federally identified critical habitat for our 3 provincially listed species. Those would be West Slope cutthroat trout, Athabasca rainbow trout, and of course our provincial fish, the bull trout. Okay, so in terms of some other aspects of data management and identification of priority remediation sites, we've developed an application called the AABWCI, that's the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Inventory application. And really what the goal of this was ultimately is to standardize the assessments of watercourse crossing monitoring techniques, as well as to centralize and streamline the data submission or data intake process. And so what this does ultimately is it puts the tools in the hands of the users or the owners and is available to anybody, including the public, stewardship groups, crossing owners, and regulators, right? So we had developed an early version of this, was developed and tested in April of 2020. I actually believe it was 2022, but it was rebranded under the same concept, but we moved to the Survey 123, which is an Esri RPIS supported platform. Very easy to use, no training required. The questions are simple, and you can see a screenshot of one of the questions in terms of general information. What type of crossing is it? Are there concerns related to erosion, or sediment and erosion control, or maintenance? If you click no concerns, that's pretty much the end of the story. If you click concerns, it identifies another screen is identified, which brings up a more detailed series of questions to help us quantify what exactly the issues are related to either fish passage, maintenance, or erosion and sediment. So ultimately, this is a streamlined approach to our data intake process, and it makes my job a little bit easier in terms of the submission process because the data comes in as it's collected, and it's stored in a central repository where we can apply some of our modeling approaches, which I'll show in the next slide. Okay, so this is what one of our end user spatial data products look like. This is an internal watercourse crossing program mapping application. Basically, what we can do with this is we can analyze the data that's being submitted, either through the Survey 123 app or through other means, like a bulk data submission. Spatial geodatabase, tabular-based formats are fine. But what we can do is we can analyze the data to identify where we still have data gaps, so where we're missing inspections, um, which would need to be inspected and documented. Um, but as well as it can identify where there's fish passage concerns, and we can estimate where we're going to get the greatest gains in terms of the amount of the length of habitat in terms of kilometers, which we'd be gaining by fixing these stream crossings. This has also enabled us to identify and direct dedicated remediation funds to get a handle on the legacy issue related to Crown-held watercourse crossings. So this is an example, it's just enlarged, but it's an example of our prioritization remediation model that we're using. This crossing in particular, which is denoted, well, there's two here, denoted by redfish, the larger one. The redfish, obviously, there's a fish passage issue, and then we highlight the length of stream, which is identified to be impacted. And so this is this crossing in particular is owned, held by the Crown in the Upper Oldman River, and it's impeding, about 10 and a half kilometers of habitat. So these same tools that you're looking on this slide are really used to identify targets where we want to do inspections or fill in the data gaps, but it also provides a mean to identify recent works or submissions by watercourse crossing owners that we would like to audit as regulators. But we can also use this to evaluate the effectiveness of remediation plans, support compliance actions, and develop auditing frameworks where needed. Same theme here. The same tools are used to target where to inspect and audit watercourse crossing across the landscape, as I said before. But these tools, ultimately what we can do is we're creating efficiencies for our frontline staff in terms of sending both owners of watercourse crossings as well as the regulators to the highest risk sites. So this increases our efficiencies in the field, as well as allows us to target remediation efforts where they are needed most. So this platform is used to systematically evaluate the effectiveness of crossing order remediation plans, and also supports compliance actions where they're needed, of course. And so these four panels, these four images that that are on the screen here, the top red is just the provincial map of what you saw before. So we can produce maps and summary updates of where we have fish passage issues, where we have inspection gaps, and where we of course have compliance of these watercourse crossings, denoted by green fish. Of course, green fish are happy, red fish are not so happy. But when you click on this map, this internal mapping application, when you click on one of these data points, it brings up an image, such as what you see in the top right, which is basically the inspection summary of the watercourse crossing. And what we've done is we can view individual inspection reports, but they're also organized in chronological order. So what you can see is the entire history of what was found during the watercourse crossing inspection. If there's fish habitat concerns, fish connectivity concerns, or if there's observations related to sediment. And if pictures are taken, these pictures are also available to be viewed within this inspection summary. On the bottom left, we have another product. And so what we can do is more focused on species at risk prioritization and recovery planning. But on the bottom left panel, we can generate reports of watershed summaries at that Huck 8 scale that show the status of our data in terms of our current inventory, and specifically identify which watercourse crossings are impacting the most habitat by length. The panel on the bottom right is a blurry snippet of an individual owner summary. So we also have the ability to produce reports for each individual disposition holder, and tabulate and organize their inventory of watercourse crossings by Huck 8 watershed. And so these individual owner summaries show all crossings, their status, when it was last inspected, its condition, the dates that the crossing is being planned for remediation if problems are observed, as well as which sites are being selected for auditing. So these reports are provided to companies after the November 30th data submission intake. So we're in the middle of the quality assurance of the submitted data, and we're running our models to be producing updated reports for all of the disposition holders across the province. These get emailed to them, and then we sit down and we discuss the current status as well as any plans for remediation. And so these reports are distributed twice a year to program members and or the associated regulators. Yeah, and so this information is used in a summary format to evaluate an owner's performance towards meeting their goal identified under the directive, or even just highlighting their overall environmental risk or liabilities that they have on the landscape. So it's quite a useful tool. So the red lines are obviously sites where stream crossings have been done, where there are concerns noted for fish passage. The blue highlighted sites, so we've color coded these, right? The blue highlighted sites are watercourse crossings owner that come up on our disposition layer that haven't been inspected, so there's no inspections within the immediate area nearby. The yellow highlighted rows are crossings that do have inspections, but maybe they're getting a little bit long in the tooth. And so we've used that 5-year. So if you haven't inspected your site within the last 5 years, they're identified as yellow. And you're encouraged to go back and look at that site to see if anything's changed. And then what you can see here is we've also got another colored row, which is purple, which identifies both to the regulator and owner which sites will be audited in the upcoming year. And then of course blank unshaded rows identify watercourse crossings where there's no concerns. And all of this information is available using our internal mapping application. So here's a summary of the ownership of high-risk crossings, and as you can see, it's a shared responsibility in terms of ownership over the problem. So we're in this game together for sure. The compliance and auditing actions for oil and gas, municipalities, forestry, and transportation economic corridors are coordinated by the regulators, so that'd be AER and our public lands officer. And looking at the report cards that I showed on the previous slide, what it does is it enables us to look at the performance of individual crossings as well as the overall performance of companies relative to others. So we can rank company A to company B in terms of highlighting where they sit in terms of the larger landscape. From a Government of Alberta perspective, our largest watercourse crossing owner is Transportation and Economic Corridors. Factoid of the day, they've inspected over 80% of their crossings located in these high-risk areas, and we have remediation planning currently underway, as well as allocated dedicated remediation funding out of the Watercourse Crossing Program, as our Deputy Minister identified. In terms of transportation and economic corridors, we've got a good track record of allocating dedicated funding for the remediation of large infrastructure projects. On the left-hand panel, you can see a before and after of McHugh Creek, certainly an improvement over the previous condition. And what we're going to do is we're going to continue to build upon these past plans and successes and work toward updating our capital remediation projects on an annual workflow cycle. And this is supported through, as I said before, dedicated infrastructure funding out of the Watercourse Crossing Program. We also have a remediation grant program for municipalities, a capital grant program, which is actually set to end at the end of this fiscal year, but we're hoping to get continued funding. We've seen considerable uptake by counties and municipal districts with multiple large and small projects being addressed over the last 3 to 4 years. So this has been quite a successful program. And work is currently underway. Several projects are currently being planned, or we've just finished up remediation in several other areas. But work continues nonetheless. So next steps, a little bit of this was touched on, but in terms of next step, the program is continuing to be involved in policy development and seeking alignment between sector-specific regulations or regulators. Currently, we're working on, it's in the queue, but updates to the Water Act Code of Practice for Watercourse Crossing. We're developing strategy, currently developing a strategy to bring all of the recreational trails under our management into compliance under the directive, which is really no small feat. Back of the napkin estimates is we have more than 1,600 recreational trail crossings in high-risk watersheds, with less than 15% of them actually having inspection data. So this is something that we certainly have to catch up on. But it's new to the program, and so I'm looking forward to tackling that challenge. And lastly, continue to apply for dedicated remediation funding for Crown-owned watercourse crossings. And then looking into the future, we started doing this. My predecessor started doing this. We've been working together for quite some time, but we're continuing to develop and test new tools to quantify and capture both erosion and sediment hazard. Okay, so I guess that brings up the end of my talk. So thank you. Any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Take out your smartphone. You can capture these 2 QR codes, depending on if you have an Apple or an Android. But these QR codes will take you to download the Survey 123 app on your device. And then the second QR code is links to our ArcGIS Survey 123 based Alberta Watercourse Crossing Inventory app. So download it, play around with it, submit some inspections, and participate in this monumental initiative. So thank you very much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Michael, for that presentation. Just wait for some questions to filter in here.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, so it looks like we have a few coming in here. Is
Okay.
there a focus on removing watercourse crossings that are unnecessary, example, abandoned crossings, to reduce the cost and effort required to manage these in Alberta?
A short answer would be yes. One of the difficulty lies in identifying which watercourse crossings have lapsed in terms of ownership, and then figuring out a strategic plan at a watershed scale to fund the remediation of these. So we do have some opportunities on the horizon or the near horizon, which could facilitate an increased rate of restoration or removal of orphaned, if I can use that term, orphan dispositions. And that would be through discussions that we're having both with provincial and federal regulators, DFO in particular, about being able to provide these unowned assets, which are preventing fish passage, as offsetting opportunities. And that's all I can really say at this point in time. But yeah, we are very well aware of this issue, and we're seeking some management solutions to address those.
Okay, perfect. What do some work projects look like? How does one become more involved in the process of remediating abandoned culverts?
I touched on that in the previous question. So abandoned, I'm assuming that question comes from, there's no track record of ownership over these crossings. Really, fundamentally what the goals of the program are to address these through a life cycle based approach. So we need to be able to identify where they are. And so we've been successful with that in terms of creating a predicted watercourse crossings layer, but also getting people out on the landscape to be able to assess them and determine if there's issues related to them. And then, the next step would be to prioritize them and put them on the list for remediation.
Okay, perfect. All right. Who will be responsible for performing inspections on trails?
Yeah, that's a great question. So these are this is obviously an internal program, and currently right now, what the Watercourse Crossing program is doing in partnership with the recreation program, the REAL program, is developing frameworks where we can standardize the data collection and inventory. So looking at the ABWCI app, the answer might seemingly be easy, just use our app, but there's a whole bunch of other information which is being created and collected by our recreation partners in terms of signage and infrastructure and trail condition. And so how we're proposing on doing this is basically just similar to Appendix 6 in the crossing owner information package. We're providing a standardized schema by which they can collect the data to, so it facilitates a more streamlined intake of those data processes. Yeah, and that's well underway. A little bit more developed in the southern part of the province, but it is moving north at quite a rapid pace.
If a crossing is reported through the ABWCI app, is it anonymous, and how is the owner notified? What if the crossing is reported as being non-compliant, but actually is compliant? Will these
Yeah,
individuals be removed?
sorry to interrupt, Matthew. Yeah,
Oh,
that's a
no
great
worries.
question. So anybody can collect the data using our app. When a crossing is found to be out of compliance during our internal data review process, and that's why photos are so valuable to us. So if a crossing is identified to be causing sediment or fish passage concerns, we really rely on some of those data to be able to identify the severity of the problem in alignment with the questions that were responded to. So we have an internal QA/QC process, and situations do occur where you have like a general member of the public or a non-governmental organization doing crossings on inspections on a disposition because they're already out there, or they've identified that specific area as a watershed where they want to do some stewardship activities on. Ultimately, what that would do is if it was missed during the QA/QC process and it was identified as a problem, but it may in fact not be a problem, that would be identified in the owner summary report. And then, when we sit down with the watercourse crossing owners, we have a discussion about sites of interest, maybe sites where there's information missing or there's some uncertainty in terms of the final conclusion. But ultimately, that can fall back to the watercourse crossing owner to validate that site. So a great example is the work that we've done over the past winter in terms of we've identified watercourse crossings through the intersection of dispositions, spatial data, and stream layers. But in fact, many of these, like in the north western portion of the province, are winter roads and basically crossings which are just frozen in. And so we allow the owner of the disposition or watercourse crossing to be able to go back into our system and identify that that is, for example, a winter crossing, and there's in fact no crossing structure present. And then it changes the report when it's generated, but it fundamentally changes the map that it's been assessed. I hope that answered your question.
Next question is data collected using Survey 123 accessible prior to receiving the annual report card? That is, accessible for remediation planning purposes at all times of the year?
That's a good question. So in some senses it is, and in some senses it isn't, right? So when we generate those reports, that is really the source of truth for that. We generate those reports twice a year. When we generate those reports, we update our entire data systems, right? So we regenerate the stream network to identify which streams are going to be colored red and which streams aren't going to be colored red in terms of fish passage. If you're using the Survey 123 app as an individual, so as an individual, I can go out to the site, I can do a dozen or so inspections and submit them through the Survey 123 app. They stay on my device, so I can look at them in terms of the data that I've collected. But currently, right now, we don't have the ability for the collector or the owner who is collecting data to be able to pull that information off in a complete file format. So this question was actually brought up to me last week, and I thought it was an interesting question in terms of companies who may have hired a third party to collect the information for them, and they would like to see those watercourse crossing inspections before they're submitted by the consultant. And so I think there's a little bit of room for improvement there, but currently our systems are are developed in terms of generating that prioritizing framework twice a year.
Okay, perfect. We have a few minutes left here, so I'll ask one more question. How many
Sure.
municipal how many municipalities outside of high priority watersheds are routinely inspecting watercourses?
Oh, that's a good question. Um, I don't know if I can answer that question. So the we've got quite a few municipalities and counties across the province who are um, participating in the collection of data from an internal perspective. So they are sending their employees out to do these inspections. Their road management department. Um, Last summer, we ran a field program to help supplement some of the inventory that was lacking on municipal held watercourse crossings. So we hired some summer crossing technicians to go out and help supplement some of that information. But fundamentally, it's based on sitting down with the municipalities, understanding, helping them get a grasp, an understanding of where their liabilities or watercourse crossing on the landscape, and then encouraging them to allocate some resources towards filling in those gaps in terms of the inventory, and then we take it from there. But historically speaking, as of last summer, we have supplemented the work of some of the municipalities who hadn't been doing comprehensive data collection.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Michael, for your time today. Yeah, looks like we're
Thank
out
you.
of time. And yeah, we have a few questions left, but again, we can get to those at a later date.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, so we'll go ahead and move along to our next presentation. So our next presentation is on AER water and fisheries compliance programs. It is presented by Angela and Cameron. So Angela has worked in the consulting world as a fisheries fisheries biologist for over 20 years. She is the senior inspector for water and fisheries at the Alberta Energy Regulator. Cameron has been an inspector with AER for 11 years with a focus on water-related activities. Their presentation will cover the AER compliance program, focus for water and fisheries within the province, compliance tool, common trends and watercourse crossings of temporary surface pipelines for water conveyance. Right, and now we will hear from Angela and Cameron. Just need to make you guys
Thanks.
presenters here.
Sure. Thank you.
I guess which one of you guys has the presentation? Is it Cameron or Angela?
Angela.
Okay.
Angela does. All right. Can you see my screen all right?
Yeah, we can see your screen there.
Perfect. All right. So my name is Angela Battage, and Cameron Ames is going to join me for this presentation. So thank you for that introduction, Matthew. I run the compliance program for water and fisheries over at the Alberta Energy Regulator. And Cam, would you like to say a few words?
Good morning. I actually don't see this presentation anywhere on my screen. I'm wondering if I'm missing
Oh,
something. But okay,
uh,
Should
that's okay.
pop up.
We can continue.
okay. So I'll jump in there. So Alberta Energy Regulator, our mandate is to look after oil and gas in the province. We look after oil and gas and coal and now a few minerals. So the way that it works between ourselves and the Government of Alberta is Government of Alberta creates the policy, then it's our mandate to protect the environment, including water. So Government of Alberta looks after water for non-oil and gas activity, and we look after oil and gas activities, so we work very closely together. But we take our leadership from Government of Alberta, and then we create the rules to enforce that policy. So we're involved with water that's involved with energy development. So this summer, it was a very dry summer, as we all know. We had a lot of things going on in the water world. So an example of how it works between Government of Alberta and Alberta Energy Regulator is that we have temporary diversion licenses. So a company can apply to divert a certain amount of water for use in the energy sector. Government of Alberta creates a policy to say whether or not we can grant that water, and if we can, then we go out and make sure that the water is in fact being used as they said it was going to be used, that they're diverting it at the right rate, from the right source, for the right purpose, following all the rules and all the conditions in their temporary diversion license. As a regulator, our job absolutely includes compliance. So we call it the integrated compliance assurance approach. We have the requirements given to us by the Government of Alberta, and then we set the rules. From there, we have a variety of tools in our tool belt to make sure that compliance is verified. So we can promote compliance, we can do education, we can talk with industry, we can do brochures, we can do a variety of techniques to make sure that people are getting the information they need. And on site, depending on how serious an incident is or a non-compliance is, we can promote compliance through either a non-compliance or through education. Verifying compliance is a big part of our jobs as inspectors. We try to prevent non-compliance, and then if we do find non-compliance, we go ahead and deal with that. So enforcement is also a big part of our jobs. Particularly with the Water and Fisheries program, which is my area of expertise, we do inspections and audits to make sure that people are complying with water in the province. So my inspection program, I have several inspectors that are water and fisheries experts around the province in each field office, and our focused program looks at watercourse crossings, term licenses, so these are licenses that are longer than 1 year. Temporary diversion licenses, these are the temporary, meaning less than 1 year. Water Act authorizations, so that could be anything from a company that's building a road or a well site in a wetland, or perhaps they're doing a longer term Water Act remediation project. Codes of practice for pipelines, for hydrostatic testing, watercourse crossings, and we also look after referrals and complaints that are received into field centers. So I'll go a little more into depth on each of those, but the other thing that we've added into our water and fisheries program this year are temporary surface water pipelines for water conveyance. So Cam's going to talk a little bit about that, but this year we had some changes in our pipeline directive, and so that's also been added into our inspection program. So our inspection program includes our inspectors going out and proactively looking at sites. Of course, we can't look at every single site every single year. So we base our inspection program on a variety of risk factors. Some of them are randomly chosen. So we can look at trends. We can see if certain non-compliances are increasing, decreasing. That helps us decide where we're going to focus our time. If we see a trend where, for instance, in term licenses, we're seeing a lot of non-compliances, we can be fairly nimble from year to year and switch our focus to focus more on whatever the source of non-compliance might be. We also have our audit team. They will look at they will look at a variety of these topics. and they will follow up more looking from a paperwork stance. So was everything done that needed to be done? So for instance, with a code of practice, in order to put in a culvert in the province, Mike Hunka talked about that in particular. You need to submit a code of practice notification 14 days before you begin the work. Our inspectors will go out during the work to make sure that everything is being done properly, that they're complying with the code of practice, that there's no sediment and erosion concerns, that there's no fish passage concerns, and that the crossing has been installed properly to ensure fish passage. Our audit team might pick up that file or a different file afterwards, and they'll go back and do more of a paper audit where did the engineering plans get submitted? Were they sufficient? Were any other requirements met? So together, our audit team and our inspection team do a great job of making sure that all these different elements are being looked after. Watercourse crossings in particular, Mike did a great job of talking about our watercourse crossing program, the watercourse crossing directive, and the Survey 123 app. So our inspectors also use that Survey 123 app that Mike talked about. It's great. It's very, very friendly for people who are not necessarily water experts. Anybody can use it, but in particular, our inspectors do use it. So we go out on site, we pull up our Survey 123 app. It's got GIS data that can be used on or offline. And we go through the app and look at both fish passage and erosion concerns and any other problems that we're seeing on site. How we choose our watercourse crossings. If a company has become a member of the watercourse crossing program, we do not proactively go out and inspect their crossings. Part of being a member of the watercourse crossing program is that you have agreed to look after your own watercourse crossings. So to make sure that people are being good members and are following all the rules of the directive, we require that the data is submitted on November 30th. So last weekend was a very busy weekend. Last week was very busy as everybody started to gather all their data and get it submitted into both Mike Wagner and myself. Then Mike will go through and get it on the map that he showed you, and then we'll produce what I affectionately call the report cards that he had showed you in the last presentation. So after November 30th, I will go through those report cards and start looking at it, and then Mike Hunka and I will start to meet with companies. We require the companies to also submit a remediation plan for every crossing that they have deemed as non-compliant. Those remediation plans have to be in by March 31st of each year. So after March 31st, Mike Hunka and I will get together with each company and review both their report cards and their remediation plans. So we make sure that companies are headed in the right direction, that they are in fact getting out there and doing their inspections, and that their remediation plans make sense. Are they spending the money and the time and the resources in the right high priority watersheds? So our priority is based on the high priority watersheds Mike Wagner talked about, stroller order 2 and above. Companies may have a variation from those priorities, trying to make most efficient use of their resources. So at that point, when we get together, companies will explain what they want to do and why they want to do it. And generally, if it makes sense and seems sufficient, then they can go ahead with that plan. We also do get out and look at member crossings through the code of practice notifications just to make sure that those remediations are going well and are successful. If companies are not members of the watercourse crossing program, then we do proactively look at their crossings. So we do go out for non-member companies, and we do have an inspection program that we choose at the beginning of the year and proactively check their crossings. That helps not only to encourage companies to become members, but it also makes sure that non-members are also complying with the code of practice, that they're out there monitoring their sites, and that they're fixing anything that has become non-compliant. The Watercourse Crossing Management Directive, of course, right now is voluntary, and I won't talk a whole bunch about it because Mike Wagner did a great job of covering it. But currently, we have 47 member companies that are AAR regulated, which is excellent. So the great majority of companies, especially companies that have crossings in those high priority areas, are members in good standing of the Watercourse Crossing Management Directive, which is a huge accomplishment for the province. We receive that watercourse crossing data, we review remediation plans, and we provide feedback. We also audit those data submissions. So in January and February especially, we go through and we pick 10% of the crossings that have been submitted that have been labeled as compliant. I will then go through and review those and ensure that what oil and gas companies are calling compliant agrees with what I would call compliant. And then that is part of this discussion after March is are we happy with the data submissions and are we on the same page for compliance? Again, just to reiterate what Mike Wagner said, the Survey 123 app is excellent. It's super easy to use. We encourage companies, we encourage public, we encourage whoever would like to submit information. Once you hit the submit button, it goes right over to the GOA map and it is included. So again, it doesn't take a high level expertise, but it is important that people understand what fish passage means, what erosion is. And in particular, fish passage, we allow the member companies to deal with themselves. They give us a timeline, they give us a plan, we review it. If my inspectors are out and about and they drive over a bridge or over a culvert and they say an erosion issue, whether or not that company is a member or not, erosion is a non-starter. We require companies to fix erosion immediately because it can be immediately life-threatening to fish and fish habitat. Sediment can be very dangerous depending on the life stage. Watercourse crossing survey. So here's an example. Mike Wagner again showed a great example of this, but this is the level of summary that we get to have with the companies. So we can see when it was last inspected, we can see what the results of that inspection were, and we can see whether it's a happy green fish, a red angry fish, and just a really neat feature that now we can understand what effect these companies are having on the province, how many kilometers of upstream habitat. It also helps the companies make decisions. So if they have 2 culverts in the same priority area and one culvert will open up 10 kilometers of watershed and another culvert will open up 2 kilometers of watershed, these are just great tools for both the regulators and the companies themselves to help make decisions and make sure that we're doing our best to improve fish habitat in the province. When we do get a non-compliance, so when we see a hanging culvert or an erosion problem, we continuously review our compliance results. We look for those trends. We look for those common non-compliances. We listen to public concerns, complaints, federal concerns. Department of Fisheries and Oceans for sure has input into our provincial program. We make sure that we're responding to those compliances. As a company, once they have a crossing that is non-compliant, a process is started. So the inspection is done. When we complete an inspection, we consider it for triage. Triage has a few criteria that if that non-compliance meets that criteria, we're going to send it into an investigation team. And now this has become a bigger issue where we're involving more things. There may be a long-term investigation and there may be a larger outcome. The way that we communicate with our companies is through DDS, our digital data submission. So companies will receive a notice of non-compliance, and in that it will have specific instructions about what we expect from that company to address the non-compliance. Generally, we expect the company to produce a plan for how they're going to fix the non-compliance. So in the case of a culvert, we expect them to come up with an immediate action plan that they're going to get a quace out to site within a month, and they're going to develop a remediation plan. Then once that remediation plan comes in, we'll have a look at it and make sure it makes sense, and then the company will go ahead with that. The other piece of compliance is we'd want to make sure that we don't have repeat offenders, that we don't have the same non-compliances. So part of that addressing that non-compliance is to make sure that it's not going to happen again. Then the company completes work. If it's up to the satisfaction of the inspector, then the file is closed and we continue on our merry way. Cam, I'll hand over to you. Can you now see the screen, or did you want to share, or what would work
Yeah,
best?
can you hear me, Angela?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so on to the next slide there. Thank you. So for the last 11 years, the AER has conducted inspections on water diversion activities. And prior to November of 2023, there wasn't much focus on the infrastructure used to move that water. In November of 2023, the AER published Directive 77, which is the pipeline requirements and reference tools. Within Section 8 of that document, it addresses requirements for temporary surface pipelines for water conveyance. These are commonly referred to as a TSPW. It addresses items such as notification requirements to the AER, documentation, and technical requirements. The intent of these requirements is to protect human health and the environment. So the purpose of this presentation today is not to take a comprehensive dive into Directive 77. It's more just to raise awareness, as I know a lot of individuals who are on the phone and online may cross, from watercourse crossings into the water conveyance as well. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to share a couple of slides with you with some example pictures, things that AER inspectors are looking at while we're out driving around and doing our inspections on water diversion activities. So circled on the picture are signs and whip checks. So signs are required to be placed along the route of the TSPW, and they contain information on company, emergency number, the substance in the pipeline, and any other hazards. The purpose for this is that if a member of the public were to notice a hazard with the line, the signs provide them with the information needed to have the responsible party respond and take the necessary actions. The whip checks, the other items circled in that picture, or they can be some other type of suitable restraint. They're required to prevent decoupled pipe ends from becoming a safety hazard in the event of failure. Next slide. Let's talk about the watercourse crossings. So when crossing a flowing water body, the AER wants to see the TSPW crossing to be above the water. Why is this? Well, quite simply, it allows operators to check for leaks. So most common examples are crossings at bridges or culvert locations, or like in the photo below, placing a temporary single span platform over the water body. Next slide. Let's talk about what we don't want to see while we're out doing our inspections. So circled in red, this is an example of a floating TSPW in a creek. The license holder is unable to verify that the line does not have any leaks. Floating lines could also create navigation hazards on navigable waters. So coincidentally, in this same picture, you can see that there is what we call bridge hangers, where there is a TSPW hanging off the side of the bridge. But in this particular instance, the company had run a secondary line through the creek using a float system, and that is what we do not want to see. Thanks, Angela.
You're welcome. Any questions?
Sorry, I was muted there. Yeah, so it looks like we have some questions coming in here. Let me just share my screen. All right, so will this application work on any watercourse crossing in BC or Saskatchewan?
The application?
Uh, yeah, that was the question.
Oh, the survey
I think
123.
yeah,
So the
survey
survey
123.
123 it is a generic watercourse crossing inspection form, but there's very specific regulations in BC and Saskatchewan. So this is specifically developed for Alberta watercourse crossings.
Okay. Uh, Next question. How does one become involved or join and volunteer with AER?
So Alberta Energy Regulator, we don't have a volunteer program. We're a regulator. We do absolutely hire summer students. So if anybody is in college or university and is interested, it's a great way to see some different sides of the regulator. And we hire all kinds of summer students. So we hire a water summer student. We hire public lands students. So keep an eye out. In January, they usually get those postings out. So not necessarily a volunteer position, but we do constantly have employment positions. And if you're not in college or university, we're always hiring. So keep an eye on our website.
Perfect. Our next question, are temporary crossings or expected to be inspected using the ABWCI app? If so, are there any time frame requirements involved? For example, a temp crossing for construction that will only last a few days.
No, temporary crossings are covered by the Code of Practice, and they're exactly that. They're temporary. So we don't expect companies to be including this in their inventory. We do expect them to be inspecting them while they're using them and making sure they're taken out in a timely manner. Cam, would you add anything else to that?
I would not add anything else. No, you summarized that well. Again, the focus is on those permanent structures.
Okay. If a company has non-compliance issues in the past, are they flagged for more regular audits and inspections?
Yeah, great question. That is absolutely part of why we review non-compliances, and that can absolutely be a factor. So some of the reasons that we might increase inspections on a company is because they are a poor performer, that they have a history of non-compliances. Absolutely.
Okay. Do the 47 member companies contract out their inspections or are they done in-house?
We have a large variety. Lots of the companies do contract out to a QACE or to a environmental contractor. Lots of the companies do it themselves. So it's a real mix as long as they're able to meet the requirements of the directive. They are all successful.
Okay. Are whip checks required on every segment of hose?
Cam, I'll let you take that one.
Yeah, the Directive 77 does currently state that all connections do require a whip check. I know ones where we haven't enforced that would be, say, on the suction side of things, where a hazard doesn't really exist in the event that one of those connections became separated. But yeah, otherwise, if you have a pressurized hose, we do want to see that whip check installed.
Okay. We just got more questions coming in here. Can you please comment on some of the differences in fish passage design approach, such as 3Q10 velocity matching, ATEC procedures, and what we as practitioners should be following in our designs?
I'll be a little bit generic on my answer. Really, our job as a regulator are just to make sure that companies are meeting the requirements of the regulations. So the Water Act, the Code of Practice, whatever it might be. So we don't say yay or nay to a design. We allow the company to do what they think will meet it, and then they will. Then, if it doesn't meet it, then we have a problem. So there's lots of different varieties of techniques out there. Some companies are meeting the 1 in 10 flow. Some are going 1 in 25. Some companies are even starting to go 1 in 50 because we're having all these very strange environmental floods, fires, drought, all of the craziness. Companies are starting to get a little more cautious, get away from culverts, get more into bridges and arches. So we don't really tell you how to do it. We just want you to achieve it. There's some great resources out there. AWC3 had just put out the Watercourse Crossing Guidebook, some great resources in there. Cam, would you add anything else to that?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would add is, as an inspector, when I'm taking a look at a compliance file, perhaps where there has been, an inadequate structure installed in the past, I am I'm using some of our internal subject matter experts, like our fisheries biologists, to also assist in the review of that. So, I agree with what you said, Angela. Sometimes it can be a crossing by crossing, case by case basis. That has to include specific information for that crossing. And we'll do a review from our end to make sure that it meets that compliance, and then also bring in some SMEs to make sure that it does meet the intent as well.
Great. Our next question, how does a company become a member of the AWC3?
So the policy is on, or sorry, the directive is online, and I can send out a link if anybody wants to contact me or Mike Wagner. We can send you information, but it's basically reading the watercourse crossing directive and agreeing that you will follow that directive voluntarily. And then if you're an oil and gas company, let me know that you would like to become a member, and I will add you to the list. And I see a follow-up question, is an environmental consultant able to register as a company? You're not able to become a member company, but you can register as a service provider. As a service provider, our member companies are invited regularly to touch bases, to report cards, et cetera, et cetera. So you would then be involved in that email out invite list. To become an environmental consultant service provider, we just need to see some sort of resume that shows that you do have experience as a QASN with watercourse crossings. And again, that can come directly to myself or the AER watercourse crossing email.
Okay, perfect. And there was a follow-up question to that, it looks like. Are the service providers members listed for industry to view?
We don't have it publicly available. It's more of an email list for me. If companies ask for it, I don't think there would be a problem in sharing it. But right now, there's not a huge benefit to being on that list because we don't publish it. But again, you do get invited into the watercourse crossing member meetings.
Okay, we have another question here. How does the AER influence policy on waterway crossing? Is policy written top down, or does your organization individuals have influence that allow for change with existing legislature?
So policy comes from GOA, of course. We do have influence. We do share information. We do share trends. We do have government liaisons. So Pat Marriott is our main GOA contact, is our AER person who's the main GOA contact with water related matters. So we do provide information. I don't know, influence might be a bit strong, but we absolutely provide as much information as we can. And when we see trends, when we see complaints, when we see that sort of thing, and when we're asked for input, we absolutely participate as best we can. So like Mike Hunka was talking about, we participated in those changes to the code of practice that we're still waiting on. So influence might be strong, but we do provide as much information as possible and input as asked.
Okay. Our next question is, will circular culverts ever be phased out completely?
We're doing lots of things with the master schedule of conditions and code of practice and that I don't think that circular culverts will ever be phased out. They still do have a purpose. There are still certain locations where they may be the best or the only possible method. Circular culverts were definitely meant to be more of a temporary crossing than a long-term crossing, but it's really, we do more things to encourage companies to put in crossings that are going to last. If they put in a culvert that's the wrong size, at the wrong angle, that's not embedded, they're going to be fighting with that culvert, and it's going to cost them a lot more money long run than if they put in a proper culvert or a proper arch or a proper bridge. So I don't see a place where we're going to phase them out. Mike Hunka talked about certain locations where you are now not allowed to put in a culvert, but I think culverts will always have a bit of a place.
Right. As an individual, whether a member of the public or a worker, are encouraged to report potential non-compliance with industry standards to the AER. If so, what are the communication procedures?
Yeah, absolutely. If anybody sees anything out on the landscape, whether it's oil and gas related, whether it's municipality related, whether it's rail related, people are encouraged to phone those non-compliances in. So we have an environmental hotline. When you call that, if it's a provincial concern, it will be triaged, and the the person who answers the call will either send it over to GOA or they'll send it over to us. So Cam, do you happen to have that number handy? Or could you look it up while I continue to
Or Edge
blather on? Yeah, please.
is 1-800-222-6514. Again, that's
So
1-800-222-6514.
anybody is encouraged to report anything they see out on the landscape. When you call it into Edge, it can be anonymous, or you can include your name. If you do it anonymously, nobody will know who did it, but you also don't get to follow up. So our inspector can ask any follow-up questions or let you know what is being done as the matter continues. Whereas if you phone it in and leave your name and number, you'll be followed up with an inspector and they'll let you know what's going on with that. So absolutely, people are encouraged to phone in anything they see. If you see something federally, you can always call that into the federal emergency number. Cam, anything you would add to that?
No, that was a great summary, Angela.
Perfect. Well, thank you both for your time today and for your wonderful presentation. I think we're going to take about a 4 minute and 30-second break here until our next write down. Got to be precise. So yeah, we'll take a quick break and then we'll come back at 11:20 for our next presentation, which is request for review procedures.
Great. Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
Everyone, bye.
All right, so we'll go ahead and get started here again. All right, so our next presentation is by Shauna uh, Derlekwich. So Shauna is a senior biologist with Triage and Planning, Fish and Fish Habitat Protection Program in the Ontario and Prairie region of Fisheries and Oceans, Canada. Over the past 6 years, she has worked on projects with the Linear Development, Mining, Oil and Gas, and Triage and Planning teams. Her focus over the past 3 years as senior biologist with the DFO's Enhanced Referral Team has included leading her team in the review of files submitted by proponents enrolled in the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Program. This presentation will discuss the correct and incorrect ways to submit a request for review specifically related to the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Program. Topics include timelines, photographs, footprints, and more. The key to a successful submission is to provide the correct and complete information when submitting the request for review and communicating with DFO throughout the process. All right, I will now pass it over to Shauna. Just need to review controls here.
Excellent. Thank you, Matthew.
And there we go. You should be able to share your screen now.
Excellent. Everybody can see my screen right now? Good thumbs up. Right on. Okay, well, good morning, everyone, and thanks for the introduction, Matthew. Really appreciate it. As noted, my name is Shauna Derlikavich, and I'm with the Triage and Planning Group with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. So I'm on a special team, which is called the Enhanced Referral Team, and it's the second level of triage and planning. I work in Edmonton, Alberta, and most of the triage team is actually based out of Burlington, Ontario, which is kind of a unique structure for us. I want to thank the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Collaboration for reaching out and coordinating this presentation on the correct and incorrect referral submissions. What I'm going to do is direct this presentation more to the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Program, which was really good timing to have Mike, and Angela talk before me, and it led into this presentation here. Just a little bit of a fish pun because I'm a fish pun person. Let's dive into the waters and start swimming through these culverts. Okay, there we go. I wanted to open up with a quote about collaboration, and I found this one quite pertinent to all of our jobs. It is in the long history of humankind and animal kind too that those who have learned to collaborate and improvise most effectively have prevailed. Charles Darwin. But we have to take improvise lightly as it still needs to be done correctly. But let's talk about DFO referral submissions. A lot of the questions that come through are, why is my project still sitting in the queue during specific times of the year? What are those common delays that we tend to run into? I'm going to provide an overview presentation of the request for review, but this is going to be from a referral bio review. Any of the information provided is going to be after, kind of once it's during submission and after submission, what we're looking at. If you want to see some presentations that were previously provided, the DFO partnerships team in the webinars of 2021 and 2022 provided Alberta Watercourse Crossing Collaborative information on legislation and how to fill in the RFR. This is more of information on how to get through the process a little bit faster. And we do appreciate any feedback that you could provide us. There'll be an email at the end of the presentation that everybody could jot down. Okay, timelines. Timelines are a big thing. So you want to submit early as possible because the correct way to do this, you want to plan ahead. Culvert replacements don't happen overnight. A lot of planning goes into them. And with the timelines, with us in Ontario and Prairie Region, we look at 4 different provinces. There's Alberta that submits, Saskatchewan that submits, Manitoba, and Ontario. And we can't really guarantee those timelines as we go through. For example, the floods and fires that happened in June of 2023, all of those emergency files ended up going to the top of the queue because they were actual emergencies on site. The other files had to actually sit and wait, and that's why we could get backlogged in different times of year, and we don't fully understand when we're going to get those backlogs because of some of these emergencies. Following the timing windows that are present on our Projects Near Water website, in Alberta, they're called restricted activity periods. So Mike Hunka talked about this a little bit earlier in his presentation. But what we're looking for is approximately about 60 to 90 days for the request review submissions. That said, maybe it takes longer, maybe it's shorter, but it all comes down to that seasonal variability. Between October and February, that's your actual best time to submit within that green box there. And yes, sometimes it seems a little bit onerous to how long does it take to get through the files. When we're in our slow period of time, it's a little bit easier for us bios to get through because we're not swamped with a lot of stuff that happens in the spring and the summer. But with that caveat, the incorrect side of it, working during those high sensitivity timing windows. We really want to avoid working in that biological sensitive period, the spawning and the rearing, because we want to make sure those projects are timed correctly, and that comes with the timelines of the submission. Providing less than 60 days for the request review, that puts a lot of pressure on the department to get through the files in a timely manner, but we want to make sure we're reviewing them completely and we're not missing anything. Because if you have species at risk present, we also have something called the regulatory clocks. So when you're submitting a species at risk permit, we actually send an email receipt of application for the permit under the Species at Risk Act. DFO actually has 90 legislative days to issue that SARA permit. We'll always strive for earlier, but we do have those legislated 90 days. But again, comes down to that seasonal variability. When we're looking at March to September, those wait times are going to increase substantially because all 4 provinces basically want to start usually in the early spring to the summer. And as you see here, yes, that March to August is a 6-month period, but it all depends on what's going to be happening on the landscape, which we typically can't predict as we look at these files. Request for review form. A lot of you have been using the old form, which is great, but there's a new request for review form that's on the Projects Near Water website. Please have a look at it because National Capital Region has also updated the pathways of effects. Lots of good information on the website, so make sure you take a look. Qualified environmental professional reports attached. Very similar to the Alberta wording, which is qualified aquatic environmental specialist. Those reports will actually give us additional information that may not be covered in the RFR and really helpful for us to see as review bios. What we did at DFO, we specially made an Alberta Watercourse Crossing Program information request. Because we were seeing so many files come in, there was a lot of the similar questions being asked, and we wanted to get a little bit more efficiency. Typically, this includes construction deadlines. Within the RFR, it's not explicit on, we need to get this construction done at this time. That's where we kind of looked at the information request of, let's put that information in there. We have footprints. We want to separate them to look at all those impacts to fish and fish habitat. We'll get in a little bit of detail as we go through. Same with photos. We'll talk a little bit about engineering drawings and fish passage calculations. When we have the right information and the correct information, our review will go a lot faster. But when we look at the incorrect side, we're missing that qualified environmental professional report, which maybe we don't have the photos, maybe the footprints are missing, but maybe there's one number that really doesn't actually tell the story of what we need. A lot of times photos aren't what we're looking for, or we just don't understand what's going on site. A lot of the times the engineering drawings, we don't depict what you want to submit, but we need accurate information to make that decision right off in the beginning. And fish passage calculations are the biggest key. This is a really good example of a request for review that was submitted to us. I'm not sure exactly when, but when it actually answers the questions, are there any harmful effects to fish and fish habitat? None. This is also a file that was in critical habitat and the species at risk was not actually checked off, and just not a lot of information coming through. What we're going to be doing in the future to speed up these reviews is we're going to be sending out incomplete application letters. And because we need to have as enough information as possible, that's a lot of the times why the information request comes back. And that's why we're trying to get the education such as these presentations out. Footprints. This is always a big one for a lot of people. Footprints, we want them separated, and this is something we're trying to work internally at DFO to help educate proponents and consultants of what are those impacts to fish and fish habitat. The temporary isolation areas, what are you going to remove? What is the new culvert? Is it properly embedded? What is the riprap at the inlet outlet? Riparian clearing, riparian restoration. There's a lot we're actually looking for, so we're trying to make it as open as possible for everybody to see. Actually, just to go back to that, this is not to create a bunch of extra work with the AWCP-IR. It's actually supposed to go in conjunction with the RFR to hopefully you do not get the questions coming back as much. But here's a really good, of the footprints. We have an aerial drone footage, if possible. We do understand that's an extra information to go with it, but riparian clearing is quite visible. This drawing really paints that story and really gives you an understanding of what is going on site. We could see some grasses and willows. We could see a culvert actually got washed out downstream. There's nice footprints drawn over. We could see the roadway within here. Lots of information from just one diagram and picture. But when we look at the incorrect side, missing footprints. A lot of the times when we're looking at that temporary footprint, we want to understand, is there equipment access? What about the permanent persists after completion? What are the in-water works? What about the riprap that's going upstream and downstream? And especially with species at risk, we're looking at riparian clearing. With this photograph here below, this is the new request for review form that's come out. As you can see, that one footprint doesn't actually give us an understanding of what's happening on site. And this is why the new request for review is actually include the riparian zone and below the ordinary high water mark. And we're working with the National Capital Region to really understand what we need in the request review. So bear with us. This is a request for review of all of Canada, and it's not specifically related to Alberta. Fish and fish habitat data. This is one that I always tell people, maybe we're not review bios that actually go in the field as often as we would like to, but we do want to see those pictures. But the one thing I always tell people, the qualified environmental professional, read that recovery strategy, especially if it's species at risk in Alberta, because we want to make sure you understand the functions, features, and attributes. In Alberta, we have Athabasca rainbow trout, which is endangered, Athabasca river populations. We have bull trout threatened, Saskatchewan Nelson River populations. We have bull trout special concern, Western Arctic populations, Make sure you can determine which one you're looking at, the threatened or the special concern. It's really important for us as reviewers. And there's West Slope cutthroat trout threatened populations, which is the Saskatchewan Nelson River. But here's some really good photos of upstream, at the crossing, inlet and outlet, and downstream. We don't want to be too zoomed in that we only see the culvert. We really need to understand what is in that channel. What are the substrates? Are there riffle, pool, run? We need to know a lot of the biology so we can make that determination to the impacts for fish and fish habitat. This is a before construction picture that I thought was really well done. And here's an after. So an open arch was installed. We could do the really nice comparison between the two, and it shows all of the site, and we could see it all in with a couple photos, which is really great. But sometimes with that RFR, we're missing a lot of details. Maybe it's something to do with the watercourse, the wetted width or the bankful width. What are the riparian impacts to fish and fish habitat, especially when it comes to species at risk? What about missing or terrible photos? We have a lot of ice covering the fish habitat photos. In my professional opinion, this is really hard to determine what impacts to fish and fish habitat. We don't even know if there's water there year round or what's happening. So we prefer to have summer, fall, even spring photos with no ice on it. Here's one I thought was actually a pretty good chuckle, almost similar to Where's Waldo? Where's the culvert in this picture? As you can see, it's quite zoomed in. We're not really sure where the culvert is within that vegetation. We're not sure where the road is, and it's really hard to understand what we're looking at in this photo. Engineering drawings. There was a little bit of talk from Angela and Mike about this earlier. We're not going to depict what you need to submit to DFO because we are essentially biologists reviewing this information. But the more information you can give us, the more accurate. Visual representations are fantastic. As you can see here, this is a good visual representation for the contractor as well. We have different forms that come in. This one was a great overview of an aerial drone footage that had the footprints kind of set out within, then the color coding below to give you an understanding of where the road is, where that culvert to go in, what the riparian clearing is. And here's another good design that we saw come through our referral program. But there's always going to be the incorrect side of it. Missing details. A lot of inadequate drawings have come in, and the confidence of this drawing is going to make us question, and it's going to cost us a lot more work when we're looking at this. My assumption, and we should never assume, there's a lot of things that go with that, is the watercourse crossing is blue, the culvert is red, and I'm assuming that is a roadway, which maybe is a train track. Again, we don't want to be guessing what the information is coming in. Emergency files. I did allude to this a little bit earlier. This poses an imminent risk to public health or safety, the environment, or property. What about the floods that happened in 2023, the fires that recently happened in Jasper? We never know really what's coming in, but when it comes to emergency files, report the washout as soon as you know to the Fisheries Protection email. The questions you may ask yourself, is that site stabilized? No, don't wait for a response from DFO before taking action. You need to make sure the site's stabilized before you do anything. But as soon as that site is stabilized, submit an RFR indicating emergency, explicitly document, report, and photos. If things are going to happen, we need to know because we don't want to determine later on that potentially it's an urgent file. Also, not reporting the washout when it happens. We do understand you may not get to the site as soon as it happens, but as soon as you understand that's what happened on site, please submit it to the Fisheries Protection email. The next question you're going to ask, is the site stabilized? If yes, it's not an emergency. This is where the urgent's not classified as emergency, because if you're submitting an RFR 6 months later, that's not a true emergency. These pictures here below, the site is stabilized. It could sit and wait. They have waited before, and that also puts more pressure on our program that do we need to determine if it's an emergency or if it's urgent. SARA permits. SARA permit applications are coming in a lot more now because we have those uplisted species that I talked about earlier, bull trout, Athabasca rainbow trout, and West Slope cutthroat trout. A lot of the times when we're seeing the applications, we want to understand the qualified environmental professional resume clearly states what education and training you have, your previous fish experience with species at risk, have you applied for those SARA permits, and this is all within the application itself. Do you have a detailed revegetation plan? We'll need to know if that vegetation is going to be ready for the species. Detailed fish rescue information as well. Typically, when we're looking at a SARA permit, especially in my team, we're looking at handling just the species, and it's not going to create harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction. Those informations that we're looking for, what are you using for electrofishing? What are your settings? Are you using fish viewers? Do you have aeration buckets on site? Is it going to be completed over 1 to 2 days? What's the release location? Is it upstream or downstream? The more details the better, because that'll help us make a determination on your project. Incorrect, missing fisheries experience. A lot of people will submit a resume and there's no identification of handling SAR. Do you know how to identify them? We're missing that revegetation plan is a big one. When are you going to put the vegetation back in that's available for the species? Missing fish rescue equipment. What kind of equipment are you using? This may be dip nets, maybe electrofishing, but what is happening on site? Are you going over multiple days? Again, the relocation areas. Do you need to complete a red survey before going out? Okay. Fish passage. Fish passage is always an interesting one that I think with our program, it's a lot of people ask, what are you looking for? I always love to come back to this statement. So the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Collaborative assists in the recovery of poorly installed and maintained watercourse crossings. As we noted earlier in the presentations, Mike Hunka talked about the provincial legislation, Mike Wagner talked about the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Program, and Angela Bodowich talked about the Alberta Energy Regulator working together with all. And that's, I think, the biggest thing that we need to understand is with DFO and the federal side of it, we need you to submit early. And as soon as you know this crossing is coming in, give us a lot of time to review these because there's a lot of different details that we're looking at and we're trying to work with all the different provincial legislation as well, trying to also encompass the federal. But when it comes to fish passes calculations, think about how you're correctly sizing those culverts, open arches, and bridges. As you can see in this photo down here, we have a nice channel going through, the culvert's past bank full, there's a little bit of riprap and bank armoring in there, but it's actually going to pass fish. There's water, the substrates are appropriately sized. There's also a new DFO fast tool coming. So this is called the fish passage screening tool. This is to assess the likelihood of fish passage through existing culverts. The point of contact on that one is going to be Court Berryman. He's with our integrated planning and he's the monitoring team lead. He'll provide updates a little bit later on into the new year when more information comes out. But overall, culverts are embedded. I think that's the biggest thing we do see after the fact, that some of these culverts aren't being designed appropriately in the beginning. This one was highlighted specifically. There was a bunch of brook trout going through the culvert, provided fish passage. The fish were happy. The monitors made sure to come back to us as referrals and tell us that. And it was a very good, happy story. But with the happy story, we have the incorrect. No fish passage calculations are provided. That requires a new information request. When we are looking at these culverts, some of them are improperly sized, our open arches aren't correct, or the bridges are just not long enough. There's a lot of issues we're seeing, and we're going to ask questions to make sure we understand what we're looking at the referral process. Occurrences. When it goes through the referral system, which is what we do as triage in the planning, we review the files, then the monitors may go out, but it may come back as an occurrence. And some of the occurrences we're seeing is erosion sediment control is not managed on site. Also, there's too much rock in the constructed channel, minimal to no flows throughout this channel. And that's a lot of rock, which in turn costs a lot of money for everyone. Here's another good one. This is looking upstream at the inlet. We actually can't see the connection to the natural channel versus the inlet. And the fish are basically going to be swimming through rocks. And again, we're not providing passage. And that's where we really got to look at this as a program to, is this really what we want to see? We're trying to fix these. We're not trying to spend a lot of money, but what is happening from beginning to end? Fish passage, when we look at it, designing it better, the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Program mandate actually aims to repair and upgrade water crossings along roads, rails, trails to reduce their impacts on fish and fish habitat. There's many occurrences coming through, but when we look at it the correct way, there is the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Guidebook that is an excellent resource and also lines up with the AWC mandate. This gives you a lot of different directions on how to install the culverts, what to do good, what to do wrong, and embed the culverts. It's the biggest thing sometimes we're seeing is the culverts aren't embedded. Instantly, we're not getting fish passage. But when you design them for fish passage, not just through the culvert, you're going to look at the inlet, the transition zone within the culvert, even under the bridge, and the outlet. We have a really good outcome. As you can see here in this photo, we have a lot of riparian willows that are planted within the riprap, so that's called bioengineering. We're actually going to have fish passage through that channel. Bridge looks really good. We don't have too many sediment and erosion control issues. Overall, well done file. But the incorrect way, like I said, the culverts aren't being embedded at the inlet and the outlet. So then if the culverts aren't embedded, the inlet's full of rock, the outlet's full of rock, the fish aren't going to make it through. But fish passage, if that transition zone, as you can see here, this is a really good diagram of an engineered, it looks really great, but when you dive into the details of it, it actually says class 3 rock riprap to be placed 1 meter thick. There's a little bit of a slope there. And when we actually see it on site, this is what the design to the contractor went back to. And this is where we do actually slow down as a program, because did it go wrong in the referral side of it? Was it something the proponent submitted? Was it when the contractor is on site? Was it the quays? What happened? What happened along that way? And that's what we're trying to dive back to. But when we do that, we actually start to slow down, because we need to actually look at these projects in more depth and more detail, when typically they're supposed to be that restoration. And that's why we want to do it better. Field fitting. Field fitting will happen. We do understand if it goes wrong, please get in contact with triage if the assessor is not there, because there is a duty to notify when you're doing your field fitting. But you know what? There's correct ways of doing it as well too. When we have the qualified environmental professional on site for the whole duration, then they could direct the works that is happening. If something goes wrong, please try to contact the assessor with DFO, even if it's during active construction. But we're going to go back to those timelines of October to February. Yes, we're a little bit slower. We may not get back to you in a timely manner that you need between March and September, but please let us know. We'll try to do what we can. Maybe sometimes it's even a phone call, but we're here to help you get through these projects. Don't be afraid to contact us, because there will be somebody there hopefully to answer your questions. This one I wanted to bring up because it was a nice suitable restoration site. You can see it has a bit of rough and loose. It was an old roadway going through. We can't see the channel per se, but there's some trying to stabilize the banks with some natural logs. Just overall well done file. This one is fish passages achieved. Really like showing this one because you can see the bioengineering in the back. There's a lot of willows staked in within the riprap or the bank armoring down below. The substrate is appropriate sized. We have some gravels, cobbles. We have a little bit of boulders for that velocity refuge if they're going up a longer culvert. Really well done. And there's always going to be water, even in that low period, because we need to have fish passage in low flow and high flow. But things are going to go wrong. We're not going to have that as sediment erosion control on site, or maybe something goes wrong. You see the sediment fence here may have got filled with debris and rocks and sediment. It was corrected after the DFO monitors went to site. The proponent fixed it. All went well. It was great. Here's another good one. When you disturb the sediments, there's going to be always something that may be mobilizing on site. Installation of a sediment fence, it was a great option, but it actually isn't functioning. As you can see here, there's holes in it, it's disconnected. All that sedimentation is going to go downstream into critical habitat, and it's going to affect the trout species. This one is a very interesting case study, which I talked a little bit about earlier, about the culverts not being embedded. A lot of money went into putting this crossing back to a natural channel, but as you can see, it's now perched. There was some field fitteds to this. Basically, they decided to put in a wooden plank to backwater the culvert. Great idea, but the problem is now it doesn't provide fish passage. We're actually missing the mandate of Alberta Watercourse Crossing Program and under the Fisheries Act of providing that fish passage. The next thing is they did put a little notch in there, but they decided let's notch it again, and then maybe this will pass fish. As you can see, there's a little bit of backwater, but now all the water is going around the wooden notch, and the little notches got thrown into the watercourse after the fact. This is not really what we want to see. And again, we're trying to do our best to educate from a DFO standpoint to proponents, but we really do want you to come talk to us, approach us. We're actually pretty interesting people to talk to because we're biologists itself. And with the watercourse crossing program, to see, especially as an Albertan, these poorly installed watercourse crossings coming off the landscape and providing less habitat fragmentation and potentially bringing species at risk off that list, off the listing, that's significant for Alberta. And I'm proud to say I'm an Albertan for that reason, is because we're trying to do our best from a federal and a provincial standpoint. And that seemed to go by really fast, but that's the end of my presentation. But if you have any questions, I'm with the Fish and Fish Habitat Protection Program. We do have 2 emails, just to let you know. They both go to the same place, if it's the Fisheries Protection or the Habitat email. When it comes to the watercourse crossing program, you could CC me as well if you have questions. If it's my file or one of my assessor's file, you could send it directly to us. If it's more of a generic question that may not be related to a project, feel free to send it in. We'll try to answer it the best we can. And yeah, Triage is here to help you with a lot of your questions that you need answered. And thank you.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. We do have a few questions coming in here. So our first one, when was the form and the pathways updated?
That's an excellent question. I can't give you the exact date, but it was just recently, I think about maybe a month ago. So definitely keep an eye on the Project Near Water website. National Capital Region tries to give us the information at the Ontario Prairie region as much as possible. And they're working on a lot of different initiatives coming through. One includes the online request for review form. We're not sure when it's going to be developed and put out to the public, but yeah, definitely keep in touch with the Project Near Water website and note that new request for review form.
Okay, our next question. A lot of time contractors and tenders cannot dictate things like how, such as access isolation types, etc., are completed, and determining riparian impact is extremely challenging. Until a contractor is on board after a permit is received, how does DFO recommend dealing with this?
That's a really great question. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer it fully right now. From a referral perspective of it, as a triage biologist, we need as much information as possible to make the proper decision, because as it comes into the program, what you submit is the information that we're looking at that, okay, this is what should be happening on site. And that's where it comes into planning as much as you can ahead. And we do understand there's a tendering process. And I think this is where we could work better communicating that we may not have this information, but we need to determine those impacts to fish and fish habitat, especially when it comes to riparian clearing. Are you going to be removing mature trees? Are those trees not going to be available for the species, for example, Athabasca rainbow trout in the spring? Because that will give us a different decision potentially. If you're removing and causing a huge footprint, which is a had, we might have to authorize that project. But if we have enough information to say, no, this is restoration, we're not going to damage any of the area, then we could look at a letter of advice with a SARE permit. But if we don't have that upfront initial information, that's where we're going to struggle to determine how are we going to get a proper decision on this file. I think what I would like to do with that question is actually go back to my program and get you a little bit better of information on that, because I'm not sure I'm going to do justice answering it right off the hop here, if that's okay.
Sure. Right. Moving on to our next question. For washed out or collapsed culverts, does the site become an emergency if there is a SARA listed species that needs to utilize the fish habitat for spawning shortly after the washout or collapse occurs?
That is a great question. When it comes to these specific site information such as that, we request you submit all that information so we can make that determination as a program. Typically, we'll need a little bit more information of what the site looks like, what it looked like previously. It definitely comes to that time of year, and we want to get these crossings fixed as soon as possible. But we also know that that's not always going to be the case, such as June 2023. When we had all those floods happen, there was a mass mobilization to fix as much as possible, knowing that it might be 6 months later. In that reference, I would suggest submitting your request for review to triage so we can look at the project entirely, because I don't want to just comment on one specific species and it depends on time of year. And there's a lot of questions that I'm forming in my mind right now that I would ask in addition to that.
Okay. Our next question. Does the DFO FAST tool agree with AT's version of fish passage?
Another great question. I am going to have to yield that to Court Berryman, as he has been the excellent team lead on taking on all of that information. I won't be able to answer that appropriately for you. I apologize, but we will take those questions back and get those questions answered for you.
Yeah, no worries. All right. Next up, typically in a normal owner design contractor relationship, the designer, QEP, cannot direct construction without taking risk onto themselves. What is the or what if the advice doesn't work? How does DFO recommend dealing with this style of contract?
Another great question actually is what we're trying to work with too is we have our Species at Risk program is working with Fish and Fish Habitat Protection Program to create case studies and education around working with contractors, working with QAIS to look at protecting fish and fish habitat and species at risk habitat. And when you're on site working with a contractor, it kind of comes back to if you have questions for DFO, try to get a hold of us. We'll try to get back to you as soon as we can, especially with those specific case study questions that if you're on site, things are not going as planned or you're deviating from what you submitted earlier that was in potentially the letter of advice or the Fisheries Act authorization. Come back to the program and ask, this is what's happening. Do you have any advice for us? This is what the contractor's doing. This is what we're suggesting. Then we could work with you as individual bios that understand that file as a whole, and we could try to work with what is happening, because if there's going to be deviations, we do want that duty to notify that we had to change for field fitting, or it's not functioning with potentially the qualified environmental professional and the contractor, but the proponent is ultimately responsible to direct that activity. And that's where it's really important for the proponent to be on site as well. If things aren't going as planned, we do need to know at DFO, and then we'll hopefully try to help you through the process if we notice something in the beginning that, okay, well, if you've deviated, here's what we could do, but maybe there's something else we could look at that specific file.
Right, we have a few more minutes here. Maybe we'll get another question or two in. Does DFO want the AWCP information requests filled out for RFR submissions for proponents that are not members of the program/partnership?
That's a very interesting question. What we're trying to do right at DFO, since I came to triage back about 3 years ago, we really want to track workloads of information coming in and files coming in. What we started to do was track, is it a part of the AWCP? And that's where we wanted to find some efficiency, that these are supposed to be true restorations within the program. And that's why I was directing, if you're with AWCP, please tell DFO. That way we could track it and see how many files are coming in. Because if we are getting an excessive amount of files, we might try to find some efficiency within the department to get these files out faster. But if you're not with the program, the information request is very pertinent to a lot of the other requests for reviews that you're putting in. But we would like for you to state, yes, we're with the program. Here's the AWCP IR with the request for review in conjunction, because there's some really good information in the IR that will be put into the RFR. But if you're not with the program, I would still say you can submit it, but please put in the email that yes, we're with the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Program, or no, we're not, because that's really good information for us as well. Is there any more questions, Matthew? I do see quite a few, but I'm not sure where you left off.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I was muted. Uh, there is actually a handful of questions remaining, but as we have about a minute here left, I think we'll just leave them for now and get back to them at the end of the webinar. So thank you so much
Excellent.
for your presentation.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Thanks. All right, so our next presentation is going to be on the AWC3 guidebook. And just a note, this presentation is going to be about 25 to 30 minutes. Then we will have a 30-minute break and we will come back at 1 p.m. All right, so Bruce Nielsen will be handling this presentation. Bruce is in RPF, Quace, and the owner and general managers of Woodlands North. Bruce has been working with the roadway watercourse crossings for over 25 years, starting in northern BC under the initial Forest Practices Code and for over 20 years in Alberta. This presentation will outline the development of the new Alberta Watercourse Crossing Guidebook, as well as the structure of the document and how you can obtain a copy of it. That being said, I will pass things off to Bruce.
Thanks, Matthew. Can you see the screen and hear me okay?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, thanks everybody. Thanks for having me here today to roll out our new guidebook. Really, the whole board, the entire collaborative, we're really happy to be doing this today, this year. So a brief outline of what we're going to be talking about. We'll cover some of the background and an overview of the state of the fishery in the province and sort of how we got to this point where we are now with how bad the fishery is and the problem the crossings are. I'll introduce the collaborative, or AWC3, who we are. I'll give a short review of the new guidebook, and we'll touch on the development process that we went through to make it, as well as the structure and content. And then we'll discuss phase 2 of the project, which was also completed this past summer, the supporting operational videos. And I don't think I can show you video number 1. We tried earlier and I don't think we have the technological know-how, but I'll show you on the website where to go and access everything. But first we'll start with the state of the fishery in the province. So why is the topic of watercourse crossings important, and how did we get here, or how did our fishery population get into such trouble? The simple answer to quite a complex question is improper installation and maintenance of watercourse crossings. There's lots of additional reasons, but roadway tenure owners, they're licensed properties with rules and expectations. Alberta has tens of thousands of culverts and other types of watercourse crossings, most of which are not meant to be permanent structures, meaning 1,000 millimeter pipe should not sit in a 1,500 millimeter wide fish-bearing creek for 30 years. Over time, the crossings will become barriers to fish passage, typically because they're undersized and with increased velocity through the pipe, they erode at the output end, leaving the outlet perched or hanging. So this set of photos above shows the undersized hanging pipe on a large permanent fish-bearing stream versus a nice type 2 open bottom arch encompassing the entire stream and allowing full ecological flow. So in essence, we're managing the road right now and the vehicle traffic over top of the stream quite well, but we're completely neglecting the ecological flow in the stream beneath the road. So this practice not only isolates the upstream habitat for migrating fish, and habitat which is perfectly viable, by the way, but it also ends up damaging downstream habitat because of erosion and sedimentation inputs from the crossing location. So this scenario, this is only one of the leading causes of the decline in the provincial fishery. These slides here, we portray the state of the fishery in Alberta and how it is in decline. So the province maintains fish sustainability indexes, or FSIs, for most species. The FSI allows managers to assess a fish species at a provincial scale. It works on a HUC 8 watershed basis, or hydrologic unit code number 8, and it uses a lot of local and regional information and a set of 17 different metrics to determine the index and derive a status. So these metrics provide a description of the current status of the fish population, their habitat, and the threats that they face. So this one FSI that you see on the screen is for Arctic grayling, showing the status in 1988. Dark green, light green, and yellow are all good colors. Red and black are bad. So this one here is for 2018, 30 years later. And again, the red and the black are bad. So these FSI outputs exist for most of the fish species, and of course our 3 threatened and endangered native trout species as well. And the FSI outputs for those species are just as dire. This issue helped to generate the Alberta Roadway Watercourse Crossing Management Directive around 2015 or so, which was finalized in 2020. So the directive looks to inventory and assess all the province's watercourse crossings, so high-risk sites can be located and prioritized for restoration. This data is all spatial and it's managed by Mike, who you heard from earlier under the AWCP. The goal of the AWCP is to address threats to fish survival stemming from poorly constructed and maintained watercourse crossings that cause habitat fragmentation, erosion, and sedimentation. The AWCP is the central repository of all watercourse crossing data in the province and oversees the provincial effort to achieve objectives outlined in the directive. It's a big undertaking. So how big is this problem? Alberta has over 290,000 kilometers of fluvial streams. So these are generally Strawler Order 2 streams or larger. They're considered fish habitat or fish bearing. And so these are not the smaller and plentiful ephemeral and intermittent creeks that you see all over the landscape. And the province has about 320,000 kilometers of industrial roadway dispositions. This does not include highways and paved corridors. So that's primarily green zone roads, not totally, but primarily. And this equates to about 61,000 fluvial watercourse crossings. And this is a number that's actually considered conservative by the data folks. So if 10% of those crossings are high risk, which is also considered conservative, that means there's 6,100 barriers to fish passage in the province. So currently we're only fixing a few hundred of these historic or legacy barriers annually. So it's a bit of an uphill battle. But more importantly, or as important, is we're still installing several hundreds of new crossings annually, and we're not always doing that correctly. So this problem is identifiable, it's easily quantified, and we do know what we're doing. And we do know what we're doing wrong before, or essentially we know how to do it better now. So the solution seems obvious. But we are continuing to do it wrong, and we can't really waste any time, any money, materials, or resources when we do repair, replace, or restore a watercourse crossing today. So it's painful to watch when new work is not being done correctly. Across the landscape, we're still installing new crossings incorrectly and fixing old crossings poorly. And also across the landscape, there's not a lot of watercourse crossing maintenance going on. So the Alberta Watercourse Crossing Collaborative recognized these problems and was formed to address this issue. So we felt that through education of the problem and education of the available solutions, the negative trend on the provincial fishery could be reversed. Note that the crossing in these photos are only a few years old and are already failing. It's not uncommon to hear stories of a $90,000 or $100,000 culvert being replaced a few years later after it failed. But an additional 20 or 30,000 in materials, planning, installation could prevent that, and it'll also help maximize the lifespan of the crossing. So these issues help spur this group into action. The collaborative was formed in 2020 and created 4 objectives to complete. Information transfer on both the problem and the solution, education and training, to support existing Alberta government programs such as the Watercourse Crossing Program, and to support and promote evidence-based management. The group consists of subject matter experts in construction, regulatory, sedimentation, hydrology, ecology, and operations. We understand there's a better way to do a watercourse crossing and the need to change what we are doing now. So to date, we've put on about 40 different webinars on 3 different occasions. This is our 4th major occasion. All our webinars are recorded and available on the website, but creating the guidebook for the watercourse crossing owner, planner, and practitioner has always been the goal, and now it's here. So welcome guidebook. This is a 144-page comprehensive document fit for both the field and the office. There are 2 versions available for both environments. It's available for electronic download on the website, and that's the nice office size if you decide to print it out. But there's also a field version, a ruggedized field version, and we will ship a hard copy of this guidebook to you for free. And we thank DFO for that. And I'll show you how to register and get one of these shortly, all on our website. But now we'll just cover a little bit about the guidebook. And that QR code right there will take you directly to the link. So the guidebook objective is to provide evidence-based best management practices to anyone working with roadway watercourse crossings. A best management practice is any practice that reduces or eliminates an environmental risk. BMPs cover areas ranging from in-stream operations to engineering and planning to water quality, and they'll take into consideration legislation, practicality, and operational needs for the specific operations or subject matter, meaning that they can differ and they will adapt to different scenarios of a similar practice. The guidebook was carefully thought out and designed to be a compilation of current best management practices that will help achieve regulatory objectives related to ensuring fish passage and preventing downstream sedimentation of watercourses. If done correctly, these outcomes should last through the lifespan of a crossing. So how did this book achieve this? So the collaborative contracted the guidebook production out to Fuse Consulting. Several workshops were conducted by Fuse prior to the guidebook development in September and October of 2022. These workshops were catered to specific target audiences such as regulators, First Nations, industry, and science groups to scope out what watercourse crossing goals of various groups were and how the guidebook would holistically touch on best management practices across a broad target audience in a meaningful and operational way. After initial content was developed and reviewed several times by our board, it was presented to a technical workshop in Edmonton in March of 23. This content was predominantly formed the fact sheets that are the foundation of each section of the guidebook. Review of these fact sheets at this technical workshop did not result in any significant concerns, but yielded a lot of input, which was captured in a variety of ways and incorporated back into the book. So some timelines on the project here. In 2021, we conducted the guidebook content scoping and grant writing. The main GOA agencies all reviewed and provided letters of support for the project. In 2022, we held hopes and expectation meetings. This included First Nations, government, industry, scientists, and other practitioners. In 2023, we held a technical workshop in Edmonton with 27 participants, federal and provincial regulators, engineers, foresters, biologists, and practitioners. Also in 2023, we produced the first 2 videos for the guidebook development. This is the why video, why the whole program is important, and also the bridge video. And in 2024, the draft guidebook was reviewed by our board, the Alberta government, and DFO partners. AWC 3 renewed our GOA letters of support and endorsement for the content from our 3 regulators. And final edits and guidebook production took place in the summer of 2024. So now we are underway with continued production of videos. So let's look at some of the content, how this is set up. So the fact sheets are one of the most common sections related to quick reference for each of the crossing types and crossing topics. There are a few fact sheets shown here. The guidebook covers all the standard crossing types used throughout the province and has a fact sheet for each. An important note is that the work is focused on resource roads and associated crossings. Thus, safety standards and specific design requirements, such as those required by Alberta Transportation, are not covered. The guidebook will show key considerations for each crossing type and outlines what should be avoided or where common mistakes are made. The guidebook also provides reference materials for additional subject matter on particular crossing types that you are reviewing. Some of this material is in the foundation of the evidence-based management practices that are outlined here. The guidebook provides multiple ways of looking at crossing options. There are lists of pros and cons of different crossing types. This way you can see advantages of one type of crossing over another. And there are checklists to compare aspects of different crossing options. And this is one of the best part about the book is the artwork. It's so well done. So the visuals, I think the artwork, the photographs, they're all really, really good. And the guidebook is full of detailed artwork depicting both simple and complex topics. And we learned through this process in working with Fuse and in the development of this, that detailed or complex subject matter and concepts are made much easier with this visual format. And we also learned that visual learning is more impactful because it's understood quicker and it's retained longer. There's several types of photographic visuals in the guidebook for pros and cons. And these are shown here are photographs with explanations that aid in understanding. And there are photographic comparisons of the good and the bad practices, something that was really good in Shauna's presentation there. And this is great to see the examples side by side. So we just learned that many people are visual learners and that visual learning is a more impactful way of learning. So phase 2 of this entire project is all about the visuals. It's a series of short operational videos that support the structure of the hard copy guidebook. These videos are all available on the AWC3 website now. These are available for download. The rationale being that the material is needed out in the woods at the crossing site. So the idea is you'll take these videos, put them on your tablet or your computer, and take them out and show them to your contractor. The first video we produced is the why video. And we already figured that it isn't going to work here, but I will show you. Whoops. This is the website, Alberta Watercourse Crossing Collaborative website. And
Bruce, you'll just have to share your screen again, I believe.
oh, thanks, Matthew.
Okay,
Does that
there we
work?
go. Yep, we got it now.
Thank you. So I highly encourage you to go here. This is where you're going to find the guidebook, both versions of it. You'll find old webinar series as well. You can look at all of our old webinars from 2020, the earlier ones. But at the top here, you can download the electronic guidebook, which is the 8.5 by 11 version. You can order the hard copy guidebook here, and you just need to fill out this information and hit request. And we'll be mailing these out probably within about a month or so. Yes, we're aware there's a postal strike. But check out these videos. Same thing, you need to go in and fill out who you are and what you want. But these are the different videos that are available. The why video is about 2 or 3 minutes long, explaining the guidebook and the rationale. But the rest of them are about 6 to 8 minutes long and go into a lot of detail about individual best management practices for different crossing types. So I'll just go back to one second. Should be able to see that now, Matthew.
Yep, we're all good here.
Okay. So that website, awccc.ca, that's where you can get all of the information, the videos and the hard copy guidebook. So on there, besides the why video, we have how to do culverts, arch installations, bridge installations, stream hydrology and flow, crossing and channel design, so some ecology, water management, and fishery isolation and management. We also have additional videos that will be coming in the coming months. We're going to work with crossing removals, complete site restorations. We'll make a regulatory and permitting, and also wetlands. So the guidebook is recognized and formally endorsed by the 3 main GOA regulatory agencies, AEP, Forestry, and their energy regulator. Must note that the guidebook does not replace any provincial legislative obligations and direction. That's very important. This is a tool for the practitioner to use to achieve positive watercourse crossing project outcomes. And we also have to add the guidebook, the videos, and project works are not final as BMPs change over time, and our practices and educational tools will do the same. So we owe this product to the hard work of our board of directors. On this team, we have sedimentation experts, policy professionals, consulting practitioners, hydrologic modelers, stream ecology professionals, regulatories, construction managers, and our project consultant for this was Fuse. And most importantly, none of this would have been possible without our funding partners. We are equally supported by the forest and the energy sector, and we have a huge thank you to Department of Fishery and Oceans for their very significant and ongoing support of this project. So, and a special thanks to Tolko Industries for spearheading the forestry FRIA end of things. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Bruce. Did you have time for a few questions?
You betcha.
Okay. So looks like our first one here is a general question. Are ephemeral draws supposed to be on the provincial COPs? According to the definition in the COP, it is only for defined bed and banks, and as ephemeral draws are not defined, if that is the case, then would they fall in line under the Water Act if clients impacted them with a road or pipeline? Would that require a full Water Act approval? So might be a good question for the full panel at the end. But
That is a good question for the full panel. Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, we'll circle back to that one. Uh, so next question, how do we get a copy mailed to us?
So if you go to that QR code right there, you'll fill out, go to the download the field version, and there's a form to fill out with your mailing address, and we will mail you one. And again, I have to thank DFO for that. They are paying for a big chunk of these guidebooks to be mailed out.
All right, so the next presentation is Aquatic Organism Passage, New Implementation Guidebook for Culvert Replacement from the American Federal Highway Administration. And this will be presented by Casey Kramer, PNG from Natural Waters, and Roger Kilgore, PNG from Kilgore Consulting and Management. So Casey Kramer has over 20 years of experience working in both the public and private sector in the fields of hydrology, hydraulics, river engineering, and fish passage while specializing in hydraulic design of transportation infrastructure. Mr. Kramer has a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Washington State and a Master of Science from the University of Iowa. Roger has extensive experience working in hydrology, hydraulics, stormwater management, river systems and processes, fish passage, and climate change. His work includes research, development of design guidance, engineering applications, and training. Mr. Kilgore has a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering and a Master of Science in Technology and Policy and Water Resources. Their presentation will look at the Federal Highway Administration in support of its National Culvert Removal, Replacement, and Restoration Grants Program has developed a new AOP implementation guide that describes current best practices and how they have evolved over time. The presentation will cover main themes of the AOP IG, including importance of clearly articulating project goals for AOP, tools for identification and prioritization of AOP projects, typical components of its successful AOP projects, including project design and delivery method, the essential role of post-construction monitoring, and summaries of case studies across the United States to illustrate the variety of methods and tools for effective AOP projects. All right, and I will just go ahead and pass it over. Who should I make the presenter, Roger or Casey?
Casey is going
Casey.
to
Okay.
be sharing.
And there you are.
Excellent, thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm Roger Kilgore, and I'm going to kick this off, and then I'll turn it over to Casey. I have to start out by saying that it's a real honor and a thrill to come join you from south of the border. I'm in Denver, Colorado, and Casey is in Olympia, Washington. And it's a thrill to see what you've been doing in Alberta. And it seems like there are many similarities with respect to some of the means and methods in terms of successful watercourse crossings, as well as some differences. It strikes me from the morning presentations that the regulatory and compliance environment is much more mature and developed than we have experienced here in many jurisdictions, and a lot of good data sharing as well. So kudos for the good work that's taking place up here. I also wanted to acknowledge the Federal Highway Administration, which is part of the U.S. Department of Transportation, And the team that's provided the vision and guidance for the development of this implementation guide, and two of that team, Abhishek Kapoor and Gillian O'Doherty, are participating in this webinar, and they're going to be available, I think, to help us answer questions that maybe Casey and I cannot answer so well. We've focused in this implementation guide on aquatic organisms, and so that's Fish Passage Plus, and that's certainly something that's an effort in Alberta as well. And we define fish passage, or I'm sorry, aquatic organism passage, as the ability for fish and other aquatic organisms to move freely between habitats that they rely on for food, growth, reproduction, and other needs. And we also provide a nod in this implementation guide to terrestrial species as well, recognizing that roads can be a barrier to them as well, and well-designed watercourse crossings can provide and can facilitate passage for some of those species as well. One of the things that we focus on as a primary goal is to mimic what's going on in the crossing with what is successfully taking place upstream and downstream of the crossing. So from the standpoint of the aquatic organisms, there's as little difference as possible, opening up the barriers not only for fish, but also for those other aquatic organisms. Next slide, please, Casey. When we give these presentations in the United States, we are invited to provide this disclaimer. It's not so applicable here for this particular audience, but this is just to tell people that we are not speaking in terms of new regulations or new guidance in what we are talking about today. This presentation is intended only to provide information associated with existing requirements, and we're not changing any of those requirements in any way. Next slide, please, Casey. So the Federal Highway Administration AOP crossings at the implementation guide was published in 2024, and it is available for free. It can be downloaded from the website that you see there. The target audience for this is not necessarily for expert practitioners in watercourse crossing design or AOP crossing design, but for anybody who is interested, either an owner, a crossing owner, an advocate, a community organization, anybody who might collaborate on water crossing design, disadvantaged communities, native tribes who need a little bit of a boost in terms of how to go forward in implementing this process. We don't have, this implementation guide is not a long tome. It's 69 pages for the main document plus 6 case studies that provides pointers to many, many resources that have been developed around the United States, featuring many, many different kinds of design practices and procedures in many different environmental contexts. So we're not trying with this implementation guide to be a one-size-fits-all type approach, but acknowledging that there are many different techniques that are available for processing or for successfully designing AOP passages. As I said, it doesn't try to be a definitive reference, and it provides an overview of a number of different primary concepts that we'll be talking about during this presentation. Next slide, please. This is almost a listing of the table of contents in the implementation guide, but not quite. But we do talk about definitions first. We want the conversation that takes place around successful AOP to be clear. And to do that, you have to have a clear understanding of what we're talking about with respect to aquatic organisms and what it does mean for successful passage. The implementation guide also talks about AOP project goals, whether those goals are oriented towards improving or creating passage for a specific species of fish, for example, such as a salmon, or whether it's a more broad-based general goal of increasing connectivity for all species that might be found in a particular waterway. Other goals could include water quality goals or other kinds of co-benefits. And there may also be objectives associated with, for example, improving maintenance or reducing the need for replacement, as Bruce mentioned just before lunch. The IG then goes into various project identification and prioritization schemes. How do we identify what culverts or roadway crossings that are providing barriers that we need to address first? Then it goes into specifying design objectives. And of course, the design objectives are going to be a clear representation, we hope, of the project goals. And they need to be clear because if we have a project that doesn't clearly state what its objective is, there's no way to really measure how successful that project will be. Then we're going to go on to talk about project design and delivery methods and project monitoring and evaluation, which is an incredibly important feedback mechanism for successfully achieving the goals over the long term of each individual AOP project. And it also is a good feedback process for incorporating new best management practices or other techniques into more successful projects in the future. Then finally, the IG wraps up with 6 case studies from across the United States. And those case studies provide several lessons learned. They all were not perfect, but they have very good pluses to them that we can learn from. And importantly, they have minuses that we can also learn from. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of the barriers associated with AOP, the Federal Highway Administration estimates in the IG that there are over 60 million crossings, roadway, rail crossings in the United States over waterways. Now, not all of those are barriers. Some of them are barriers, some of them are not, but it's a very large task to try to identify those barriers. So the issue of identifying barriers and prioritizing those barriers is incredibly important. We have a listing on this particular slide of a number of databases that do just that. And some of these may be similar in some ways to the efforts that the province of Alberta has undertaken, but they range from the Northeast and the Southeast to various state sponsored databases that help in the identification of barriers and prioritization. And then there are many other resources that are planned as well. And the federal AOP task force that the Federal Highway Administration is part of is looking for opportunities to expand these resources in the future. The implementation guide that was produced this year also points to several of those databases that can be used as examples or as resources for identifying where is the low-hanging fruit for improving connectivity and aquatic organism passage. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of the project design objectives, they can come in many, many different kinds of categories, but what the implementation guide talks about are, first of all, the conservation benefits. And those are the direct benefits to particular species of fish, such as anadromous fish, which is a function of which is a focus of the FHWA grant program. One of the things that I neglected to say was that this implementation guide came out of an effort to develop a granting program that is currently underway being administered by the Federal Highway Administration, and it focuses on anadromous fish. This particular IG, though, the implementation guide, does not exclusively focus at all on anadromous fish. In fact, allows for many kinds of conservation benefits for specific species of fish or for aquatic organisms in general. The project design objectives may also include various ecosystem benefits, improving the physical, chemical, and biological processes that actually help sustain the habitats in the waterways, as well as the floodplain ecosystems that are associated with those waterways. Another emphasis in the implementation guide is to take a look at a regional or watershed context. As many of you know quite well, removal of one barrier may open up just a few feet of waterway if there's another barrier just upstream or other barriers upstream or downstream. And so taking a look holistically at a watershed is an important project objective for identifying and prioritizing given projects. Some other objectives that the implementation guide talks about are various community benefits. Tops amongst those for various folks that are responsible for the transportation system is improving the transportation system, making public safety improvements, reducing maintenance. Those are all elements that can be part of a well-designed AOP project. Could include restoration or improvement of cultural practices for native peoples, and it also can improve recreational and health benefits to the community around. Another way that a project can help out too is in terms of improving the sustainability and the resilience of the waterway and of the crossing itself. So those are some of the things that are included in the implementation guide. And now what I'd like to do is turn it over to my collaborator and ask him to continue on with some of the other aspects in the guide.
Thank you, Roger. So yeah, a common theme in the implementation of AOP water crossings is, again, that establishment of those clear goals and objectives. Really, no two water crossings are exactly alike. And also that importance of an interdisciplinary team. As can be seen in this graphic here, AOP implementation really involves a variety of disciplines and can be a iterative process as you work your way from planning and scoping all the way through construction and monitoring. Right here is a visualization of how delivery may apply for an AOP project or an AOP program. Roger and others today have touched on some of the components of AOP planning, including an asset management program that can identify barriers and then prioritize those identified barriers. And project delivery might involve scoping or a pre-design phase in addition to design and construction. And then, like Roger mentioned, after construction, that monitoring and adaptive management should take place. So we'll go a little bit more into detail into each of these pieces of the process here. So scoping and pre-design are real critical elements to a successful AOP project or AOP program. And the FHWA implementation guide emphasizes that AOP projects, unlike a lot of other transportation projects, they heavily vary, really depending on the species of interest and the stage of their life cycle. AOP projects really can vary on the complexity of the watershed and the waterway or the water course, and recognizing that the geomorphology, the hydrology, and the hydraulics are going to vary project to project and therefore need careful consideration. And that project conditions vary. What might work in one location may not apply to other portions. So you just got to be really cognizant of what the methods were developed for and what they are applicable to. The guide also provides some best practices that folks have applied to AOP water crossing design. Those may include documenting and assessing the project reach during scoping and pre-design, utilizing that interdisciplinary team, which we can't stress enough, identifying project milestones and key deliverables with that interdisciplinary team, evaluating the water crossing in that watershed context, which has been a common theme today, rather than just focusing within the right-of-way. And then again, aligning those design standards with your species of interest and the project's local geomorphology, hydrology, and hydraulics, as it can vary depending where you're located. And then also just considering the resilience of your infrastructure being designed. So in construction, some best practices, they start with a good set of plans, specifications, and estimate, or a PS&E, that has been reviewed by all disciplines. We recommend holding constructability reviews with all the disciplines that are involved at identified critical milestones. And really critical too is those members of the team that were involved with the design should have on-site attendance throughout construction, in particular in the in-water work window, just to check on the progress of the construction and just identify any issues early that could be beneficial both to the owner and the contractor. We'll talk about this more, but as-builts are very critical. They serve as that baseline for future monitoring, and then also to document what was actually built. As you know, many times, as-builts may only include the design plans, but many things can change during construction. As also to that point, as-builts of the structure are very important, to be inspected for the safe corridor for the traveling public. But however, as just as important as the structure itself are the stream features, both within the crossing in addition to upstream and downstream of the crossing. So why monitoring? As many of you know, monitoring is really an essential to demonstrating the effectiveness of your AOP water crossing over time. And a critical component to monitoring, which is not always performed, again, is having the baseline data such as those as-builts immediately after construction. And as been mentioned throughout the day, this really allows to differentiate what may have changed between your design and final construction compared to changes due to stream processes that have occurred after construction. And like Roger was saying, this also facilitates in that feedback loop to allow those continuous improvements to our design and construction guidelines and practices, and really help identify if there's areas for future research needs. A great outcome of the FHWA Culvert AOP grant program is that monitoring is encouraged, and there is funds available to applicants to monitor their AOP projects over time. So as previously mentioned, monitoring data can assist in identifying those future research needs, but also allow that better understanding of the effectiveness for different design and construction approaches, as there is a lot of different design approaches out there. Desirable elements of a monitoring protocol can include, being applicable to the various AOP design methods out there, as those AOP design methods are likely going to vary depending where you're located. Allowing for that diversity in the hydrology, the hydraulics, the geomorphology, and the species of interest. Having flexibility on seasonal flow conditions, just depending on when the monitoring is taking place, rather than just targeting on peak flows, which is typically used or often used for design. And considering that passage of organisms may occur at different time periods. An example of a monitoring protocol developed by the Western Federal Lands is the Aquatic Organism Passage Monitoring and Assessment Protocol, abbreviated as AOP MAP. And similar to the application that was discussed earlier in today's webinar, it's also a Survey 123 based application. More information on this can be found at aopmap.com, where you can also download the application. It's free for use. I wanted to note though that this monitoring protocol does not have any bearing on the FHWA AOP Culvert Grant Program. As Roger mentioned, as part of the implementation guide, 6 case studies were developed in collaboration with several agencies. The case studies really helped assisting in demonstrating that variability of AOP design methodologies and various types of water crossing structures, in addition to that high degree of variability in the hydrology, geomorphology, hydraulics, and species of interest across the United States. Additional case studies are going to continue to be developed to share those best practices and lessons learned. And really, each case study could have been its own presentation. So for more details on the case studies that we'll briefly touch on here, please do check out the FHWA AOP implementation guide, as there's a lot more detail for each of the case studies. So this kind of just shows the United States and the locations across the US where these case studies occurred. So the first one we'll go and jump into is in Maine. So the main DOT AOP crossing is located on Half Mile Brook in Amherst, Maine. This case study highlights an example of scoping with an interdisciplinary team early in the project delivery process, in addition to some best practices for construction techniques and in addition to monitoring. The species of interest on this particular one were focused on Atlantic salmon and brook trout. But in addition to providing AOP, the water crossing had many other co-benefits, including more resilient infrastructure, reductions in flood risk and maintenance, improvements to water quality, and also providing some connectivity for some small terrestrial animals. So flying over to the other side of the United States, the Alaska DOT and Public Facilities AOP water crossing is located on Crooked Creek, which is a tributary to the Kusilif River south of Kusilif. This case study highlights an example of an interdisciplinary team and collaboration with several parties involved. There is a large number of species of interest in addition to several co-benefits provided by the new AOP water crossing. Also some best practices for construction techniques, including the construction of a large structural plate type of structure and a stream diversion which realigned the creek during construction. So south of Alaska, is Oregon DOT within Oregon. So this case study shows an example of a retrofit that was designed in construction in collaboration with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife on Alamassi Creek, located in Lane County, Oregon. And what this crossing did, they placed concrete on the deteriorated culvert inlet while also improving AOP by including these roughness elements which were embedded into the concrete to encourage sediment deposition within the culvert. And really this case study highlights that there can be instances where funds may not allow for a full replacement, but just to show that there is some solutions that can improve existing conditions, not only for AOP, but also for the integrity of the structure and the safety of the traveling public. Going more towards the central U.S., this one, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service case study, it's located on Perkins Meadow Brook, or I'm sorry, this one is located on Red Sandstone Creek, just north of Vail, Colorado. This case study further demonstrates how that hydrology, the geomorphology, and the species of interest vary across the United States. The species of interest for this project were really focused on Colorado cutthroat. And also this case study provides some great suggestions for construction sequencing in construction of your AOP water crossing. And back up to the northeast, so the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service case study is located on Perkins Meadow Brook in Walden, Vermont. The main species of interest for this case study is brook trout. However, the crossing was also designed to allow passage for other aquatic organisms in addition to terrestrial species. The project was completed collaboratively with several parties, and ultimately it opened up 6 miles of upstream habitat. And then also not too far away, also located in the northeast corner of the U.S., the FHWA Eastern Federal Lands case study is located on Logger Brook within the Silvio Oconte National Fish and Wildlife Refuge. This case study provides several lessons learned through the monitoring of the project since it was constructed back in 2013. So it's been in the ground for over a decade. Some of the main lessons learned on this one was really making sure that you evaluate if your system has sufficient sediment to replenish any sediment that may be washed away within the water crossing during a given flow event. And similar to this, I think it stresses the importance of conducting a hydraulic and a scour analysis as part of your AOP design, not only to have a resilient infrastructure, but also to assist in providing AOP over the life of the water crossing and ultimately reducing the maintenance over time. So those are the 6 example case studies. Again, more details can be found in the IG. Just as part of status, the FHWA AOP implementation guide is ultimately the first document in a potential series of planned documents, and is really part of an evolutionary direction for water crossing structures. We anticipate that as more AOP water crossings are implemented, those lessons learned will continue to be applied in evolving our state of practice. Currently, the Federal Highway Administration is developing a technical reference document for AOP monitoring and data collection techniques, which should be completed in 2025. And similar to Roger, just wanted to say thanks again for the opportunity to present at today's webinar. It was really great to learn more about watercourse crossings in Alberta and those similarities within the United States. Any questions, we can go ahead and answer them now, but also please feel free to reach out to Roger or I, or you can email the Federal Highway Administration at this culvertaop@dot.gov website. And I believe the presentation also has links that we can provide to download the free version of the AOP implementation guide. And then also highly encourage folks to visit the FHWA Culvert AOP program website, which has a variety of resources and more detail on the program. But with that, any questions?
Perfect. Thank you both for a great presentation. We have a few questions coming in here.
Great.
All right, our first question. Most hydrotechnical engineers are trained in designing for floods as their models. How do we start to push design more to consider drought?
Roger, do you want me to take that one, or maybe we can bounce off? Yeah, I think it's very important to consider the drought, especially like you say. A lot of times there's more focus on the floods, so the higher flows that may be utilized for assessing flooding. But that low flow passage is really critical, especially in the summertime for these AOP water crossings. And so I think the best way is just getting that into reference documents, especially for infrastructure projects, having that part of their hydrology to be utilized. And then looking into and seeing a lot of times, there might be minimal resources or guidelines available for determining what those low flows are. And so I'd encourage to see, is there existing resources within the area to help assist the hydrotechnical engineers in assessing what those design flows are. And, part of that interdisciplinary team too, I would highly encourage, probably reaching out to the local biologist, as they might have a good handle on what those low flows may be. Roger, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I was going to add that. Sorry, Casey, I was on mute when I started to answer the question.
Okay.
To add to Casey's answer, which was on point, one of the things that I think we're trying to do is have people think about what's going on upstream and downstream at the same time. I mean, the problems of drought and floods are larger than just crossing design. And certainly, if a drought is affecting passage in the entire stream, there's not that much one can do at the crossing to promote passage. So I think trying to look at it more holistically, as Casey was saying, is a key.
All right, our next question. Is it fair to say your historical watercourse crossing planning methods were similar to where Alberta is currently, and yours have evolved into this AOP process? Were there any other drivers besides biodiversity that require this extent of planning?
I'll start out on that one. I think it is fair to say that our historical practices were similar and focused basically on hydraulic efficiency, trying to minimize the culvert size to meet the hydraulic requirements. And that's what's created so many of the barriers that we see with culverts. I'd say the driver has been both legally and regulatorily. And I think we could invite Jillian or Avi if they want to add to this, have been from an ecosystem perspective. But I think as we're finding more of the benefits from a cost standpoint of larger culverts that are better for passage, they're also better in reducing maintenance costs over the long term.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. So just kind of to add to what Roger said, he kind of talked about some legal issues. So there were in some states, courts kind of mandated that all structures need to be AOP friendly, and also just I think the biggest thing has to be for me, because I'm a hydraulic engineer. Everything you've talked about hydraulic engineers is absolutely true. You know, we were trained in a certain way. The biggest benefit or the most helpful thing for me has been to work with other folks such as Jillian, you know, just kind of understand things from their perspective, kind of understand things from an ecological and environmental perspective. And again, Roger already talked about this, you know, when you do these things, of course, a primary benefit is AOP. So we're trying to, you know, make these structures more fish passage friendly. But at the same time, in doing so, we get other benefits as increased resiliency to climate change. So it becomes a win-win. And if you have a structure that's, you know, 50, 75 years old, has reached its life, if you're going to replace it, if you're going to make it fish passage friendly, then it just makes sense to go this route. So and one last thing I would say is, you know, having participating in conferences such as these and going out and talking to people all over the US and, you know, just at various conferences has been another way of you know, just continuously getting this message across that when you're designing these structures, by all means, please pay attention to the aquatic organism piece of it too.
Yeah, I think I would just, can you guys hear me? I think so, yeah. So my background, I'm an ecologist, and I've been working fish passage for about 20 years. I've just been at Federal Highways for 2 years, so I have a slightly different perspective. I think, you know, the development of a lot of these techniques were large land management agencies such as the Forest Service that have these, they do maintain roads, they maintain road networks, but they also have other mandates for their agency and for the land that they're managing. And then as a lot of the adoption initially was driven by things like the Endangered Species Act, where that required, you know, consultation for activities that took place in streams and waterways, and that provided, you know, not just a regulatory mechanism, but an opportunity to communicate and open these lines of communication and sort of help these interdisciplinary groups form. And then, as everybody else has said, you know, the benefits of these structures became apparent. I worked up in Alaska for almost 20 years, and you know, we don't see off-icing at embedded and open bottom structures very often. It's pretty atypical. So that was a big benefit that came about that people were able to recognize. We don't see beaver dams generally. I've actually never seen a beaver dam inside one of these AOP type structures. So the ancillary benefits, wildlife crossings, you know, sometimes you can reduce accidents by also providing wildlife passage. So although the initial impetus for this was often regulatory or was in sort of a land management context where folks were managing a road network within the greater context of a park or a forest, once they started being deployed across the landscape, the benefits, you know, just became apparent, I think, to a broader range of user groups, and that has really helped or led to some of the wider scale adoption that we've seen.
Perfect. Well, it looks like that is the end of our questions, which is perfect because we are almost out of time here. So I just want to thank you guys again for your presentation and for joining us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so our next presentation is Working with Beavers, and it is going to be presented by Holly Kinos. So Holly is a conservation analyst at the Mistakis Institute, where she supports the research needs of various projects. As a professional biologist, Holly holds a Bachelor of Science degree from Mount Royal University. Since joining Mistakis in 2016, she has played a key role in the Working with Beavers project, while also contributing to a broad range of research initiatives. Prior to her time at Mistakis, Holly gained experience in environmental consulting and worked on wildlife projects across Alberta and British Columbia. Beavers, Canada's national animal, play a key role in storing water, creating habitat, and improving water quality, which boosts watershed resilience. However, their activities can conflict with landowners by flooding roads, plugging culverts, or damaging trees. The Working with Beavers project aims to foster coexistence by engaging landowners and managers to reduce conflicts, promote tolerance, and increase awareness of beaver benefits to ecosystems. Attendees will learn about the cost-effective tools for coexisting with beavers. All right, and I will go ahead and pass it off to Holly.
Thanks so much, Matthew. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep, and I just made you
Perfect.
presenter, so you should be able to
Oh,
share.
perfect. I was going to say next step, sharing. So it's still not letting me share. It might take a
Let
second,
me just
maybe.
double check here. Okay, there we go.
Perfect. It's just popping up here. All right, so you all should be able to see my screen now. I am going to stop sharing my camera. I wanted to just pop in and say hi. I'll pop back during the question and answer period, which I've left some time for at the end of my presentation. So I'm just going to stop sharing my camera for now. You should be able to see my screen. And yeah, I am so excited to be here today. Thank you so much for the invitation to bring beavers to this party. It's not a party without bringing beavers into the conversation. And thanks so much as well for the wonderful introduction. Like Matthew said, I've been at the Mistakis Institute for about 8 years now, and I've been involved in the Beaver Project since the start of my time there. And if you're not familiar, oh, let me get my slides here. If you're not familiar with the Mistakis Institute, we're a registered charity that undertakes applied conservation research to enable responsible and sustainable decisions to support biodiversity, ecological connectivity, and nature-based solutions. So Mistakis is affiliated with Mount Royal University, my alma mater, and we're located in Calgary, Alberta. So when Mistakis first formed in 1997, the work of the Institute focused on the transboundary crown of the continent ecosystem. So that ecosystem is geographically kind of centered around Waterton Glacier International Peace Park, and it stretches along the axis of the Rocky Mountains, spanning southwest Alberta, southeast British Columbia, and northern Montana. So Mistakis is a Blackfoot word that translates to the backbone of the world, and it's really referring to that kind of crown of the continent area, which is where our work started. Since then, we have expanded our geographic scope, and most of our work covers much of Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan, and Montana. The Mistakis Institute's office is located on the traditional territories of the peoples of Treaty 7. It advanced too early for me, for the people of Treaty 7. However, like I said, our conservation work takes place in many different traditional Indigenous territories, and we acknowledge all the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries. So our beaver project is called Working with Beavers. The project actually began in 2012. And we are working with Cows and Fish and the Ann and Sandy Cross Conservation Area on a beaver restoration project in 2012. So from that work, we quickly learned of the local land managers' desires for coexistence with beavers and solutions to some of the challenges that they can pose. So today, Working with Beavers has a core partnership between the Mistaki Institute and Cows and Fish, the Riparian Management Society. And then we work with many different local partners as well, some of which are the Blood Tribe Land Management, Piikani Nation Lands Department, and various different urban and rural municipalities, as well as other NGOs and industry partners that kind of like come up. So the goal of our beaver project is to really foster coexistence with beavers to realize their ecological and watershed benefits on the landscape. We do this by increasing knowledge and awareness and participation in activities that restore and sustain watershed function, by providing training for implementation of coexistence tools, which we're going to chat about later on, and then researching tools and best management practices. So beavers can really be our partners in the face of climate change. And just a little overview of my presentation here. I'm going to talk a little bit about the why we want to coexist with beavers. So what kind of benefits do they have? And then how we want to coexist with beavers. So the beaver, otherwise known as Castor canadensis, is the largest rodent in North America, weighing up to 70 pounds or 32 kilograms. And I have seen them this large. It's quite remarkable. They are semi-aquatic mammals living both in water and on the land. They have webbed feet. They have a large paddle-like tail, which they use as a rudder for swimming, packing mud on their dam, and then also as warnings. I suspect most people here work in and around water a lot, and you've probably been tail slapped on the water by a beaver because you might have got a little too close. So they have uniquely developed teeth, allowing them to cut trees and other vegetation with ease. And their teeth are very unique because they're actually self-sharpening. So that orange coating on the front is actually an iron-rich like cover of their teeth. The backside is a lot softer. So as they cut the trees, their teeth will actually self-sharpen. Oh, sorry. Like I said, they are well known for their tree cutting abilities, and they use these abilities to build dams and lodges. So lodges act as their shelter, and dams act as their main way that they store water on the landscape. And they store water because that water gives them protection from predators. It gives them ease of transport of cut trees, and it provides safety for the lodge. Beavers are very important to our ecosystem, and they're sometimes called keystone species ecosystem engineers. They can help us restore our watersheds and enhance their resiliency at a lower cost than gray infrastructure, while also providing us with additional ecosystem services. And they can help us address both flood and drought. Beaver modify valleys. Over time, beaver activity changes a steep gradient stream into a flatter, stair-stepped one that widens the valley. Deep, rich soils result from centuries of sediment capture behind the dams, creating fertile valley bottoms. And even once the beavers abandon their dams, the effects on the stream valley bottoms and vegetation linger long past the abandonment. Old dams may become enduring landscape features. And you can see the arrows on this image here indicate where there were old beaver dams in this modified valley. And you can really see the extent of the floodplain moving up towards that tree line. Beavers can mitigate flooding. So there's a researcher called Dr. Sherry Westbrook out of University of Saskatchewan, and she actually had her data loggers installed in streams with and without beavers in Kananaskis during the historic floods of 2013. She found that in streams with beaver dams, there was a retention of floodwaters, there was a delay of the flood peak, and about a third of the dams did not breach. Another third did partially breach, and then, of course, the last third had blown out fully. But if you think of that in comparison to some of our man-made structures, it's pretty impressive what this rodent can do. Beaver dams act as speed bump. This really allows water to filter into the ground and recharging the groundwater. Like you can see in the slide here, they decrease the stream velocity and the stream power. Streams with beavers contain water for 50% longer than streams with no beaver activity. And that's because the amount of groundwater they store. This diagram depicts the process that allows beaver ponds to recharge our groundwater supplies. So the pie chart here shows the portion of surface water in a beaver pond compared to the amount that gets stored as groundwater. And you can see what we can visually see as surface water is just a small fraction of the water storage potential we actually see from beavers. Beaver ponds not only store water, but they deliver water too. By slowing water down and allowing shallow groundwater capture, downstream flows can be enhanced by 2 to 10 times. Beaver activity has been shown to change intermittent streams into ones that flow year-round, which is of course critically important for water-scarce places like much of our province. And most importantly, through groundwater release, cold water is delivered during low flow periods when fish and downstream users need it the most. Beaver dams also increase water quality by capturing and storing sediment. So this is kind of a fun little graphic, but depending on the beaver pond, this can range from 35 to 6,500 cubic meters per pond of sediment storage. So that equates to 382 tandem dump truck loads of sediment stored behind a single beaver pond. And not only is it just sediment, of course, there's a lot of contaminants attached to that sediment as well, whether it be herbicides, nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus, pathogens such as E. coli. They attach and bond to the sediment particles, of course, and then settle into the bottom of these ponds. Carbon is also sequestered in beaver ponds. But of course, the work of beavers, some of the benefits that we see most are the habitat creation that they make. So specifically with relation to endangered species, including, of course, our beloved salmonid species. And regarding beavers and fish, beavers create much needed slow water environments, such as their beaver ponds, and increase stream habitat complexity and riparian vegetation, which of course increases insect populations and food supplies for fish. There is agreement in the scientific research that beavers have a net benefit on native fish populations, including trout, salmon, and other stream fish. Another benefit beaver provide is during wildfires. So beaver pond, this is such a stark picture, and sometimes I get lost in my notes a little bit, but when you look at this picture, it is quite incredible. I believe this is in Utah, this photo. Or sorry, Oregon, that's right, Beaverworks, Oregon. But there are similar photos like this, of course, from California, Utah as well, who've seen quite massive fires come through. So beaver ponds can not only act as fire breaks, but they also can be a refuge for wildlife and livestock. And then they do aid in the post-fire recovery and restoration period. So beavers act as a natural flood and drought mitigation tool. However, beavers have been lost to much of the landscape during their removal over the last 200 years, mostly as a result of the fur trade era, where they were trapped for the use of fur hats. And there's estimates that the beaver population across North America was reduced by about 90 to 95%. So beavers can actually act as our climate resiliency tools, and they're starting to get a lot of attention in the media. So I've put together a few clips just of some media outlets who've kind of honed in on it. And this is also the focus of a lot of academic literature as well. You could get lost in the papers out there, and I encourage you to. They're quite interesting. Smokey and the Beaver is probably my favorite title of a paper that's out there. So despite all of the ecological benefits of beavers, we do recognize that their industrious work can create many challenges for coexistence. So traditionally, beaver management looked a lot like this, removing dams either by hand, with equipment, or with explosives. Trapping or shooting were also traditional approaches to removing nuisance beavers, and those, of course, are still being used today. And these approaches are often a temporary solution, as if you have good beaver habitat and a good population, beavers will basically move back into an area. And so I kind of call this the beaver black hole, that if you're lethally removing beavers, it's just going to suck more beavers back into that site. But there are alternatives to allow beavers to stay in place while also mitigating the impacts that they have on our infrastructure or lands. So beavers see a culvert as a hole in a ready-made dam, which they want to plug in order to expand their beaver pond and their habitat. So this device here, we call the next few devices coexistence tools. This one in particular is a culvert protector. They come in many different styles. This is just kind of one photo as an example, but it's used to exclude beavers and prevent them from plugging the culvert. There are ones that do have wildlife passage built into them as well. So the beaver can still travel through the culvert along with other mammals. But they're not able to get in with sticks in their mouth, basically. So the most successful design of culvert protector is called a keystone fence, and it's a trapezoidal shape which pushes debris to the sides of the culvert. And the increase in the surface area along the fence makes it extremely difficult for beavers to plug. The wire that is used in these cases, it's hard to tell kind of in this diagram, but the wire that we suggest using is kind of like 6x6 or 4x4 hog wire that is large enough to ensure that our largest trout species in Alberta can still pass through this easily. And the materials cost between about $1,000 to $1,500 just for the materials themselves. Then, of course, you have your labor expenses in order to install this. But once you've installed one of these very simple tools are very quick and easy to learn. So once you know how to install one, I would say it would take probably a crew of 4 people, probably less than a day to install one of these. They're pretty quick. It is important to note, though, that that maintenance is required on these culverts, and maintenance will need to be conducted in the spring and fall to ensure that there's no debris buildup kind of on the sides of the fencing. So you just kind of move that away. But really, this takes minimal time to clear any of the debris, and it is much less time consuming compared to unplugging a culvert every single week all summer long. From a regulatory perspective, culvert protectors may sometimes be included in existing permits as a culvert maintenance activity. That is what we have heard from some of the practitioners who have installed these in the past and are using them at some of their industrial sites. This is another design that we use called a beaver-proof culvert. And I know that that term might be a little triggering because there's a lot of folks out there to claim that they have a beaver-proof culvert and then it hasn't worked. This one in particular, we do find is very functional. So this site was installed in 2012 in the MD of Foothills, or Foothills County, I guess they're called now. So Foothills County installed this they were having beaver plugging issues. They were replacing the culverts under this road already to begin with. So they just kind of commissioned these beaver-proof add-ons. So there's an Alberta-based supplier, and their company name is literally Beaver-Proof Add-on. Creates these little T-junctions that just go on the end of your culverts. They have a variety of different sizes to fit different culverts. But the main function of this is really that T-junction. So there's grates on the top and bottom of the T-junction that allow for water to pass through. The grates are pretty wide, so fish can still pass through that. However, a beaver with a stick in its mouth cannot go through there. Some of the young ones might be able to swim through there, but they won't be able to bring building materials, basically. The other benefit of this is that the T-junction is super important because it funnels the sound of the running water upwards. So one of the main things that triggers beaver to dam an area is the sound of running water and the feel of running water. So if you can kind of trick them away from those things, you're going to have a much easier time because they're not going to be they won't want to dam as readily as they would if they could hear it or feel it running. So this particular installation, because it was a replacement of the whole culvert underneath the road, and there was 2 of them, was about $35,000 for this project. However, the county said that each summer they were spending between $5,000 and $10,000 just clearing these culverts from beavers. So when you look at those numbers, this conservatively pays for itself in about 4.5 years. So another coexistence tool that we can use here is called a pond leveler. So sometimes this is called a beaver deceiver, a beaver baffler, a flow device. There are a variety of different kind of like trademark names and kind of designs, but this is the one that we find works best. It essentially acts like a bathtub overflow. So the height of the pipe that is set in the dam will be the maximum water level of the upstream pond, and the cage around the inlet prevents the beaver from plugging the pipe and reduces that sensation of the rushing water. So since the inlet is located far from the outlet, typically we recommend 30 to 40 feet back from the dam or the outlet. The beaver can't figure out where the water is leaking from, and they can't figure out how to even try to dam the pipe. So the outlet, oh yeah, here's my photo here. So this outlet here, normally it is a very low flow and like a trickle coming out of this pipe. But in this situation, this one was just installed. And so it's dropping that pond to the tolerable level that the land manager set. And so it does have quite a bit of flow. But after that first day, it should just be a small trickle. It might look similar to this kind of in spring runoff as well, just during those high flow periods. So the materials cost for this is about $1,500 to $2,000. So again, it's not a huge expense for the actual materials. And even the installation, like each site is different, but these are pretty simple designs, and we do offer trainings on how to install these yourself because we can't keep up with the demand for these designs. And so we kind of host a lot of train the trainer workshops where you can actually learn how to install these yourself at your sites. And then pond levelers and culvert protectors can be combined as well. So typically that's called fence and pipe. And it's in situations where maybe you can't get the angles quite right for your culvert protector, or it's not quite big enough and it's still too narrow and could be at risk of a beaver damming on it. So in this situation, this was a pretty narrow site. And beavers can kind of easily dam on the fencing there because it is so narrow. So by incorporating the pipe design, the beaver can dam a little bit on the fence and it's still going to flow through because the inlet end is about 40 feet out. So for more information on these coexistence tools, we've also recently launched the Alberta Beaver Beneficial Management Practices. There is an interactive decision tree, which you're seeing here, which was created to aid in the decision-making process for how best to address the beaver issue at hand. So the tree prompts yes or no answers to a series of questions that guide you to consider both reactive and proactive management approaches that include coexistence tool options. So by clicking on the coexistence tool of choice, you will be taken to the corresponding section of the BMP document, which kind of looks like this. So I've highlighted the culvert protector section. So for each of these tools, it'll go over a description of how the tool is used, advantages and disadvantages of the tool, any design considerations you have to think about when you're considering using this tool. And then we do have a section on regulatory considerations and resources for each tool. Our website also has a beaver map of tools, which shows over 50 different coexistence tools and sites that have been installed in the province. So you can kind of explore that and see some different designs and how they've worked, and the issues that they're addressing are listed in there as well. And then, like I mentioned, we do a lot of training workshops and demonstration site tours. So if you ever want to see what this looks like once it's installed, or you want to participate in a workshop, I encourage you to sign up for our mailing list, and I'll put our website link up at the end of the presentation. But you can also just reach out to me too. We have a lot of interest in these workshops. We usually host multiple every year, so you're always welcome to join in. And then a lot of our workshop sites also become demonstration and monitoring sites, so that we can learn from these tools and share these lessons with others. And as part of our work, we also produce outreach materials targeted at land managers. So this one in particular, I thought it might be interesting for all the business case folks in the room, that we really tried to build this business case for coexistence tools, showing that they are much more cost effective. than the traditional management approaches, which of course was ripping out the dams, trapping, shooting beavers. And if you wanted to get, there's a few numbers people here, I'm sure of it. If you wanted to get a closer look at the numbers, here they are. And then of course, all of the resources and the references that we use to build this fact sheet are on our website too. And just as one more tool, we have developed a cost calculator based on this research, which makes it really easy for land managers to input their site-specific criteria and obtain a calculation for how quickly a pond leveler would pay for itself. So in this case, if you have 2 staff clearing a culvert or removing a dam from a site once a week, and you want a pond leveler, the pond leveler is going to pay for itself in about a month. So it's a pretty compelling business case. I just want to conclude with thanking our current funders. So we have several different grants from the funders listed here, and we're so grateful for these grants. It helps us continue our work and to really build this community of practice within Alberta. And then I want to open it up to questions. And like I said, here is our Working with Beavers website. We have a mailing list on there that you can sign up for that, we promote any workshops that we're hosting. We promote any new resources on installation of these tools. And always feel free to just shoot me an email if you have any questions or if you have any, site-specific questions. We're always happy to help folks. Myself or someone from Cows and Fish will respond with to your question. We kind of run like a beaver help desk for Alberta, so always happy to answer your questions on that. And I guess we have a few minutes probably for question and answer.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Holly. All right, so we do have a few questions. So our first question, how can beavers be used to address climate resiliency?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I think I outlined a lot of the benefits that beaver have, and by no means are we trying to say beaver are a silver bullet to all our climate change woes. That's definitely not the case, but I think the more that we can coexist with beavers and the more that we can keep them on our landscape, the easier climate change is going to be on us. They can really help us kind of like moderate those flood and drought events on both sides, and then also providing wildfire risk reduction and really habitat refuge for a lot of the species out there that are struggling with the effects of climate change.
Perfect. Our next question, do beavers typically plug fully submerged outflow culverts, for example, in storm water ponds connected to lakes or reservoirs?
That's a good question, and I'm just thinking about it here for a minute. I haven't seen one in particular. We did install this summer with Alberta Conservation Association. We did install a culvert protector on a culvert that was almost fully submerged. And so I guess it depends probably on like time of year and flow, and is it submerged all year round. I would imagine that beavers would probably still try to plug it, because if you're looking at a culvert and it's fully submerged, all the beaver sees is, this hole in what they think is a dam, and they're probably going to want to try to plug it. Now, that being said, installing a culvert protector on a submerged culvert would be a challenge that we actually haven't faced before. So that's a good question, and you might have to follow up with me to see. I might have some suggestions on how you could work with that.
Right. Next question, would you need regulatory approval to implement any of these mentioned coexistent tools?
Yeah, and that's a good question. And our BMP document does vaguely outline some of the regulatory considerations. So what we've been finding, over our last like 10 plus years doing this beaver work, is that it depends where you are. It depends what region you're in. These tools have not been used in Alberta, for 30, 40 years. Like they're relatively new. And so from a regulatory perspective, we're starting to get a grasp on what permits are typically required for these, but it does sometimes depend regionally where you are and what that particular approvals office has seen and what they recommend. So what we typically recommend and what we have in our BMP's document is that you have to reach out to the various like provincial government, federal government. Obviously, there's some DFO requirements as well, especially for pond levelers because you are dropping the level of a pond. But so we do have some of that information. It's also noteworthy to think about kind of the regulations around beavers themselves because there are no permits required to remove a beaver dam itself. And yet we're struggling with some of these challenges that there's a lot of permits that could be required for a pond leveler. So we're still learning on that. We've shared a few different white papers on our website on our experience and kind of recommendations on what permits we believe are applicable in the Alberta setting.
All right, next question. How does the beaver-proof culvert allow for fish passage?
Yeah, so I'm not as familiar with the beaver-proof culvert because that was installed a little bit before my time here, but I believe that the grates are pretty far apart. So when you look at like the grid system on the I guess the T-junction of that culvert, I believe there is quite a bit of space in between the grid system. Typically when we use hog wire for our pond levelers or culvert protectors, I believe it's a 4-inch by 4-inch gap that we suggest as a minimum for ensuring that fish are able to get through those devices should they choose to go through the device. For a device like a pond leveler, they might not want to swim through it, and if they're trying to pass a dam, typically there are other channels or other kind of processes that water can still overtop the dam during high flow events, which is when a lot of fish passage happens with beaver dams. We do get that question a lot. Yeah, so I hope that answered your question. And if not, like they do have a website on the beaver proof add-ons that kind of show the specs of what that looks like. And I'm sure they'd be willing to work with you if you don't feel that the sizing is big enough for fish passage.
Perfect. And kind of related to this question too, do you know if any literature on what devices pass fish and what don't allow fish passage?
Yeah, so this is still pretty new in the research regarding fish passage and these devices. So there is some research happening kind of on the East Coast and the West Coast, particularly on the West Coast because they're dealing, of course, with a lot of salmon migration challenges. And so there's still research happening with it. We're kind of waiting on that. But as far as we've seen, like these pond levelers, um, you know, best management practice for them is you're not dropping the pond very much. Like I said, in high flow events, there's still water going over top of the dam. There's still water leaking through the dam, which a lot of the time, these aren't impermeable dams. So fish are actually like climbing through the dam or finding other little like side passages to go around the dam. So with these tools themselves, there is one modification that is being experimented with right now with salmon. It's called fish lift, and it's essentially a fish ladder that has been built into the front side of the pond leveler. And so, they are experimenting with that, but the research is still being done. And I'm just scrolling through the questions here, and I don't know if Matthew, do you have any more questions lined up, or should I take a look?
Sorry, I was on mute.
That's okay.
Late in the afternoon, need more coffee.
Yeah.
Uh, there's a few questions here. There's a somewhat lengthy one here that you maybe want to answer offline, but with many fish-loving beaver ponds, how does one ensure that they are not dewatering a pond and stranding fish behind a beaver dam if a culvert is placed into the dam? And if there are any SAR species, Are considerations taken into account for DFO review of putting these coexisting tools in?
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely with our pond leveler situations, there is DFO request for review. And of course, we explore kind of what species are in that stream system. A lot of these pond levelers are installed on stream systems that actually are not fish bearing. So that kind of changes some of the regulatory requirements. But in fish bearing systems, for example, we installed a pond leveler. If any of you are in the Calgary area, we installed a pond leveler in West Bragg Creek with the Bragg Creek Trails Department and Government of Alberta participating in that pond leveler install. And so we needed DFO approvals for that, and we installed within. I wasn't the lead, I should say. I'm not a fisheries biologist, and I wasn't the lead on this installation. But just from my understanding on it, we were in bull trout critical habitat and Westlobe cutthroat potential habitat, and so we did have to install within the 2-week window in August, I believe it was. Like I said, I'm not a fisheries biologist. That's not my background. But yeah, there are definitely considerations when you're installing these because you need to worry about like turbidity downstream of the installation. Like you saw when you're kind of starting to drain that wetland, you don't want to drain it too fast. And you do need to have a mitigation plan in place to ensure that you're checking to make sure you're not stranding any fish. So there is some upfront work from fisheries biologists that are required to ensure that you meet all those DFO criteria.
Perfect. Is anyone installing these outside of the Mistaka's Institute?
Yeah, great question. Yes, there are. So, and there's also a large training program to become like a certified installer. So the Beaver Institute out of the US, who kind of, who has been researching and using these tools for about 30 years now, they host like a practitioner training program where consultants can get certified on how to install these tools. And so in Alberta, I believe Cows and Fish has one of the certified installers. And then there are 2 or 3 other installers now that have their own private consulting businesses that do offer those services. And it's growing every year. Like I would say there's probably 5 or 6 now between Alberta and British Columbia that have just got certification over the last 2 or 3 years compared to, there's just 1 or 2 before that.
Perfect. Well, I think we'll leave it there for today. Thank you so much for your time and for your presentation. So with
Perfect.
that being
Thanks
said,
so much.
thank you. Our next presentation is erosion and sediment control practices for forest roads and watercourse crossings, which will start in about 4 minutes here. Thank you. All right, so it's 2:20. We'll go ahead and get started with the next presentation. All right, so our next presentation is going to be presented by Clayton. Clayton has worked for the past 29 years conducting research on resource road related topics with an emphasis on improving environmental performance. He is a senior researcher in the Resource Road Group at FP Innovations. He is a past member of the International Erosion Control Association, including the Pacific Northwest chapter. Pertinent to this webinar, Clayton has published the reports on stream crossings, stream bed simulation, watershed restoration, marine log handling, and has written an erosion and sediment control handbook targeting the forest and natural resource industries in Canada. This presentation will look at the FP Innovations Practical Operations Guide, Erosion and Sediment Control Practices for Forest Roads and Stream Crossings. The handbook provides an understanding of the cause and prevention efforts for erosion, contaminant, and management of sediment, and practical solutions to understand and use during resource road development. Examples and discussion emphasis will be given for resource road stream crossings with respect to the protection of the aquatic environment and water quality. A brief introduction of a BC-initiated field protocol for estimating the volume of sediment at site will be incorporated into stream crossing site examples. All right, I will now go ahead and pass it off to Clayton.
Perfect. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just try to share here. I'm not sure if the share tab came up.
Let me just double check. You should be a presenter and it should be at the bottom of your screen. You should see a share tab.
Okay, I think
Not.
I think I see it now.
Okay, perfect.
Is that being shared?
Yeah.
Perfect. So yeah, as mentioned, I'm Clayton Gillies. I'm a retired forester and a retired biologist, senior researcher at FP Innovations. FP Innovations is a not-for-profit research institute primarily funded by the forest industry in Canada, as well as provincial and federal governments. What I'd like to do today is take you through some examples of a practical operations guide that I wrote many years ago. It's a 2007 publication. I'll try to walk you through some of the tables that are presented and some of the BMPs that are presented in the back of the guide. I've given hundreds of training sessions across the country, and today will just be a much shorter snapshot. And recently, other than just the BMPs that we've been providing to the practitioners, I've been teaming up with the provincial government and presenting some of their water quality work where they've produced a field protocol for estimating the volume of sediment reaching a site. So I will squeeze that in at the back of the presentation as well. The background here, like I mentioned, we are a not-for-profit research institute, and because of that, being funded by the forest industry, we have advisory committees about where they would like us to target our efforts. And many years ago, it was certainly identified that erosion and sediment control was an area of high importance. Initially, the members in Alberta were supporting this work, but it soon took on a national focus when we reached out to companies across Canada. I started the work by kind of setting up a series of field days and benchmarking what were people doing and what was working. So the picture in the top left, laying geotextile down into an eroding ditch. Maybe there's an opportunity to improve that practice. Maybe understand that that's not the best way to take a look at ditch erosion. And at the same time, I kind of further educated myself by joining international bodies such as the International Erosion Control Association and going to conferences and just trying to learn as much as I could as well. Natural resource extraction has its built-in challenges. There's always going to be that component. We're on earthen roads, and resource roads need a component of fine sediment to hold hold the road together, and it's that fine sediment over time. You can see in the picture on the bottom left that the pumping action of the fines as heavy equipment rolls across it, it comes up to the surface. But what we can do is, understand that resource roads are a primary source of sediment, and we can try to throw as many of the best management practices at, containing and preventing the sediment from reaching aquatic environments as we know how to. I'll walk you through some of the examples in the handbook. Again, normally this is a full day presentation, but I'm going to just give you a snapshot. I just show you the table of contents of the handbook in case you want to see any of the topics that are in there. There's certainly an introduction section. There's the section 2 focusing on principles and practices of erosion and sediment control. And then the last section is kind of unique compared to all the handbooks I've ever reviewed, is the practical applications, or the BMPs in this case, are presented by road prism attributes. So if you needed to just take a look at ditches, you could go and read the section on ditches or road surfaces or culverts for that matter. But again, any of the courses I ever took, it was really important to understand the types of erosion, and specifically it's that raindrop erosion where it all starts. It has a lot more kinetic energy and a lot more force than a lot of people would think. So just understanding that rainfall on bare soil is where it all starts, and that's where a huge focus should be when you start to think about preventing erosion in the first place. Once you're into any type of saturated condition, like the picture in the top left, you're going to get into a sheet erosion. Once you get into a type of gradient and have some movement of that sheet erosion, you're going to get into some rills and some gully erosion. One thing we didn't want to try to tackle in a practical application guide was to dabble with wind erosion, which is an important erosion around the world, and or mass wasting events. So just to introduce you to a couple of the introduction sections up front, it's important to know your soils when you're wearing your erosion and sediment control hat. You need to know the difference between your coarse fragments and your fine earth components. So we put in some simple tables. The coarse fragments are much more easily identified, not many erosion issues with them, but it's that fine earth portion, the silts and clays, that can have that higher erosion potential. So to further emphasize that, we put in some other tables, some field tests to help determine soil textural classes, whether you're dealing with sandy loams or all the way to clay, whether you're going to take a look at the stability of a wet clod, or whether you're going to take a look at the stability of rolling a ribbon between your fingers. It just helps identify what type of soils you're dealing with, because knowing what type of soils you're dealing with will help determine what type of erosion hazard you're going to likely have on your site. And that's this table here, kind of tying all together your fine earth component now with the slope or gradient on your landscape, and coming up with what type of hazard you might have at your road heading or at your stream crossing site, from low to moderate to severe. So you can plan ahead. You can maybe have an erosion and sediment control plan, which I'll go through. And just some simple tables up at the front end before getting into the middle section of the guide, where we start to look at the principles and practices for erosion and sediment control. It'll always be first and foremost to prevent erosion should be a primary focus of folks out there. The efforts to reduce, eliminate erosion should come first, and that should be followed by your sediment management, running around the landscape, trying to contain, collect, deposition of sedimentation. And all throughout both these efforts, water management is going to be key, and all the way right back to that rainfall impact on bare soil. So if I walk you through the preventing erosion in the first place, these 4 bullets are pretty key. Keeping the amount of exposed soil to a minimum during forest operations, let's say at a stream crossing installation, maintain existing ground cover, cover the exposed soil soon after exposure rather than leaving it bare for a long period of time, and keeping the ground surface rough rather than smooth. And I've got examples to show you each of these. So here's an example in Alberta. I was on site to provide some advice. Right in the draw there, we put in a stream bed simulation, a large multi-plate culvert on a fish-bearing stream. And this is a lot of bare soil. You know, if we were going into a long weekend and heavy rains were expected, that'd be a lot of soil on the move, likely making it to the aquatic environment. So just being aware of that is important. This road is not going to get a lift of aggregate. There's not much aggregate up in this area of Alberta, but it is being shaped and crowned and compacted, which is also a very good road building technique. But just understanding this hazard and what this looks like compared to a site that's well established and the hazard has been removed, whether in the beginning you use rolled erosion control mats for temporary protection from rainfall impact and sheet erosion, all the way through to aggressive seeding and fully vegetated state where you can step back and go, okay, we don't have the same amount of bare soil. And again, on the far right of this picture down the hill there, there's a fish bearing stream. Maintain existing vegetation. This is becoming more popular. That picture on the bottom right is an example where a visual cue, in this case a geotextile fence, was used to let the operator know where the grubbing needed to stop. That lesser riparian vegetation was maintained, and it provides quite a bit of a good function with respect to slowing the flow, filtering out any sediment that might be migrating towards the aquatic environment. It's like a free BMP. If you can just save that vegetation, not grub it away, you won't have to plant it, you won't have to reestablish it. Just having it maintained is an excellent vision. And same with the picture on the top left. It's not as startling, but it's there's a lot of vegetation that wasn't grubbed away up to the edge of that right-of-way tree line. And by doing that, you're just preventing that bare soil from being exposed to rainfall impact and being eroded. Providing cover, you can certainly provide live cover. You can do your broadcast seeding. It typically works well, especially if your reclamation seed mix has been fine-tuned for your area. Bioengineering, pretty common up and down the Pacific Northwest. The Polster, a fellow by the name of his last name Polster, has done some excellent bioengineering manuals. And hydroseeding or hydromulching are all very fast and effective for live cover. Inert cover can be in the form of aggregate. We use lots of aggregate across the country. I know lots of locations in Alberta don't necessarily have a lot of aggregate. You can use rolled erosion control mats. There's hundreds of types, all different types. I know down in the Pacific Northwest, they're concerned about birds getting caught in them or snakes getting caught in the weave that holds the straw in place or the coconut husk. So there's lots of considerations to think about when you're ordering and using your rolled erosion control mats, like the picture on the bottom right. Spreading logging debris is a great BMP for the forest industry. We have lots of logging debris on site. It makes the site rough and irregular. It provides micro-terracing effects. There's shade opportunities to hold moisture behind it. So it's a great BMP, and it has been shown. I've got some good pictures in the guide that it really shows night and day differences from where some rilling was occurring on the cut slope to where they used logging debris and there is no rilling. With respect to straw bales, you can use them as a bale. The picture in this case shows the bale being opened and providing immediate protection. Let's say long weekend, you're going away from the road heading site, and it provides that protection to bare soil from rainfall impact. You need to be quite cognizant of the fact that you don't want to be introducing noxious weeds, and that varies right across our country. Some provinces are telling folks that they can or cannot use straw bales. As an example, in BC, it's like a professional reliance model where it's just the goal is don't introduce noxious weeds and get there the way you see fit. And so in that case, you want to be quite, aware of what's in the bale and be familiar with the farmer's field, let's say, and just make sure you're not introducing noxious weeds. It's not that you can't use straw bales. It's more precise than that. It's don't introduce noxious weeds. And rough and irregular. Here's an example of a deactivated bridge crossing. They've utilized woody debris on site to create a bit of a micro-terracing effect, holding that soil back. It needs to still be seeded. It's hard to see behind the wood there, but it's been mounded and it's hummocky. So you don't have like a bobsled run right down to the stream where it's going to start to rill and gully. The picture on the right is also an approach down to a stream channel where the road's been fully deactivated, and it's extremely rough and irregular. And water there is just going to fall in any one of those micro holes and not necessarily migrate away from the site and reach the aquatic environment. Paved approaches, I just bring this up because earlier in my career we would have never even talked about it. I know speaking with Gordon Keller from the USDA out of San Dimas, they had done lots of paved approaches up and down the Pacific Northwest. And sure enough, when we started to look at it, we did see more paved approaches. In this case, it was in British Columbia, on Vancouver Island. The forest company was given free recycled asphalt, and instead of just paving from 0 to 80 kilometers, let's say, on their main line, they targeted each and every bridge approach. Now, they did that for an engineering purpose to get rid of that chatter and the potholing that you often see as you approach bridges, but it also had an effect at reducing erosion, reducing the sedimentation reaching the aquatic environment from the bridge deck. And yeah, just to highlight it again, there are many much older operations that have been paving their approaches in British Columbia that I've found for many years, and they continue to put them into their plans when they're building new road and building bridges to pave 30-40 meters of each approach. And again, they're doing it for an engineering concern, and you can see there is no potholes or chatter as the trucks cross this bridge deck. The second part, if you're not successful at preventing erosion, you're going to run around the landscape and try to contain, divert, and collect your sediment. And these 5 bullets are important to think about recognizing areas of high erosion risk. What do those look like? And understanding the impacts of sediment and soil deposition. What does it do to fish? What does it do to water quality? Understanding the measure of NTUs and what turbid water does to both aquatic habitat and drinking water. No effective erosion containment techniques, and that goes hand in hand with be familiar with their installation procedures. The picture in the top right showed 2 good techniques with poor installation procedures. You can't put a single straw bale in a ditch line without expecting end runaround. You need 2 or 3 to smile uphill and be installed properly to act as a containment feature. And I've got a picture to show that later. Same with the geotextile fence. It's just not installed properly. But you'll know you've done something right because you'll need to go back and perform your necessary maintenance. If you've collected and contained sediment that you weren't successful at preventing from eroding in the first place, and you've managed to capture it and collect it, you absolutely need to do the maintenance to remove it. Otherwise, you see what we see across the landscape. Geotextile fences holding back material only to fall over and let the material move on a different day. And why is it important to know your soils? Back to the first section. Well, when we're talking about containing and collecting sediment, we're targeting strategies to promote deposition, and all these fine textured particles fall through suspension at different rates. And so the take-home message from this graph is sand will fall 1 centimeter, which is a very short distance in 2 seconds, where silt, or the clay in particular, will take 6 hours to fall 1 centimeter in stagnant water. And so that's, if you're thinking you're going to be successful at deposition, you need to know the type of soils you're dealing with. And here's what we do on the landscape to slow flow and try to contain our sediment. We put in these silt fences. You can use a geotextile, a petroleum product. That's kind of the common go-to, and you need to be making sure you install them properly. The other go-to could easily be a burlap sack. You're not filtering the fine component. You're just slowing the flow and promoting deposition. You're not filtering it like coffee by any means. It's that coarse material that will fall out of suspension first, and that's not as detrimental to aquatic habitat, but it's the second material, the fine silts and clays, that you really want to try to keep out of the stream channel and or drinking water. And that middle picture on the right will be the one example I give you where the straw bales are installed properly. There are 3 of them smiling uphill. They are holding back material. There is no end runaround. There are other installation procedures that you need to be aware of, though, that they should be staked properly, countersunk a little bit. Straw should be stuffed between any 2 abutted bales. But those are all highlighted in the guide. But, I just squeeze that in as an example. Sediment ponds and basins, it's another containment technique we do. There's a culvert just within view there. That's a simulated streambed culvert on a salmon-bearing stream on Vancouver Island. And we in forestry we put in these sediment ponds. If you've ever taken courses on detention and sediment, for a Walmart parking lot or something like that, when you do the calculations of how big a sediment pond needs to be for the area that's contributing to it, we can't achieve that in forestry in our ditch lines. We just don't have the space. These sediment ponds would have to be like a lot bigger than this, like 10 times bigger than this, depending on the length of road and ditch line that's contributing to it. So we put them in, they do function. You can imagine that during the flow event, while this is overtopping, the silts and clays are also overtopping. They haven't had time to fall out of suspension. But it's between events like this picture where you do have an opportunity to have the material fall out of suspension. And again, you'll know you've done a really good job when that's completely dry and you look in it and you see all the material that's deposited, and maybe you get your rubber tired backhoe and go along the main line and clean out many of these in a given day when there's no water in them. You have to do the maintenance when you're wearing the hat of containing and collecting sediment. The other way we contain and collect is we do flow diversions. The picture on the top left is an offtake ditch, keeping the ditch water from having direct connectivity to a stream channel, which is just out of view. It's important to have these positioned properly, and it's important to make sure you have positive flow. We've been at many field sites where it's been challenging to get the water to flow away from the ditch line out into the forest, almost like a railroad grade where the land on either side of the road jumps upwards. And so you just need to keep those in mind. The installation techniques, positive flow is key. And understanding connectivity. When you turn out a ditch out to travel out onto the forest floor, you need to be thinking about where is that ditch water going. And you can see in this case, this cross drain culvert, although you can't see the cross drain culvert, it's migrating and flowing across the forest floor in a haphazard pattern. And so it's not just going out onto the forest floor and dissolving right there. It's continuing to flow. And so understanding connectivity is important when it comes down to estimating how much of that turned out ditch is actually still making it to the stream. And working with the province of British Columbia, Dave Maloney and Brian Carson have developed this. This is a very simple table. It's not accurate. It doesn't take into every site. It doesn't take into account whether sites are hummocky and hollow and steep and smooth. This is just a quick snapshot of what you can use utilizing their field protocol, which I'll introduce at the end of this presentation. But as an example, it takes a look at how far on the left there, the column on the far left, it takes a look at the distance over the forest floor between the exit of the offtake ditch, let's say, to the stream. How close are you building these to the stream? Are you a half meter away or are you 30 meters away? And it's married with the approximate area of the disturbed drainage that's feeding into that. So if you had a 200-meter squared road surface discharging onto the forest floor, which is good, but it happens to be 15 meters from a stream, and we mean 15 meters across the forest floor, not road distance, not ditch line distance, but as it meanders across the forest floor, you could expect 20% of that material that's determined, the fine grain material that's determined to be coming from that ditch line, to still over different time frames continue to pulse over each and every event, continue to pulse and make it to the stream. So you can see there, it's just quick and dirty, but you can see as a very, very rough example, when you're 30 meters from the stream, there's a lot of zeros across that row. And when you're 1 meter from the stream with your turnout ditch, there are no zeros across that row. So now I'd just like to walk you through a couple of the BMPs, just to give you a taste of some of them. We'll walk you through, I'll try to focus on stream crossings in particular, of these phases of a road's life: planning, design, construction, maintenance, and deactivation. When we're planning watercourses, you want to maintain riparian vegetation, and you often do that by not paralleling any water courses. We don't tend to do that anymore. There are no new roads that go right up against the stream, but in this case, this is an older road, Chapman Creek, and we had to go in and put in some very large aggressive aggregate there because the road was being washed out because there is no riparian vegetation, there is no buffer to it. So you don't want to conduct that practice anymore. And you certainly want to try to identify good crossing locations like stable banks and consider crossing the stream at 90 degrees so you can approach it quickly and get away from it quickly. When I was doing field layout, we would consider the stream crossing the control point, and we would bring the road to it and from it. We wouldn't let the road dictate. We would find the best spot to cross a stream and work with that. And then moving into designing, we're just from a lot of our field days and a lot of the issues that are happening at stream crossings, we're considering a very much an increased density of either cross drain culverts and or offtake ditches. It helps reduce the amount of sediment reaching the watercourse, and you want to consider your vertical alignment of your bridge deck and or culvert crossing, and you want to plan for erosion control. And I'll walk you through those three examples here. In this case, this increased density of off-take ditches, this isn't a cross-drain culvert in particular, but it's an off-take ditch. And so you're relieving that ditch line from going down to the stream channel, which is in the bottom of both pictures, and sending it out onto the forest floor. I've emphasized you need that positive flow, and I've already introduced you to the idea of where is that going in the forest? Is it still migrating and making it to the stream? Because if you wanted to estimate how much sediment is reaching the stream, let's say over a given year, so then you can't just assume that ditch is removed entirely. The example I gave you showed 20% might still make it if you were 15 meters from a stream with 200 meters squared contributing area. Because you don't want ditches to deliver their water directly to the stream. You'll get a delta like this. You'll get sediment delivery directly to the stream if the ditch is also allowed to have direct connectivity to the stream. I've read some recent papers that Dave Maloney recently shared with me, and there are some jurisdictions, I think it's in the US, where it's not appropriate. It's not to be considered appropriate construction technique to have the ditch line end at the stream. And I know across Canada, we certainly do our best to not have examples like this. And you want to consider upsizing. You want to consider larger diameter cross-drain culverts when you're doing this work. With climate change and increased events, the days of small 150, 200 millimeter culverts, they're long gone. Where all the field days we're doing these days, that people are working with 400s and 600s. Vertical alignment. Many bridges are like the bridge on the left. We don't have the length of bridge, the rolling grades. A lot of times the bridge isn't going to have the appropriate vertical alignment to allow the road surface flow to flow away from the aquatic environment, like the middle picture. If you can plan your earthworks in your design, show where soil needs to be pushed one way or the other to allow for that bridge deck to have that vertical alignment, it can be very, very good. And you can have the same concept for culvert crossings. And anticipate and plan for erosion control. You can have simple erosion control plans showing the operator improved communication. Where is that erosion control blanket going to go? Where is it going to be pinned in place? Where are you going to turn your ditches out? What does the sediment pond look like? Which side of the crossing, campsite or wood side of the crossing is it going to go on, and what side of the road? Just improves communication tremendously. And because we've had a lot of discussion about erosion and sediment control plans, I'll go through it again in a different slide sequence, in the sense that these are courtesy of DWB Consulting. And the consultants show up when you're putting in a major crossing. They'll show up with their equipment, collect all the contours, collect the high water mark, collect the present water mark, try to collect maybe the thaw wag of the river. They've got all this information very quickly collected. They go back to the office and they overlay the superstructure, what we call a general arrangement, tie it into the benchmarks, tie it into the working hubs. It's really nothing for them in AutoCAD if the client asks to come up with, can you put in some erosion and sediment control features as well for my contractor to contemplate? And this is what we want. And I don't have a lot of time to dwell on this, but if you look at the lime green in the legend, that's duff and vegetation retention. And I think you'll recall that one picture I showed you where the simple geotextile fence acted as a visual cue to that duff and vegetation retention. So that's, it's just one really good example of moving towards a more complete, holistic erosion and sediment control plan. With respect to construction, you want to armor disturbed ground, especially along road shoulders at the inlet and outlet of the culvert. That's such a short distance for the material to travel. You want to think about stockpile management. It's common to have a stockpile during culvert installation, and I walked you through two things to think about. One, prevent it from eroding in the first place, so that's cover. Or two, contain and collect the sediment. That would be like putting a ring, like a straw wattle around the base of it, or maybe a series of straw bales to contain and collect sediment. Dewatering is terribly important at stream crossing installations. You can use a pump and hose system or a gravity system. Gravity flow can be through an open trench or a contained bypass. When you use larger flexible pipe, it can be crossed by heavy equipment, and that can be beneficial at the site when the excavator wants to walk to both sides of the crossing. Pump and hose works well too, but you need to be thinking about fuel and refueling plans. What I mean by that is the pump can't be running out of water in the middle of the night, because the whole idea of this is to replenish downstream reaches with flow. You don't want any downstream reaches to go without water. It could seriously affect and or kill and or harm the aquatic organisms. And another reason we're dewatering is we want to try to allow for installation in the dry and reduce sedimentation. And I put dry in quotation marks there because it's never really ever going to be dry. And address piping. We're putting in a stream bed simulation here. We haven't infilled the pipe to the 40% diameter yet, but think about piping along the outside of the pipe and use an Armstrong seal. I don't see as many of these as I think we should, but these Armstrong seals work well. It's a simple technique. If you just plan ahead and then tie up the corners up and over the CSP, and you prevent the piping and the sedimentation from reaching the aquatic environment. Consider phasing and timing. In this case, the bottom right picture shows the entire road is going to receive an aggregate lift, but we brought in the aggregate as we did each and every simulated stream bed installation to prevent erosion at that site and the short distance to the aquatic environment. So phasing, we brought in the rock early where it was needed. It's all coming in the end, but we phased it. And maintenance, let's ensure the road's properly crowned. If this road was crowned, the wheel ruts wouldn't necessarily be traveling to the stream crossing. And grader berms, terribly important. They're all over the country. These very little minute grader berms left after a grading activity prevent the ditches from receiving water, which prevent the offtake ditches from functioning and or the cross drain culverts. So if you leave it on the road like this, it's likely going to travel and travel and travel and make it into a stream channel. So the fix is to use a shovel and breach it, or use your boot and breach it. And the fix is very simple and very easy. Bridge deactivation is important. You want to make sure you provide cover for your bare soils. You would want to have a plan of either leaving your sill logs in or removing them. Sometimes removing the sill logs can cause more sedimentation than leaving them in. And then you can see in this picture, the public has gone through there with an ATV and left damage as well, which is disappointing. And you recall the need for rough and irregular surface prep at the approaches. This is an excellent example of leaving the approaches rough and irregular. You can also, like in the foreground here, see that you want to put in water bars at both approaches to prevent the water from going down the road towards the stream channel and depositing in the aquatic environment. There's a water bar on each side of this bridge removal. And where you don't have good techniques, you're going to have a lot of sediment going down. Like this is a picture at the same site. It's a bridge removal site, and they didn't have good water management, and a lot of material is reaching this stream channel. And the question comes up, to improve that, how much material is reaching it? Do you want to just go back to the office and say, wow, a lot's making it to the stream? Or do you want to start thinking about the quantity? And that's where the water quality effectiveness evaluation, it's a field protocol developed by the Forest and Range Evaluation Program in BC. It allows for an understanding of the contributing components of the road prism. It allows for prioritizing the remediation efforts for higher ranked sites. And it also comes in the free app, which autofill calculations and site storage. And it looks like this. You want to think about what areas are contributing to reaching the stream and contributing sediment to the stream. So you start thinking about heavy rains and where is that rainwater flowing? Not all of it's going to flow down to the stream, and you start to define your mini catchment area. That is the area that's going to be reaching the stream. And then you want to do your length times width times thickness calculations on it to come up with a volume. And so in this case, you're going to have your right road surface. You have to tally that up. You're going to have your left cut bank, your left ditch line. And again, you think connectivity there. Maybe you don't tally it all up. And you're going to come up with your road surface as well. So those are the length times width. That's very, very simple. And I'll just introduce you to where you get your third dimension from. There's tables that they use, and there's different tables for cut slopes, different tables for ditches. Here's a table for a road that's 2 to 10% slope. It has the road surface quality along the columns. It has the road use along the rows. And because these are units are in meters, typically you might have decimal 2 of a uh, millimeter being added per year, maybe 1 millimeter per year. So you use these tables to come up with that third dimension is really what I want to take home, because the length and width is very easy, and then the thickness comes from a different table. It gets tallied. Once you come up with your volume, it gets tallied, and the field protocol has a ranking. And from 0.2 and up to 1 meter cubed over a given year annually is very low and low. Moderate is less than 5. And you certainly need to have actions or mandatory when you're in high or very high levels. And so this is something that's been developed and might be useful for other sites. This is the last slide, and I know I spoke fast. I'm sorry about that, but this is what it's an older sample ending in 2020. I know there's newer numbers out, but it's still the same pattern. About 95% of the sites that have been assessed using the field protocol, and in this case, it was 8,411 sites, are 95% are moderate and below. And so it gives the government of BC, a pretty good feeling that by letting the professionals manage water quality and just being told maintain water quality, don't have detrimental effects to water quality, it allows them to go back and check, are we achieving, is this a good business model to allow professionals to manage themselves like this? They go out and check, and it turns out that, well, yeah, most of the time they're taking it pretty seriously. Most of the time it's in very low or low. And that was my last slide. So I'm didn't leave a lot of time for questions, but I can certainly entertain questions now.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so I think we have time maybe for one question, so I'll jump right into it here. Is stream bed simulation a cost-effective method for resource road crossing fish-bearing streams compared to a clear span or open bottom arch structure?
Yeah, I've done case studies, quite a few case studies, 4 or 5 of them from beginning to end on site for stream bed simulation. They're cost effective. They cost out very well, and there's quite a big safety difference. And in forestry, safety is important. Having a buried structure is much safer than having a one-lane bridge. And so having that buried structure provides a very safe two lane crossing. Truckers often don't even know they're going over the structure, and you might think, oh, filling up a closed bottom structure to either, if it's round, we target 40% of the diameter. If it's a pipe arch, we target 20% of the rise. And it doesn't take much if you have the appropriate installation techniques, like a powered wheelbarrow, or and we've seen it also just with hand wheelbarrows. But no, it's a very cost-effective technique. Some foresters in British Columbia, their whole career, they use buried structures. But where now that doesn't say if you happen to have 12 clear span bridges in your yard, you're certainly going to want to use one of those first.
For sure. And yeah, looking at the time, I think we will end it there and move on to our next presentation. So I want to thank you again for your time and for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, so our next presentation is on critical habitat offsetting, a case study, and it is going to be presented by Neo Burrill. She is a professional biologist, qualified aquatic environmental specialist, and program lead for the Foothill Stream Crossing Partnership. She is also the founder of Poseidon Environmental with over 18 years of experience in the field. Neo plays a key role in supporting FSCP by overseeing stream crossing inspections, prioritizing repairs, and delivering specialized training on fish habitat and crossing assessments.
Good morning. Thank you, Matthew. I'm just trying to figure out how to share my screen here. Oh, it's
Sorry, I just
working.
had to make you presenter there. So, all
That's
right, I'll
okay.
hand it over to you.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, Clayton. That was really good. That was very informative. I hope everybody can hear me okay. And if not, let me know. That is not the slide I want to start on. There we go. And I can't see the questions, so please let me know if you have any questions as we go. This presentation is going to end with a case study on a culvert mitigation that was completed through DFO offsetting on Emerson Creek. And we'll have a little bit of lead up into that about how we selected that crossing and how that project came about. With that, a little bit of background on crossings in Alberta. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on that as I feel like we all have a really good idea of the impacts of crossings in Alberta at this point. We'll talk a little bit about the Foothill Stream Crossing Partnership methodology and how that made this project possible in the first place. And then we'll talk about typical hanging culvert replacements, as well as go over the case study on Emerson Creek. So this is a slide just basically indicating this is what the FSCP inspections database looked like as of May 8th, 2024. So we have quite a few new inspections in the system so far. We have a robust inspection application and background database that helps us manage all these watercourse crossings. When we take it where that little red circle is there in the foothills where I'm situated in Hinton, Alberta, we can see that there's just a huge network of roads in this area, indicating a ton of crossings and a ton of streams that are being blocked by culverts. A little blockage, what can seem like a small stream, can really impact a large network of upstream habitat. We talked a lot about connectivity today, how to prioritize, and we typically prioritize within the Foothill Stream Crossing Partnership by length of upstream habitat that is being blocked. There's other factors as well, but you can see big improvements by focusing on a watershed scale basis. Not to ignore sedimentation, as Clayton mentioned, and he went over that really, really well. This is something that we also inspect for, but today we'll be talking more about fish passage situations. The Foothill Stream Crossing Partnership has been around since 2005. We have energy, forestry companies, occasionally mining companies come in and out. Our focus is data collection and inventory management of watercourse crossings, prioritizing those crossings, watershed remediation plans, training and knowledge transfer, regulatory engagement, and then, of course, stream crossing mitigation. This is our current updated membership list. This is who we work with. We also have, and all of these partners work together to inspect their crossings and load them into the FSCP database, and the planning begins from there. How we do this project work is very similar to how everybody else here is kind of keeping up with it. We identify potential crossings and provide maps and details per region. We host training sessions on our app every spring, and these are a part of the membership fees that the members pay for. Over the summer and snow-free periods is when the companies go out and use that app to inspect all of their crossings. The data is then summarized. This is the phase we're in right now that the snow is on the ground to stay. And we compile those into watershed scale plans that span multiple industries with a focus on watershed scale approach to prioritizing repairs. The crossing owners, though, then ultimately prioritize their repairs and schedule those crossing repairs. Once the plans are complete, they're submitted to the regulators. So through this inventory, prioritization, and strategic repairs, we really focus our prioritization on a relatively simple methodology, really looking at listed species, channel size, and increasing habitat connectivity. But again, as Clayton mentioned, there's a lot of operational safety considerations that a crossing owner will have to also bring into the equation when determining which of their crossings to fix. Human safety is always going to trump anything else. Life cycle of the road, if we're going to pull a road in a couple of years, it likely doesn't make sense to pull out a hanging culvert and install a bridge when there's other hanging culverts that we can address in that time that are going to have a longer impact. And then cost and benefit of repair. We'll talk a little bit about costs when it comes to crossing replacements, but it can vary wildly based on area, height of fill at the crossing, material costs at that time. So all of these things are going to come into our selection of the crossings that we want to repair. Using that methodology, the FSCP has been quite successful in mitigating fish passage issues. We don't have our updated 2024 numbers yet, as there's still a few projects on the go. But when you look at this, when we only include straw order 2s or greater, we've reconnected almost 2,000 kilometers of fish habitat. And the map on the right here is representing where those repairs have been occurring. So those repairs are occurring in high-risk watersheds that have been identified as high priority for restoration and connectivity. And 75 of all the barriers removed, when we look at a total number, are in critical habitat for SARA-listed species. That's definitely a high focus and a high prioritization tool of ours, is to look at the species at risk maps and where are these species located and how can we have the biggest impacts on these vulnerable populations. So when we talk about repairing a hanging culvert, a lot of people think about just the time when the actual works are happening. So I wanted to go back a little bit about a typical hanging culvert and the planning that goes into it from a crossing owner's perspective. So year one, over a 2-year cycle, in the fall and the summer, we're going to collect biological and survey field data. So really that's doing your crossing inspection, potentially also getting your QACE done, things like that. In the year one, getting your QACE done, getting your environment or your engineering plan completed. That winter, you're going to want to start your permitting. You're going to want to submit your request for review, which is going to include that habitat data that you collected in the previous summer, as well as your engineered plans and designs. Hopefully in that winter spring, you're going to receive your LOA from DFO and a SARA permit if needed. In the spring, you'll get your SARA permit there. And then in year 2 in the spring, you'll submit your 14-day notice and research license application. So the research license application is if you have to do a fish salvage at the time, and that goes to the government of Alberta. And then in year 2, you're going to conduct your works. For us, typically in the Hinton region, that's a window in the summer, so outside of the restricted activity period. And when we look at prioritizing, it really does help to have a large inventory of crossings to select from. You can look at this and you can pick which crossing, which hanging culvert here is really going to have your most bang for your buck. Additionally, you can see other barriers that might be impacting that reach of stream that you're planning on working on. So let's say there's another hanging culvert 200 meters upstream. Perhaps it doesn't make sense to fix the one that you have that's 200 meters downstream, or perhaps you can collaborate with the owner of the crossing that's just upstream, and you can really improve the overall condition. So this on here, we have 23 kilometers of mapped critical habitat that has been restored just from this one crossing alone. But in the entire watershed, we've restored 177 kilometers of critical habitat for Athabasca rainbow trout through a watershed planned approach. So the crossing owner also has some other considerations when they're doing their planning. So structure type. So do you need 2-lane traffic? A culvert or an arch could facilitate that. Traffic volume, is it a major haul road? Maintenance, some kind of structures require additional maintenance or more maintenance than others. Life cycle of the road, we kind of mentioned that. Watercourse characteristics, so is it fish habitat, size of the channel? Is it a really flashy stream? What kind of fish species are we expected to see there? And then the timing for installation, when is the wrap? What is the workload for the engineers and the QACE and the other consultants in the area? And do you have to isolate the site for the works that you're planning on doing? The cost is obviously going to have an impact on the crossing owner. So height of fill, distance from center, are there pipelines present? Prioritization against other projects, the use of the road. So closing a road or a rail line can be very costly for operations for certain industries. And then the budget cycle. So company budget cycles and other high priority projects, it can be difficult for the crossing owner to really get these projects slotted in there in the same year. So sometimes it does take to the following year to actually have the budget in place to get the work done. So for a typical hanging culvert replacement, this is the permitting that we often see: a request for review application. For that, you're going to require biological conditions completed in snow-free conditions, drawings or plans, potentially a species at risk permit if you're going to need a fish salvage on map critical habitat, a code of practice notice, and then a fish research license. So you can see some of those have a 90-day window. That being said, if DFO has 90 days to review your file, if there's something missing in that file, then they're going to get back to you, and then the 90-day clock restarts again. We're going to talk a little bit about requests for authorization as we proceed on in the presentation, but you can see there's a few other potential requirements as well that do come up during crossing replacement projects. When we're doing a code of practice for watercourse crossings, we do a forestry and energy. Forestry is going to be submitting into the DRAS system, and energy is going to be submitting into the AER one stop. Same with private land, things like that is all going to be going into the DRAS system. And just a note, when you do submit your code of practice for watercourse crossings, you are committing that you have done some type of plans, whether that's engineered or a technical engineer specialist plan. And then you also have a QACE report. So that is even for these smaller culverts, locations where you might not think you need an engineer plan. There needs to be some type of plan in place once you submit your code of practice notification. What we typically do is do a quick check to make sure that we need a code of practice and that it's not exempt under the Water Act. So there's some characteristics there on the left. All of those need to be met before the crossing is exempt. And then also we need to meet the definition of a water body. What that is with defined bed and banks. There is some technical or maybe professional expertise that comes into place on intermittent channels. So if you have an intermittent channel, I would defer that to somebody that would say whether that's defined enough to be classified as a water body under the code of practice. If your project is exempt, it does not require a code of practice notification. And that's just to the province. That does not cross-relate over to our federal requirements. And Mike covered this really well this morning. This is just the code of practice map. Really how you decide when your restricted activity period is going to be is referring back to this code of practice map and determining what class and restricted activity period is associated with your project. And I know Mike also talked about this a little bit, and there was a question this morning about what is a QACE. So this is the definition in the code of practice of what is a QACE. And it really is up to the individual themselves to determine whether they're qualified, but from a crossing owner's perspective, it makes sense to really get a good grasp of who your professionals are that you're hiring for these projects. And then I like to touch on this for engineer technical specialists. So you do not require engineered stamp plans to submit your code of practice under the code of practice, but you do need to have an engineering technical specialist at a minimum prepare these plans. And the requirements for an engineering technical specialist are over on the right. And again, from a crossing owner's perspective, you really do want somebody that knows their stuff and is going to produce these plans. Then once you install the crossing, it's a really costly thing. If it doesn't pass water, it doesn't pass fish, maybe somebody made a mistake about a slope or depth of fill, then it can be really costly to fix those. And you're basically redoing the entire crossing at that point. And when we jump into permitting on a federal level, the Fisheries and Oceans, you have your request for review application, which results in a letter of advice. Again, up to 90 days, but if you don't have all the information they require, that clock resets. If you're going to be doing a fish salvage using electrofishing on critical habitat, you're going to require a species at risk permit, and this can extend the deadline or the timelines you should expect. Because once your letter of advice is ready to go, that's when they're going to be requested to submit a Species at Risk Act permit application. And then the clock starts again on that. So it really is important that you get your request for review in early. And then the request for authorization and offsetting plan, we're going to talk about that a bit today. It's not something we typically see in a regular crossing replacement, as it's often applied to new road construction, for example, when you're going to be clearing the buffer, the vegetative buffer around mapped critical habitat, that would be considered a HAD. So if you're gonna, if after your request for review is reviewed and DFO decides that you're going to have a HAD throughout your project, they're going to require a request for authorization as well. And so when I'm looking at a project, we kind of do this just now off the cuff, but water bodies where your review isn't required, doesn't contain fish at any time during any given year, and isn't connected to a water body that contains fish at any time during any given year. So, but then when you go to step one, it has to, you can see on step one there are the WA stands for works, undertaking, or activity occurring in waters frequented by fish, or is the water body hydrologically linked to waters frequented by fish, or can this area directly or indirectly support life processes for fish? And that's pretty broad. So even if you're not working in fish habitat, one of those may apply. And then, so then the step two is it taking place in any area that contains or may contain species at risk? So often that is yes. And once that's a yes, many of the code of practices within DFO don't apply, and it is typically best practice to go to a request for review at that point. Most of the outcomes come to a request for review outcome, I guess, when you follow the flow chart. When you do a request for review, this is just a brief summary of the information that they're going to ask. So, you know, the basics, the project description, where it is, a description of aquatic environment. And I think it's important to note that without snow-free pictures, it's really difficult for DFO to understand the condition or characteristics of that habitat. So that is really key and important. So that kind of comes back to the planning aspect of things. You really need to plan in advance and have that data and those photos collected in the summer if you're planning on doing the reporting and the submission in the winter. And then they're going to ask you to review the potential effects of proposed projects. So they have a pathways of effects diagram on their website that you can take a look at. And it helps them understand if there's going to be changes to any types of fish habitat, passage, wetted area, that type of thing. And I just wanted to make a note here too, in an emergency situation, you can submit an application for authorization or a request for review, but you can start on the works if the project is required. So the one that I like to address is a risk to public health or safety or to the environment or property. That comes up for us with washed out roads, that type of thing, when they need to be addressed right away. And then you can submit the information to DFO after you do the works and follow up with them from there. And just to briefly to touch on, I think we all know what a HAD is now, but where we commonly see it is, you know, new road construction, like I mentioned, where you're going to be clearing riparian habitat around critical habitat. But it can be installing rocks within a creek, or, you know, it can be a variety of things, intentional or non-intentional. They're really focused on spawning, rearing, nursery, overwintering, feeding, migration, really the key aspects of what's happening in that watercourse. And then we get into the request for authorization. And so this one here, again, we don't have as much experience with. When I say we, I mean Poseidon Environmental, because we typically do crossing replacements. We do the occasional new installation. And when a new installation comes up over critical habitat, this is something that occurs that will require an authorization and offsetting. So in this situation, one of the key changes here is that you'll now need to do consultation. So often that's with Indigenous communities, and it's a required component at this point for your offsetting plan as well. So you're going to need a request for authorization as well as in your offsetting plan. And that can be a time-consuming activity. So it is something to make sure that you plan for in advance. And then the other side of things, the other difference from the request for review is you're also going to have to suggest a habitat credit and offsetting plan. So how are you going to offset the HAD that is happening and really spawn this requirement for request for authorization? What are you recommending that you can do to offset that HAD that has been created? And then a financial guarantee. So typically when we're replacing a hanging culvert, the works are scheduled in such a way, like when you get a really good crew, they just know what's going on, but this can be something that's learned over time as well. And if it doesn't go well, it often comes back to a scheduling of the works. So you're going to have a mobilizing equipment day where you're renewing permitting plans and environmental considerations. You're going to have your fish salvage and then your stream isolation if it's required for the works. You're going to have your structure removal that's already in there, and erosion and sediment control is happening as basically as soon as a bucket it makes any exposed soil. Bed reconstruction is often a component, particularly when removing a hanging culvert. Installation of the new crossing, restoring flow, armoring, and then monitoring. The fish salvage is the part that I get to be a part of most frequently in my role of Poseidon Environmental. There's passive herding and net setup. Electrofishing is often used. What we do then is we have to process and relocate the fish to a safe area outside of the work zone. And then we usually, if there's a dewatering, it's monitored because it can be really difficult. That's a pretty large scour pool you see there. To dewater something like that, or to completely defish something like that before dewatering is difficult. So it's usually a time-consuming process, but important to do because you wouldn't want to leave any fish stranded in a dried out channel. You can see in the bottom left picture there of a channel that's been completely dried, and it's being monitored at that point in that little pool there. There's still little suckers and things popping up in that little pool. And then there is follow-up reporting to the regulators on both of those, provincial and federally. Federally only if you have a SARE permit, and provincially every time. And then there's, for a typical hanging culvert, there's the isolation. So we've seen a lot of kind of developments, I guess, with the isolation techniques over the last few years. So the one on the left there is a diversion channel. So in a larger watercourse, it can be very difficult to do a dam and pump around if there's a lot of flow. You'd need a lot of pumps with a lot of volume. And it just it brings an extra risk with possible, heavy rain events, bringing water into your work site. Things like that, 24-hour monitoring of your pumps. So the diversion channel is nice if you can do it. You could either use an existing cross drainer culvert or install a culvert in the road to allow the water to continue to flow around your dried work site. A dam and pump around can create a really nice, dry, clean work site. And if you don't have the space for a diversion, like you're in a really narrow, tight working area, it's the best way to go. And it can also really allow equipment to get around more easily. You're not worrying about that flowing water that's occurring beside a excavator. And then for bed reconstruction, I thought this was a pretty cool shot on the bottom left. This is a part of the plans that you're going to have designed, and it's a required component when you're pulling out a hanging culvert in most situations, because there will be no bed underneath. Sometimes they're placed right on the bed material, but typically there has to be some type of reconstruction. And this is just, once you're done reconstructing the bed, you can release the flow. So this was sheet piles that were driven in to hold it was basically turned into a wetland impoundment due to an undersized culvert for many, many, many years. And so once this started to flow, it really did equalize. And that pond shrunk a little bit, but actually still remained a large, flatter, wetter area in the upstream. Oh, I got two of those. So, and then monitoring and reporting, I touched on this already. You're going to need to this is a component from the environmental perspective, to follow up on the fish species that you captured, lengths, widths, weight, species, condition, age class, that type of thing. All that information has to be provided back to the regulators. And so on a provincial level, it's pretty neat because it goes back into our Fish and Wildlife Management Information System that people can look at in the future. So let's say you said you captured Athabasca rainbow trout at this site. The next person that goes out there doesn't necessarily need to electrofish to determine if there's those species in there. They can just go into that publicly available database and just see that there's been species captured there and confirm that it's fish habitat. Costs are really variable. So these are what I typically experience as a consultant, not necessarily what everybody sees, but this is just sort of my experience. A hanging culvert to a clear span bridge, at least 1 year, 1+ year planning and permitting. And you're looking, it can be really variable, but 250 to about $1 million. Hanging culvert to open bottom arch, those are typically a little less expensive. But again, that's really dependent on material costs, crew availability, distance from center, height of fill over the existing culvert. And then a hanging culvert to embedded culvert, those can be put in a lot more economically up to a certain size. And then you get to a certain size and the steel is pretty much comparable to a bridge. Factors that impact costs, we talked a bit about this. Height of fill over the crossing is a really big one. Price of material, distance from center, timing restrictions, site-specific BMP, so best management practices. Certain sites are going to require more mitigation to keep everything safe and moving ahead. There's also things like pipelines, overhead power lines, all that type of thing can really impact the cost and time that your crew is going to take to do the replacement. And then the environmental and engineering monitoring. So again, if you have open water, you're going to be doing turbidity monitoring that during that time. If you're having a diversion channel, for example, versus a dam and pump around, you're going to need to have turbidity monitor on site for the entire works. So when you take a look at that and you typical hanging culvert replacement costs, 2 hanging culverts per year for a company can add up pretty quickly. And so I just wanted to give some tips on the best way to save costs. I can't emphasize enough being organized and planning ahead, and then prioritizing the sites that you want to get done in advance, as opposed to being reactionary. Have an inventory of your crossings so that you can take a quick look and you have a long-term plan about which ones you're going to fix, but you can also identify the ones that might be at risk during major flooding events. So it's very undersized, it's flooded before. You can start keeping track of those types of things. Start at least 1 year prior to build a multi-year plan. And then build your team. I can't emphasize enough how working with a great environmental and engineering team and your construction crew can just really make these projects go really smoothly. Once you get used to working with people and they're used to working with you and you know they're professionals, things can go a lot more smoothly. So we're getting into here the offsetting plan, or the offsetting on critical habitat plan. So this is a few years ago. Pembina Pipeline had lost the depth of cover during a major flood event. This was up near Whitecourt on the Athabasca River. So they had to install a groin to protect the pipeline. And I don't know if I'm saying that right. I hope I am. I'm just reading it in my head before. And that covered 2,000 square meters of native substrate. And that was the HAD that actually occurred. And they had to install this to protect the pipeline from further damage. Before they could do a total fix on the pipeline. This was more of a temporary measure at the time. They brought in Applied Aquatics to help them with all of that work, but then also to start preparing an offset plan. So with that HAD, DFO said you need to do a request for authorization with an offset plan. And so Applied Aquatics reached out to a few people to start working on that and to try to find these projects. After the review by DFO, Pembina submitted an offsetting plan to DFO, and then in summer 2021, there was the construction at that culvert you see on the right. And then there was a 3-year monitoring plan that came along with the offsetting plan as well. When Applied Aquatics started out, they approached the FSCP and the Foothills Stream Crossing Partnership and Woodlands North as well as agencies with prioritized list of hanging culverts. 3 projects were proposed: replace a perched culvert in the Old Man Creek area, replace a perched culvert on Emerson Creek, and then there was a third, which was quantifying enhanced fish habitat due to installed groin in the Athabasca River. So this was more of like a research monitoring project to determine how fish were using that. And so on the bottom left there, you can see the guiding principles for offsetting. And they picked these projects because they did meet these guiding principles that were on the DFO website as well. I just wanted to point out that there is a really great manual, PDF manual available on the DFO website about applying measures to offset adverse effects on fish. So I would say that there's still some discussion with DFO and there's always a lot of back and forth, but this gives you some good guidelines to follow when you are thinking about how you're going to design an offsetting plan. So this culvert here, it belonged to Hinton Wood Products at the time, and they're a member of the Foothills Stream Crossing Partnership, and they had it slotted in amongst their other priorities for replacements. It's 500 meters from a confluence with the Athabasca River on Emerson Creek. It has 85 kilometers of connected upstream critical habitat, so that was all connected and mapped. And the culvert itself was quite large. It was a 5-meter diameter culvert, and the bankfill channel width of this creek is about 6.5 meters. So to achieve this offset plan, this is basically the steps that they went through here. So there was a lot of negotiation on the timing with West Fraser, between West Fraser Mills and Pembina to determine timing, roles and responsibilities, that type of thing. They Applied Aquatics determined a baseline fish population composition at the stream. There was an excavation and removal fill and culvert in 2021 was when we actually did construction. And then there was a plan to do a 3-year plan of a relative abundance and distribution to compare pre and post bridge installations over 3 years. So the proposed project offsetting, the removing the culvert barrier will enhance access to 9 kilometers. So that was a direct straight line 9 kilometers. It didn't include all of the offshoots and tributaries. It was replacing the culvert with a single span bridge and restoring connectivity to critical habitat and for species of particular concern. So this is how the roles and responsibilities played out. In this project, in 2021, this is just an estimate. I don't have the actual costs in front of me, but this project would likely cost about $800,000. In 2024 costs, this would probably see about a 20 to 30% increase. And West Fraser and Pembina negotiated the splitting of the costs internally, and it came out to a nearly equal. So this is basically how it broke down. Poseidon was working on behalf of the Hinton Wood Products and worked on the fish salvage itself and all of the required permitting, and Applied Aquatics working under Pembina did the monitoring, all of the requests for authorizations, requests for reviews, all of that type of thing occurred under Pembina's umbrella. The work took about 18 days. The excavation of the road fill, kind of big deal. It was a lot of road fill, was 150 gravel trucks, and that can get very expensive. The culvert removal, the culvert is very large. It had to be cut into pieces to be removed. There's a bed reconstruction, installation of new culvert or new crossing, restoring flow, armoring, and monitoring. The fish salvage was a lot of fun. We all got to participate in this one. So it was a very large scour pool, as mentioned. And I think only 6 Athabasca rainbow trout were captured after it was all said and done, likely due to the amount of equipment buzzing around and all of the people in the stream. They probably just got scared away. So I think there it is. So this is a typical project and not site specific. We didn't have enough photos to make it a good slide, but this is just an example of, a site where we would use have a reconstruction of or leave a culvert in place to allow water to flow around while we would rebuild the bed on the other half. And then once the bed is rebuilt on the other half, water can be directed into the rebuilt bed with a slight berm in the middle to keep it from flowing into the work site or other types of barriers. And then the bed can be reconstructed on the other half before water is allowed to flow over all of the washed rock. So the new installation is a 20-meter concrete and steel composite single span bridge. And those are some pretty good shots of it, courtesy of Applied Aquatics. So monitoring and reporting, monitoring of erosion and sediment control, including willow staking success, was required. However, the willow staking was determined to be suboptimal, not meeting the goals of 85%, which is actually really typical for this region, just due to rocky soils, variety of cold weather, some dry slopes. And then determining the fish species composition was the second part of it, and generating population estimates over a 3-year plan. Unfortunately, in year 1, the Athabasca rainbow trout was listed as a SARA species, so the SARA permit required for that kind of sampling wasn't approved. So they basically had to rework their monitoring plan at that point. Some interesting occurrences. I said a couple of those, but 1 week after the work was completed, there was a huge rain event that brought in all new channel material, basically. So it basically repopulated the channel with material from upstream, which is ideal. It means it was properly sized at this point. There was very little rock movement, and we had a huge flood here in 2023, and there was very little rock movement at that point. So overall, this was a very successful installation. Thank you. That's it. I guess I made it in time.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that presentation. So looks like we have a little bit of time here for questions. All right, so can some exemptions for culvert installs in a water body be applied under the Water Act, but would still need a Public Lands Act or Public Lands approval?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Can some exemptions for culvert installs in a water body be applied under the Water Act, but would still need Public Lands approval?
Um, New installations and would still be under your disposition, your master schedule of agreement. And if you required an RTF, so you needed to do works off of the right of way, which often happens, you have large pieces of equipment, you need to store material, then you would require an RTF, or it used to be called a TFA, under the Public Lands Act for that.
Okay, our next question, have you encountered more than one culvert at a site to replace? For example, two culverts in the same stream. In this case, did you isolate one culvert to maintain fish passage and replace the other culvert, then switch?
We've seen that quite a lot. And yeah, if we can retain an existing culvert to allow, like, I think, does he mean flow during the works? In that situation, then you would just have to make sure that the water is completely isolated from your works and flowing through that culvert. And then if you can restructure the bed underneath of the culvert that does not have flowing water in it, that's a really great way to do things. It's really common to have multiple culverts at a site, but often they're really damaged and can't be used necessarily as a diversion.
All right, when you guys are building a new bed for a creek, are you rinsing the bed and pumping off the turbid water until the creek is flowing clean or back to the original turbidity levels?
It depends. Again, sometimes we can get really clean rock, especially in the Hinton region, Nordegg area, but sometimes it's just not available. And in those situations, we do like to wash anyway into basically a low point in the downstream, and then we would pump that out until it's running clear before we release it into the downstream channel.
Okay, and what is the best practice for using berms for water diversion? My understanding is that clay berms may result in a spike in turbidity.
It's possible. And so it really depends. It's really project specific. Um, if you already have existing material, that's like, for example, if we're using a berm, I think Clayton posted a really good picture of how there was vegetation retained around the abutments of a bridge, and then the rock riprap was installed behind it. We will occasionally do that to avoid in-stream works. We'll leave about a foot or less berm in place and then dig down below the stream bed level behind and install the rock behind that, so we're completely in isolation of water. And in that situation, if there is a slight spike, it's usually quick, and we avoid working in water and doing an isolation. So I think it really is dependent on the site, how fast the water is flowing, because that's going to determine how quickly it spikes, how far it goes downstream, that type of thing. So yeah, it really is site specific.
Okay, and it looks like we have one final question here. Does alder work better than willows in the foothills?
I'm not sure. We do see a lot of alder, and they suck to walk through, I guess. But I really like the idea of plugs, vegetation plugs. So you look back along the ditch lines a ways back, dig up a plug with a bucket, and then in a scoured work area that maybe you've cleared during the construction, you pop it in there. So it really is vegetation that is happening at that elevation and growing well, and is likely going to be successful and well established, and you're taking the root ball with it in a lot of situations.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for your presentation and for your time today.
Thank you.
All right, and we will now go into our question and answer period for our panel. So again, you can use the question function on the right side of the screen. If your question is directed to a specific panelist, please just mention that in your question so I'm aware. Otherwise, if it's just a general question to the panel, you can just leave it as is. And again, if your question isn't answered, it'll be answered in written format if we run out of time or if some questions are just too complex. Thank you. All right, so it looks like we have our first general question. Are ephemeral draws supposed to be on provincial COPs? According to the definition, the COP is only for defined bed and banks, and as ephemeral draws are not defined, if that is the case, then would they fall in line under the Water Act if clients had packed them without a road or pipeline? Would that require a full Water Act approval? And for our panelists, I'll just share that with you guys since it's quite a long question in the chat.
I don't know if Mike's still on the call, Mike Hunka. He could probably talk to this too, but is my understanding that if it doesn't have a defined bed and bank, it is not considered a water body. But somebody else might have, a regulator might have better insight into that.
Okay, for sure, and we can always pass that to Mike for a written answer.
Yeah, I am still here.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't see you there.
That's my understanding as well. I have to read the exact wording in the actual act, but that is my understanding. If it doesn't have a defined bed and bank, then it would not fall under the definition of a watercourse or water body. So that being said, though, there may be some considerations again under the erosion sedimentation provisions under the Public Lands Act and the Water Act. If you do disturb that and it does transfer downstream to another water body that is defined. So it's not maybe as clear as it might seem, but yeah, we can get you a written response on that.
Did we lose Matthew? Okay, well, in the absence of Matthew, there's another question that came up to the panelists. Excuse me. So I'll just read it out loud. The panelists, you can view it on the right-hand side, but general question for AWC3 team that may be a bit off topic from watercourses. Can you comment if there are clearly defined or accepted wetland classifications that require COP notification if crossed by a linear project? Specifically, they are curious about marsh, open water, and shrubby swamp classified wetlands. I don't have the answer to that question, but I think we can provide a written answer to that question. It would it'd be connected to the Water Act or the Wetlands Policy. That's all I can say for now.
Okay, for sure. Thanks for jumping in there. I was muted and talking to myself.
I guess just before we move to the next question, I don't deal a ton with wetlands, so yeah, I think that's the best approach. Is we'll get you a written response on that.
Perfect. Our next question, which I can answer, will the webinar be available to watch on the website? Yes, it will. We will get it up shortly after this. There may be a bit of editing and just cleaning up, and then we'll get it up on the website. All right, next question. How do you recommend addressing culvert armoring for erosion and sediment protection in relation to culvert aprons and using suitably sized substrate to prevent structural issues while balancing fish passage? For example, Class 1 aprons typically have a ton of interspace and may lack overland stream flow until this is filled with silt due to natural degradation. Would you recommend topping the apron with sand?
That's from John. Hi, John. Absolutely. All that approach is really nicely filled with a clean pit run, I call it. So a 4 to 6 inch pit run, the same kind of stuff that you would dig out of a natural stream channel, but it has to be sand, like a coarse sand, which is an aggregate. So no clays, no dirty pit run. But that's happened often when you show up on site and the contractor's brought in nice clean washed rock, and you fill up the culvert, you fill up the stream, whatnot, and then the creek disappears underneath. So a coarse sand does the trick, you bet.
Okay.
I would just add to Neo brought this up as well. The one key there is to make sure you're washing that material through while you still have full isolation, and just collect any of the fines and pump those off prior to opening the stream back up. But yeah, that is a good point.
And you may find the same issue having to fill the interstitial voids when you're doing stream bed simulation as well, whether you're outside the culvert on an apron or you've infilled the culvert. We have techniques to hose in a lot of material, sand, clean sand, as was emphasized, to infill all those interstitial voids. Otherwise, like the question points out, you'll have subsurface flow.
Okay, our next question, is there a legitimate argument to replacing an existing bridge with an open bottom culvert?
Tough question. I think that's fairly site specific. More of an engineering question too, I would say. But ideally, no. But again, it's something that definitely can be considered in certain scenarios, I would think.
Yeah, if the bridge has failing abutments and is being undermined, then you would think of replacement. And if the open bottom arch can be sized suitably and with a good crew with good installation procedures, then you could choose to replace a failing bridge with either structure.
And just to add to that, I'd want to know what fish species are within the area. Is it a species at risk? What does the site look like? What fish passage criteria are we looking at? So you could use either or structure, but there's a lot more questions we would ask from a federal side.
For sure. All right, next question. This question is for AER dealing with pipeline companies. Is there a requirement for using Survey 123 app, or can they have their own system to manage their crossings? If a company is not a member company, is there more scrutiny? And for the yearly inspections due in November every year, is that applicable to pipeline crossings?
I'm not sure if Angela or Cameron, but I can definitely address some of this. So the short answer is no. So the Survey 123 app is specific to watercourse crossings, dealing with road crossings only. The suite of questions within that app are not going to manage the potential questions that we would ask on a pipeline crossing itself. In regards to pipeline companies being members of the directive, you definitely can. We do have some pipeline companies that are members. However, their membership is looking specifically again at their roadway crossings, not at their pipeline crossings. In regards to inspections or additional scrutiny, that's a question I'd have to leave for Cam or Angela just on our inspection side. But my understanding is that there isn't a requirement to do a report every November of pipeline crossings themselves if that's not associated with a road. So yeah, I'm not aware of a requirement for that, but again, we can get you a clear answer on that part of the question.
Okay, we'll move along then to our next question. Most of the future culvert replacements we get told about occur in the winter, so we don't get sufficient inlet or outlet pictures without snow or ice in there. What can we do to give DFO triage a better idea of the site? Are only aerial photos sufficient?
That's a great question. Again, it kind of comes back to we need to play that story for the assessor. If we can't look at the impacts to fish and fish habitat and make a sound decision on behalf of the minister, we can't accept those photos. When we're looking at aerial photos, yes, we do want the aerial photos, but we also need site-specific photos because each file that comes in, there's something specific about that site that we're reviewing. When you're looking at aerial photos, sometimes you just can't see down below, but that adds to the enhancement of the site. But we really need to know, are there riffle pool run sequences there? Is this going to cause a HAD? And the less information we have, the more delay the system will get, and then we can't make that confident decision of, yes, this is a low risk file. If we don't think it's going to be a low risk file, that's when we're going to send it off into the regulatory review units. It's going to be a more in-depth review, and then it's going to take a lot longer to process through the system. The more information you can provide us, the better. But when it comes to winter photos, there's all about planning. There's these crossings don't just come in within 2 to 3 months. There's a lot of planning from the very beginning to the start. And what I've been told, maybe this is not 100% accurate, but it could take a year to plan these crossings. So you have to go back to your client a lot of the times or the proponent and say, hey, look, we do need something besides winter photos, or DFO is not going to be able to make an appropriate decision on the impacts to fish and fish habitat.
Okay, next question. Is any of the data provided to the app publicly available?
Yeah, that'd be for me. So the data that is provided through watercourse crossing owners to the watercourse crossing program, that's company data. So that's owned by the company. But we do have two mapping applications. So members have the ability to view an internal map that has quite a bit more information, including ownership for the watercourse crossings across the province. But then we also have a publicly available map which has basically just identifies whether the crossing has been inspected. We typically don't even distribute the publicly available data, but on special request we have. But the internal members' data is not publicly distributed.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Next question. What is everyone's opinion about doing open bottom culverts in the early winter? Is this a good time to do so, or should it be done during non-frozen conditions?
I can speak to that a little bit. We've had good success up until about December, the end of December, and then the ground conditions become too frozen for proper compaction. I think it's more of a construction related issue as opposed to a fish passage. The other things to consider is if you have a lot of fish or you're anticipating having to salvage a lot of fish, the more ice on the stream during that operation can make that more and more difficult to make sure that you have all of the fish captured and out of the site before dewatering. Otherwise, it's a great time because you're not really encountering major flood events, that type of thing. And the material that's exposed is usually pretty stable. So we do see quite a bit of fall construction lately, and it's been going quite well. But again, the ice, the snow, and then if extreme cold can mess with equipment, so it can be difficult to get that work done. But you're avoiding major flooding events at the time.
Thank you. Our next question, on Crown land in Alberta, if a sediment settling pond is required, is the Water Act required to impound the water? What is the best incidental activity type could a sediment pond be applied on as? Would temporary workspace be suitable, or is a water diversion disposition required?
You guys are asking me all the hard regulatory questions that I don't have experience with. So again, I think we'll have to get you a written response on that. I'd have to go to a couple of our Water Act coordinators to get an understanding. Don't take this as fact. If it's for a road crossing that you're constructing a small sediment pond for, I don't believe you may need a Water Act approval, but don't quote me on that. Because if you are impounding water normally, you do have to get an approval. But in regards to the incidental activity type, that I think again, given what it would be for, I'm assuming this is an example of what we saw in the FRI presentation. But Yeah, we'll have to get you a written response on that one. I'll have to reach out to a couple other SMEs.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Our next question is for Shauna. What are the timelines we can expect for Fisheries Act authorizations once they have been triaged through the RFR process?
Another great question. So it all comes down to timelines. We need enough time to look at the file. So triage in the request for review process doesn't have any timelines. There's no clocks for the request for review coming in. The clocks usually typically start when you have a SARL application or you have a Fisheries Act authorization. We can't give you definitive timelines when the RFR will get over from triage into regulatory review unit, but those legislative timelines, typically for your Fisheries Act authorization, will start at 60 days. But if within those 60 days, if there's something incomplete within the application, they could send a letter to say, yes, we're going to stop the clock because there's missing information within that. But we have to look at, there's a lot of backlog in triage depending on those timelines. If we go back to the October to February, maybe we're going to get through files faster, but we don't have a clock for the request for review. But in March to September, maybe we won't get through it as fast, but depends also too that the regulatory review units might not be able to get through it as fast because they might have a lot of files. But just plan for if you're getting into that Fisheries Act authorization, there is legislative clocks to go with that. And all this information is actually presented on the Projects Near Water website, where it actually has referral maps to show you it goes through triage and it goes to RAU, and it'll actually define the clocks and all the letters throughout. So definitely suggest checking that out. Where it says under request for review, there's procedures under there.
Okay, thank you. Next question, will we be seeing more interim codes of practice from DFO?
Oh, another good question. Part of our national capital region is actually developing more codes of practice. As you watch the Projects Near Water website, it will change. We're not usually sure too often, but they try to update it often. So I would check it at least once every 1 to 2 weeks, maybe even every month, depends. There might be a formal email that gets sent out, but they are internally working on different codes of practice, and they're going to try to adapt the interim to an actual code of practice. So stay tuned to the Project Near Water website.
Once again, our next question, are requests for authorizations now required for all hanging culvert replacements in critical habitat and for watercourses inhabited by SAR? Or is it based on whether or not DFO determines that HAD will result from the culvert replacement?
That's another great question that I would like to follow up in writing, but I will just take a minute to just look at the question again. I'll try to get a response for you. So requests for authorizations are not required for all hanging culverts. It all depends on site-specific culverts. That's why when we request you submit to DFO, each site might be slightly different. Maybe one site you got a letter of advice with a SAR permit, but the next site might be slightly different. It might have a different species at risk. There's a lot that goes into our reviews, and there's lots of questions we ask. And that's why we developed the Alberta Watercourse Crossing information request, because we need as much information as possible to determine what are those impacts to fish and fish habitat. I can't tell you site specific. That needs a request for review to determine, do we need authorization or do we need a letter advice? So not all culverts coming in are going to go to that authorization. Maybe they'll go to the letter advice and SAR permit, but we need those to be submitted, especially when they're SAR, because if they're species at risk, they're not going to be covered under that code of practice.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, should new culverts be designed to convey Q10 flows or Q25 flows?
I'll take a first pop of this one. So there is design criteria within the code that is definitely getting updated. That was one of the components I didn't touch on this morning, but that has been discussed internally. That is on the list of updates to the code. So I would just suggest designing it to minimum flow standards is going to result in issues down the road. I can say that with fair confidence given what we're seeing on the landscape, and I can maybe let Bruce or Nail speak to this as well. But in general, I think you want to be understanding what the lifespan of the road is. If it's a road that's going to be there hypothetically for, decades and decades, then over designing it is likely wise, because what we've seen even in the last 10 years in regards to flow return periods, I don't think I don't think a 1 in 10, 1 in 25 has the same meaning as it did, back in when the codes were written 20 plus years ago. So I would leave that to your design team, but in general, I would just suggest you look at the lifespan of the road, how large the watershed is that it's likely to convey flows through, and then do a risk analysis of realistically what's the risk of putting in something larger for the extra cost versus what would a complete replacement or a road shut down because of erosion issues or something that might cause your business. So I think you have to look at the bigger picture here, but yeah, I don't know if anybody else wants to add something to it.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, go ahead, Bruce. Go ahead.
Yeah, Q10 and Q25 is too low. That's outdated. So Q50 is extremely common, and a lot of people designed the Q100. So just a couple of years ago in the Kaybob area, I think they had 3 Q50s within a month, and we've seen Q100 flows. So it's your project, depending on the size and the importance of the road and the investment. It's not hard for a Q50 event to completely blow out an undersized culvert. So it's yeah, the Q25 is outdated.
Yeah, that was going to be my comment, Bruce. Also in terms of like the increased climatic variability, we're seeing rainfall events of a higher, shorter duration and higher intensity. So what we seem to be observing is a faster time to peak, right? So we're getting more water in less period of time. So there's some updated tools that the federal government, the climate change folks have put out in terms of being able to calculate design flows, not specifically for culvert, but this is more for soil loss modeling, but based on a shift in the expected intensity, duration, frequency curves of rainfall events. So I would say that design standards is too low, especially if you're looking at what Mike Hunka said, a longer term road that's going to be on the landscape. So the probability of failure increases every year that your stream channel isn't receiving that designed return flow, right? So the longer that road's on the landscape, the higher risk is.
And I would certainly echo what everyone has said, and just add that a good rule of thumb is to not constrict the stream. And so you certainly, if you're going to dabble with Q10s, you're likely going to be forcing the flow of the stream into a much more narrow conduit, and hence you're going to increase the velocity and all of that. So I mean, I would just say, try not to restrict the natural high water mark of the stream. And you typically, I found in my research, typically when you do that, you're going to be able to pass the Q100, but there are many other calculations to go through to make sure you're passing the Q100.
And just to add to that, think of the fish species that are on site. Are there species at risk there? What species are you looking to pass through those culverts? Again, we want to make sure we're not restricting that culvert activity. We're not making it too small so it acts as a fire hose effect. We don't want to be pushing fish through there that can't get through there because there's too much velocity coming through.
Perfect. Well, it is now past 4 o'clock, so I think we'll end it here, guys. We do have more questions, which again, we will answer in written format. So I just want to take a minute to thank everyone that attended the presentation today, all of our panelists, our organizers, and AWC3 for all that they do.